Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 ba da ba bum ba ba da ba 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 bum ba da bum ba da ba da bum 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 boop 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 bum 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 ba bum 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 ba bum 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 ba da bum 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 ba dum bum 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 ba 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 da ba da bum 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 ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba 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 da ba ba bum 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 ba da bum bum ba bum 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 ba da bum ba da ba ba da ba da bum 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 ba da bum 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 bum. Sorry. Hi there. Yeah, still fixing some things. Hold on. I can't show my face today because I look like shit. Because I haven't taken a shower yet. I wanted to, but I can't. Water pipe broke. They have to fix the pipe. They have to turn off the waters, and it's hella expensive. It's like 500 like USD dollars. Holy shit. I really need to earn a little bit more money from like art to like you know chime in, tip in a little bit of money to my family, so like they won't get as burdened. No, it's a my house. Despite I say like I don't really complain that my condition a lot. One of the reason is I am a extremely privileged person that my family still can take care of me, but they aren't going to be able to take care of me long enough. Yeah, they try to fix it, not actually finish like fixing it. My house is actually a bit big. Okay, it's a corner double story house. Okay, it's hella big when there's like some piping issues. So yeah, but essentially I live with a very big family. But most people here is like old people, and I'm a unemployed bump in there. I most of the case I say again, I am trying. I'm trying. But yeah, you can kind of like see the situations here. Long as I don't need to take money from them, it's fine. Well, have fun with that. But for me, like I say again, like those are the issues. So I really need to do like a few more jobs. I need to like advertise myself a little bit more. I need to make like more advertisement video. Tomorrow I need to record like a few ones, and might focus more on making more video content because lately I realize I've been banking on a little bit too much on like time lapse because like that thing works well. I guess like the algorithms start to like don't really like it, and maybe there are people who dislike my stuff a little bit too much. So like the algorithm be like, yeah, we're not going to show this to anyone anymore. So like lately, my algorithm on my shorts is like getting like below 500, so it's not good. Like I need to do something to boost the growth. I know they like just relying on like the just relying on time lapse and slap some music on it. It doesn't really work. I should like record a little bit more video, this and that stuff instead of just like record my clips too. Oh gosh, dang it! Get out! Block. Well, I will still keep those things in cake. Now, like depends on the commissions. Even if you want to give me money, I need like a reasonable like service that I can provide you. You know, it's not like give you decide to give it to me for the sake of like just giving me some money. Depends on the jobs that you want me to do. You want me to create a character sheet for characters, or because your character is always in chibi, you want me to draw anime version of your characters, or you want like a illustrations, a portrait, or something like your characters. I've been improving my VGen like a service offer with the names and description lately, but it's still not fully, sadly to say, like it's not fully finished yet. But I get like the tryout service. I've been like improving it a lot. I bump up the $8 price to $10 price because like no matter how free that I can give people stuff, is like being a giving person is a privilege. And basically being a giving and kind person literally is privilege. But once you lost that like privilege, you're kind of like not being as given as you want. Even you are giving persons, like it's starting to have limits, you know? At least like most of the things that I provide is still like reasonable. Start page. When you say start page, is it like in for the website or like for your stream, something like this? Like those kind of things? Yeah, I can provide that. It depends on what kind of style you want. You want the standard anime style? I don't think I have that one set up yet. I think you can just like use the utility art. I have like a thumbnail. I have a thumbnail service thingy, so you can use it. Technically, it is a thumbnail. So yeah, if you want, you can just like like pay for that one. Or if you want to have a little bit budget, you want to like just pay for like $10, you can go for like this particular service. My trial service, I kind of like updated it a little bit more. Kick app gives 95 to host. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, you mean like the revenue? Yeah, that's the thing. One of the reason why there's so many bots that willing to want to like risk their account, or they risk the time, like waste their time to just like spam a bunch of bot, telling people to like, hey, do you want to get partner? We can bot you up to get partner. So like here's the that's why like there's so many bot in there. Because when you get 95% revenue, and not just 95% revenue, okay, they literally give you monthly salary. Unlike Twitch, they take a quarter from your like earnings from your subscriptions and the ad money, more than quarters actually, more than half. And Kick, in the other hand, they give you salary once you get partner. Basically, within a week, how much you have streamed, how many interactions you have inside your chat dictates how much money they will give you. Even if you have like low amount of like interaction in your chat, they will still at least give you a minimum amount of like money from like the how much you stream. So this kind of offer is a very like enticing offer for a lot of people. So this is why Kick have this like issues that is like so many people are actually bought it, because they want to at least bot themselves up to a point that they get like partner from the data and stuff. So once they get partner, they can get like a infinite revenue source from just streaming literally to no one. And obviously, the 95% is halved if you multi-stream. So when you kind of partner with them, you have to like let them know that, oh, you did you are like streaming this like multi-streaming or just streaming cake, because I do have audience in YouTube. It's going to be a little bit difficult if I say that, oh, I'm partnering with you, but I'm doing multi-streamings, those kind of things. So if you really want to do the partner with like 95%, but you still want to multi-stream in many places, you better find a way to stream without multi-streaming. Stream multiple platform without multi-streaming. It's basically you need to have a dedicated stream just for Cake, and then another dedicated stream just for like YouTube or the rest of the platform. Yeah, the more you know. Yeah, that one you'll see. It was supposed to be animations, but you know, animation takes a lot of times, and due to budget issues, I have to focus on work more than making animations. Sadly, so I kind of like halt that kind of like progress a little bit. Like I say again, if I live in a much more financial available time, I would actually spend most of my time making more content for people. But when I'm not, I I just stuck in the situations that I need to make more stuff to promote myself, promote my stream, promote my VGen, so I can actually like get some customer, get some money, so I can pay my rent, pay my food, pay my everything, so I can live a slightly better life, financially available. Then I will start doing my other stuff. There's a reason I'm not as like doing that many like active streaming stuff for reasons, and quite a lot of my stuff is kind of like gimmick, you know. And aside from that, I actually have like an intro back then, not now. Hold on a little bit. Hope you guys can hear this though. Yep, it's working. Yeah, back then I actually have an opening that I play with my kalimba and create entire opening music. It's basically just jingle, but still, you know. I haven't played this thing for a while. I kind of got rusty over it. How much is start page drawing? Girl, I have no idea because like Kick have their own like revenue kind of like things going on there. I do have that thing available. I actually like reluctant to think about like actually people is going to give me money via Kick. Let me take a look at how they manage the money systems they have. Okay, payout is something that is like monthly. Okay, so I have 0 subscriptions, 0 gifted. But when they have a payout, let's zoom in a little bit. If you want, you can use Art Zoom to take a closer look. Let's see, they should have like some TOS about this like payout thingy. Next payout is monthly, so long as I have money. They didn't really like specify this. Let me try to give some look at some other places. Yeah, Kick personally don't have like the best like, you know, like detailed stuff going on there. You really have to like dig through it to kind of see things. Oh, now they actually copy like Twitch having like drops and stuff. Hello there, good kings. Yeah, they don't have a very good detail about like the payment systems. Hmm? What? What? Sorry. Something happens. Ah. I'm not really sure. Oh, for one, I'm not from Aussie, and then for seconds, I know art actually is supposed to be around that price, but I don't charge people that much. Even if you want to commission me, like via like doing like kick payment and stuff, you should pay something like around 60, but 80 if you want like background already finished. That usually like character design only. Then it's just like 60. Like full bodies and everything. Since it's for this particular thing that you want is technically most likely case is going to be the half body without background. I can even animate for you for free. When I say animated, I don't mean like super animations, like something like, yeah, something in line with this one. Ah! Ah! I'm shit at my I shit at my job. Yeah, usually like the starting screen, something like that is like it would look like this if there's no background. Yeah, the thing is like Kick is something that you're going to like get paid monthly. It's not like some things that I will immediately get the money from. Not really sure. They never mentions. So most likely, here's the thing: my revenue is basically 0. They might actually like accounting wise. Yes, I used to be accounting. I study accounting, sadly. Accounting wise, I think they only start your calculations on the day you make your account or the day you apply for the Kick like payment system. But since they don't have any information to give to me that is like when they will actually do the payment, they might actually set like the end of the month, or they only start when there's money starting to flowing into the account. There's like 4 like different possible method they will start doing their accountings. Because there's like literally like that they are literally wasting resources if they are smart. They will never start your accounting unless you start to have like cash, like money flowing in and out into your account in the first place. If you don't, they generally will not will not like start the accounting book when you have 0 money for the entirety of a time. Oh, if you hear the farting sound, it's not me, it's just they are drilling shit. Yeah. This is why I still operating in like VGen, so people can use Stripe or PayPal to kind of pay for stuff. Stripe, I'm not really sure about Stripe, since like I need to have like $50 to actually like take the money out. Funny thing is, like, speaking about Stripe, okay? Speaking about Stripe, let me show you guys this thing. Hope I don't show something like yabai. Let me open it up for a while first. Wallet. Okay. I actually have money in Stripe. So I do have money in Stripe. The problem is I can't take them out. Because I need $50 worth of money to be taking this thing out. It's a payment system method. It's basically like there are 2 type of payment system. PayPal, you can just grab the money whenever you want. As for Kick and Twitch, and also YouTube, they only pay you in a fixed time. If you don't reach like a certain money, you can't. They will not pay you monthly. Imagine you have $10 inside your Kick account, but once you reach like the payment day, since it's maybe they will be like, oh, we will only give you money when you reach like $50 or $100 or like how many dollars they kind of like set themselves in. Same with like Twitch and YouTube. It's basically if you don't hit the threshold, even like you are already reaching like the end of the month that you're supposed to get paid, if you don't reach the threshold, you won't get paid. That one I have to check the internet. I'm not really prolific in Kick stuff. Kick payment threshold. They did not mention. But I at least see like when they will actually start paying me. Once the money is in, when they want to pay you is the process like typically, for subscriptions. This is just subscription. What I'm looking at is like within 1 to 4 weeks. Depends on the regions. So for my region is like a Asia region, so they might less likely going to put it on a priority list. So let's put it at maximums. Like even you pay me now using Kick money, okay? I'm going to only get it after 4 weeks. And then the payout method. Let's take a look. You don't toss money at me. I provide a fair service to people. If you really want, I know like maybe making PayPal is like against your wishes. Like I say again, you can try to use Stripe in my region. Let me take a look. Rise of blah blah blah. BD bala bala boop. How Kicks works. Kicks allow users stream content live whenever it's a gameplay. Blah blah blah. Like bullshit. But most articles quite like bullcrap. Hold on. And also the drilling sound is so loud, I can literally feel it with my bones. Num 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 num. Okay. $27 each month. Oh, on the first should be the TOS blah blah blah. Just God. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh man, this is confusing. Starting soon. Yeah, I think it's good. That is much more fair. But are you sure about that? Like 120 is a lot, you know. I know I'm always like in desperate situations and sometimes talk about like, hey, someone like give me money. But when people give me money, I always will be like, are you sure? This is me in a nutshell, okay? I actually worry about other people wants too because personally I live in a struggle life, so I hate people like when they already struggling themselves and then they decided to be like, you know what, I'm going to give you money. If that is going to happen, I'd be like, oh no, no, you shouldn't do that. Because I do see a lot of people actually like a lot of horror story, not even horror story. It's just like horror story for other people, not the streamers. It's like there are people literally borrowing loan shark money just to donate to their favorite streamers. I do not want that situations happen to me. Hi there, mute. It's been a while. I don't know what dolphin means. Might be some things, but still. Um, but yeah, like to be honest, like for this is like even people is like have a lot of money. I would say like learn to control your spending. Hey, good for you then, mute. As long as the food is nice, is going to like yeah. Here's the thing. This is like one of the greatest example. Like to be honest, donating to your favorite streamers is going to be the least of your priorities. Like if you have money to spend with your families, or like enjoy like a very delicious burger, you should spend that money on that rather than spend that money on like your favorite streamers. Or like the streamer you'll be like, I'm going to donate to that person. I know we provide entertainment, but not that much entertainment. Unless some people really like appreciate the companionship of like having a guy sitting there chat with you. But still, like it's not worth it to somehow like some people like literally like scraping by and then like take whatever $5 they have left in their fucking like wallets and then just like to donate to the persons. I should play that video again to like show it to you like how bad it is. That like sometimes some things can happen. Like hold on a little bit, like do you still remember that video? Is it from Moist Critical or like from other people? Penguin Zero. Okay. And Penguin Zero, Penguin Zero, Penguin Zero. Yeah, this one. Like I will be showing this. Let's rewatch this a little bit. Have a memory refresh about my thingy. Oh, you're going away then. Yeah, we will refresh this again like when you come back. Either way, we can keep watching this one. Yeah, gotta have your lunch. Have a great time. I still haven't like have this thing yet. We should finish this thing. Finish this video. If mute, I think if you don't know, there's like this like terminally like go failure situations that happens. I think you watched this before, is it? Maybe, maybe not. Basically, someone laughing as a girl failure and then like try to take as much money as she can. Ooh, ooh. I should actually do more black and white like image. It's a little bit much more lower budgets. And for hers, she literally steal from other people's artwork and just add a little bit greens on it and then be done with it. Well, I am green, so maybe I can do that shit too. But technically, I will be drawing on my own. I won't be taking other people's stuff. Okay, I'm not that bad. Yeah, it's like this entire thing is basically the situations of like a VTuber and scammer can be, but not that effective. It does exist, but when it goes, it really goes like full on 1000% parasocial. Hey, hi there, Kami. Should I say the full name, Kami Sayako? Yeah, this is like a working stream, so like there's a lot of things that happen here. I'm doing some drawing, doing some like like YouTube watching at the same times. If I don't really have like lots of things going on there, like I can do a little bit much more focused channel. Depends on like the condition. As a hey, hi there, Hilly. Today, what happened today? Why are you guys like? There's a lot of people here today. Ah. Well, let's do my usual opening for you guys then. Hello, hello there. My name is Kirivaku, and I'm your host and your voice with a voice here to entertain you, and may or may not have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, we talk a lot about food sometimes. Someone went to lunch. Yeah, should be back later on. Yeah. There's so many things like happening right now at the moment, especially this time and age. If anyone haven't watched that Muujin video that talk about like this particular like drama stuff, holy shit! It's basically just like someone like basically go full 4chan, like full like not even the good side of 4chan. It's like super racist 4chan level, and lapping as like lapping as like some certain type of people, and also Guna bait, super highly parasocial, and got caught being faking everything out. Well, not the Guna part. Hey, thank you for the lurking. But if you really do want to lurk, depends on you. You want to try to. I'm doing multi-stream, so if you want, you can do it in like on Twitch or Kicks too. You can press exclamation mark lurk. Let me know your existence, because like having interaction in YouTube does help the algorithm a lot. So having like just one comment that trigger like some things is actually like helps a lot. Yeah, it's like and then this person got caught in a very embarrassing situations, but also like her audience is like holy shit. Like if when you watch like this video halfway, you'll be like, are men really that beyond help at this point? Like I am a man myself, but I am a man with self-control, okay? But I think like any people at like the early 20s or like the mid 20s nowadays, like maybe like 8 out of 10 of them do not have self-control if they're terminally online. It basically terminally online one. If they actually like live a life outside, usually they might not be that terminally ill, but when they are terminally online, most likely case they are. I feel sad for them because I am not a consumer. I'm a creator, so I function in a little bit different spectrum, despite I'm terminally online. But for the terminally online consumer, then my condolence for you all. You know, like if you see a girl failure like Guna bait, you might have to try to resist. If me on my younger days, I might not be able to. If I'm on my younger days and I'm rich, I might fell into that trap. But sadly, I'm old, and I'm also I'm old and broke, so I might not not might I will not fall into the trap. Yeah, good kings, you brought me luck. Thank you. Thank you everyone that dropped by and having a little bit of fun chat together. Yeah, I'm actually like the thing is like if you guys kind of like look closely, most of the screen is actually interactable. If you guys like see like the floating like font, you guys can actually type exclamation mark at zoom. It will focus on that particular screen. I have many screen for reasons. You can actually interact with the screen. If you type this would happen. If you type exclamation mark, this would happen. Aha! Well, technically, when this happens, that kind of like stuck in like a 30 seconds timer. So, yeah. I might have to switch off this thing because like when I talk, like it have a 8-second timers. So yeah, like when I kind of like, I kind of like find out the golden time. Like I kind of pause talking when like after 8 seconds. Yeah, this is why I like set up that way. I've been doing like a lot of stuff. Too bad Mumi Theory didn't come in and witness this amazing process. Yeah, I did it live. I create all this kind of animation stuff like live. One more thing is out. Well, I can't. I haven't figured out like switching the layer into like in front or not, so that might be an issue.
Objection!
See, Good Kings is objecting you. You will never be too old. I'm 31 already. I am actually old. Unless you're older than me, then my condolence. Don't worry, you just go out and touch more grass and do more exercise. Maybe I'll do more exercise. I'll like do like a daily exercise stream. You follow me doing that thing. Hey, good. Let's do more exercise together. Like, imagine like every night I will like start a stream. Just me in my I won't say in my thong. Maybe like I will try to I will wear pants and underwear outside like a fucking Superman's, and, and then do like those kind of like cringy like those kind of like 60s like exercise shows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know a speedo, okay? Yeah, I made all those animations. Well, no one is fat, but fat and exercise for health is a little bit different. Getting your heart pump and like having like a regular blood flow into your body is actually a very good thing. Like fat or not, if it's fat, like even better. And when you're not fat, having some like nice like exercise going on is always a good thing. Yeah. And where is my music? My music's gone like every single time. Gosh dang it, Spotify. One who, two who, three who, five who. Nah, most of the time they don't grunt. They just keep encouraging people to do like repeated movement over and over again. Like most of the time when you take a look at those kind of older time like exercise video, they actually don't grunt or anything like that. The thing that grunts a lot is a misconception. It's like the Monopoly, like wearing like the mono glasses. The one exercise like existing that grunts a lot is actually fucking tennis only. Yeah, even volleyball girls don't grunt that much, that loudly when it's like playing volleyballs or basketball or like even like badminton, okay? For some weird reasons, people tends to like like in tennis for some reasons. It's really odd. Nobody knows why. Nobody knows why. Only tennis. Even people who play pickleball don't do that much. Nah, I don't really like grunt that much. Maybe I have a shallow breathing, so I generally don't like. I don't grunt like that hard. Even I do, is going to be like really stealthily. Yeah, they are loud. They go for like those kind of taekwondo style. Ho, ha, he, hoo. They're not trying to be sexy. Tennis is a different case. Tennis is, they literally are moaning. It's weird. I don't know why. While I'm Malaysian, I've seen lots of badminton practice and stuff. So like, yeah, they are loud. I mean, like, emphasize on actually they are loud. That's the thing. Being loud and being like moaning really loudly is a very different thing. Even guys does that, not just girls, okay? I wonder how much force you have to absorb with that fucking tennis ball charging at you. I know that thing actually have a lot of force, hence like why the grunting sound happening so much, but I don't hear those things in volleyball. Volleyball is way bigger and much more force when you try to like crying out loud. Sorry, I'm drinking some like nice milk tea that I made. I'm mixing a little bit of Milo in there, so yeah. For lots of people, it might say blasphemy, but in all honesty, actually adding some Milo, just like a small teaspoon, or like depends how much you want to add into a milk tea, it tastes wondrous. Like Milo already have to like mix with a lot milk, or like depends on like you want to add in creamers or like condensed milk, or just like, you know, like just a jug of like fat milk. Like depends on you, but for me, I kind of like mix a little bit of Milo into my milk tea, makes the taste wondrous. Sometimes I just like straight up drink like milk tea. Nowadays, I feel like something is missing. Yeah, lots of people just Milo and waters. Depends on which country you are from, though. Malaysia Milo is actually way more sweeter than Australian Milo. So it's because of that, like a lot of Malaysians, they just flat out just like Milo and waters. Technically, only Australian Milo is bland. is because it's pure cocoa powder and like the rest of the Milo stuff. They don't really have any like something similar to like 3-in-1 mixed into. It's not they don't taste like Milo. They don't have like the 3-in-1 stuff like add into the Milo. Every other place, the Milo actually, when they export the Milo, they actually add in more sugars and more of those 3-in-1 like ingredients into it. So they do have like more or less some of the 3-in-1 ingredient that kind of like put it in the most Milo like exported out to like different country. So they taste really different compared to Australian Milo. Technically, if you really want to have the taste of Australian Milo, you can go buy the tin versions, you know? There's like two type of Milo you can buy. There's the bag versions and then the tin versions. Apparently the tin versions actually have the similar like ingredient with the Australian one. So yeah, Australian Milo is technically the original Milo. The other one we have, they already have like some milk powder in there and some like sweetener like added into it. So we don't need to like add like milk into it. This is why sometimes some people like do like some taste tests and stuff. Yeah, you have to add a lot of like condensed milk to actually like condensed milk or creamer or milk or three things at the same times to kind of like give that like taste to boost out even more. Else you're just drinking like pure cocoa powders. I'm not even kidding. You're basically just drinking chocolate. Not in the sweet kind of chocolate, the bland kind of chocolate. This is why when you ask like how to make Milo taste better, it have a variety of different answer for you because there's two type of Milo. One is already sweetened, one is like basically the original Milo. Australian one is the original Milo. So this is why so many people talk about like, hey, you need to add milk, you have to add like condensed like milk or like creamer, all those kind of things into it, add a little bit of sugars, this and that. Like you need to add stuff to make it like taste differently according to your own taste. And on the Milo outside of the country, they actually already add a lot of additive into it, like the milk powders, this and that other stuff. So it really tastes very different compared to Australian Milo. If you have a bland Australian Milo, you like I say again, you're essentially just drinking cocoa powders. Hold on. My ceiling have a lot of like drilling sound. Thankfully, my noise gate kind of didn't pick it up, which is a good thing. I kind of afraid when I start playing this thing, the noise gate kind of like not picking up my kalimba. Hey, it's doing well. Like, how is the quality like playing kalimba in here? I'm not sure my mic is like doing well picking up the sound. Yeah, it's good. Good then. Good then. How about like this angle? Whew, thank God I got a good mic. Listen up. I have quite fat fingers, so I have to be like... Not like fat finger, my thumb... The nail on my thumb is actually really wide, so I kind of like, when I play this thing, I might hit the wrong note. Alright then, wish you have a nice day, and keep doing what you're doing, okay? Oh, yeah, let's keep watching this documentary. Good Kings. Do you know? I actually can hear everyone, because like I have like TTS on, but for me only. So when you say bye Kami, the TTS like mispronounce it bye commies. And that is hilarious. Oh yeah, I kind of stopped like where we did like last week, so let's continue playing this. But
that image
like since Mute Midori is here, I'm not sure like the Mute should we restart everything again, and Mute Midori should hear that like amazing moment of Mujin try to like emulate the Guna video. Oh, Mute was present that time. I don't know.
But she escalated everything. It's her behavior after that escalated everything even further.
validation from men. I admit I wanted compliments and I wanted attention, but he acted as if he was my dad. His friend would try to wing man and tell me I should meet Bird and just be with him. He could make my life so much better, and I straight up told him I wasn't into Bird. I have screenshots and evidence. Also, when I first started streaming and Bird came along, I was 19 at the time, extremely new to VTubing and having this much attention. He taught me everything about VTubing and keeping me in the...
This is why, that's the thing, like back in the days, when I got famous, I was like around 20 around my time, so I got panicked and delete my channel. I like, if you guys don't know my history, I used to have like average like 8K to like 10K people watching me that time, and I got scared and delete my channel. The peak I have is like 26K like live viewer. I'm not saying like view count, I mean like live viewer. And now I'm 30 years old, thinking back, I was like, the fuck, man, like, young Kira, you are fucking dumb. Yeah, because back in the days, like, there are lesser people. Like, back in the days, streaming is much more difficult. So there are less people do streaming, so more people watching the stream. Nowadays, it's like more people doing streaming, lesser people watching the stream because every people are streaming right now. Kind of thin out lots of things. But yeah, like back in the days, I supposed to be like the famous part of like the few, like, I won't really say top, but when it comes to Facebook, maybe I'm the one of the few top streamers in there.
Bubble. She would then talk about the point of women not taking accountability, saying, "Motherfucker, all I've done is say I'm not a victim. I keep fucking saying I was wrong too. Why are you just ignoring this? Oh my god, she cheated. On who? I was dating no one at the time. I never dated any of them, and I have screenshots of some of the guys saying they knew what it was. It was not dating. We had phones gooning on call." She would then make another tweet, quoting something that many people were saying, "Oh my god, these poor lonely men," while she replied, "While they're 25 plus adults. If a 19-year-old has to be held accountable for whatever she's done, you can't possibly in good faith ignore the horrible shit these men do just cause lonely. I literally live alone and talk to a total of 0 people IRL. I'm fucking lonely. And look at this very sad image she posted. Oh my god, it's her crying. But guys, don't worry. As she said in her own words, she is not acting like a victim. But look, to be completely impartial here, these guys were really weird, especially Average Bird and Joyer. Look, if you go and donate $10,000 in cash right now to a top streamer, they'll fucking block you because they know that you can't be donating this much money without ulterior motives.
Especially
this
for
document
girls.
was made on purpose to destroy her career.
Girls, if that's like a random dude give you that much money, run. Like seriously, that is like, that's basically like the 101 internet rule. There's nothing good come up from that much money in one go. You're not trying to do lottery. There's no like service exchange. Maybe like that's the thing. When that kind of money flow in, you have to know one thing: there is a service there is a service did exchange in their fucking brain that you didn't even know. That's the reality of the situation for a lot of those kind of things. It's basically, here's the thing, like some people are very delusional that they thought like they give you money and have a little bit like nice chat with you. They will think that you are their girlfriend. And this is me toward girls, like telling you guys these things. Beware of this kind of people, okay? Because they are too lonely in the internet or in the fucking world, and then they have like someone like care about them, like when they talk about maybe some of the days, and then they actually like, you know, girls really like don't have the courtesy to like not respond to people, or like, you know, at least like they would do tiny bit of response, like say hi or give them a like or something like that. Just a mere gestures, okay? Because well, it is someone that donates stuff to you, or like someone that, you know, try their best to interact with you. Obviously, like no matter how much like things they do, they will at least like, especially for girls creators, they will like try to like, you know, reply the gestures a little bit, reply a little bit as like a, you know, gestures between the creators and their fans. But some people would have a certain level of delusions that she noticed me. And then they will start have like a lot more like, you know, daydreaming stuff about like you having a great date with them, this and that other stuff. It's a spark of a romance and stuff like that. Especially people tossing money at you, okay? Because in their brain there is a fair exchange. They give you money, and they provided you, and then you should have those kind of things happens. So this is like what it happened to a lot of people, okay? Like if someone that you know they are just fucking rich and tossing money for no reasons, then it's fine. But there are a lot more people that behave in a very weird way, especially this particular one. You see like 10k. This guy randomly dropped a fucking 10k to a girl. Like what do you fucking expect? For me, like, even when it comes to donations, like $50 is the maximum for me. Like, you shouldn't like drop like more than $50. For me, like $50 is like how much? Like 400 ringgit. I can eat like for a month. Month of like roti canai as like my breakfast, and I still got some left. I live a very frugal life, okay? $50 can actually like let me live quite well. But still, like again, this is what, oh, speaking about that, I kind of like don't really understand why, okay? This thing is like something I have qualms of like a long time ago. Streamers with earnings of every year 10 to 20k, as even like medium streamer or like big streamers. Like, how the fuck you guys like always want more money? Like, I can live my life like really well if I get like 2k USD per month, and some people be like they have like 50k per month. They'd be like, not enough, not fucking enough, and I'll be like, the fuck, yo, the fuck, and those they don't really like earn the money in many cases. It's like, how much greed they want. Like if they actually like, are very giving persons, you know, if they earn a lot, they also give a lot. Then I'm okay with it, you know. People keep taking money and then he keep using the money for greater good and stuff, not tossing into charity. Okay, like go find like enhance like maybe like pay like artists to like do more art for them, or like do a little bit of like community give back by making a really like very like massive content that have to pay a lot of people for like one-time gig and stuff. Like those kind of stuff is like constantly doing that. I would have no question about it. Okay, you are using your money in a good way. It's like similar to like Malaysia's have like this place called Genting Highland. Okay, it's a gambling place. Okay, it does have theme park. It does have a lot of entertainment stuff happening there. But the crux core of the place is basically a big ass casino on the mountain. Okay. Back in the days when the original owner is there, because he understand the fact that he is getting that much money from people gambling in his casino, he decided to, you know what, I'm taking that much money. I'm gonna give back as much money too. So a lot more people go to that place, enjoy their times, like theme park and all those kind of things, at a very cheap price. The reason is because the owner, Lin Wutong, that guy, understand the meaning of give and take. So he take as much. He also try his best to provide as much service to anyone come to Genting Highland. Okay, not just going to the casino, but I mean like in every place. Let people enjoy as much as possible. That is like how things work. And then once he died out from old age, like may he rest in peace, his son started to take over it. And then he tried to like go full on expansion on the casino side in multiple different country. And then all casino fail. Do you know why? There's no service in there. It's just a plain no casino. There's no entertainment happening there. There's no this, there's no that. Like that, they practically eliminate all the free stuff that usually provided to any casino goer, because like usually if you go in there to do casino stuff, like you are members there, you can maybe get some free food, free drinks, free hotel, like those kind of stuff, like all those kind of things like that's like provided. But once the son is the one that holding the entire empire, he basically crumble it. He expand too much on the casino side, and then all things that got closed down, and then he like there's like a huge fucking loss because of that. And that loss translate into no more free shit for any people that go into the original like casino area, because they already have so much loss, they cannot like contain that kind of like giving like service anymore. Which kind of like, for me, like I know like lots of people might not say like, oh, I went to Genting Highland before, it's kind of like still nice, you know. Yeah, it is, because it's the last standing place. Like all the casino like try to expand outside have closed down for that. I know mentioning the word casino in YouTube is not like a very good thing, but I do want to say this kind of things. It's a lessons on like business. Okay, there's always a take. You can't just take and take. You have to take and give. There's always a thing like that. The carrot you give, do not cheap out the fucking carrot. Don't stringflation the carrot you keep giving to people. In fact, the more successful you are, your carrot have to change to Nutella. Okay? Your Nutella have to change to maybe like something more valuable than Nutella. Like as time change, the more profit you get, the bigger the carrot you have to provide. If you never provide a decent enough carrot, nobody would want to fuck with you. Okay? I don't mean like literally.
isolate her and further take advantage of her by manipulating her as she was all alone, okay? The document also revealed that she's always been known as being a certain person on 4chan, someone who has had a history of sending nudes and being explicit. They'd even go as far as saying that while she was talking to these 6 different guys, she had an IRL boyfriend. It was an attempt at totally annihilating her entire reputation. At the same time, though, she refused to take any accountability. She'd say that she was groomed. Brother, you were 19, and you had continued by that point posting gooning audios on your general chat in Discord. What do you think this is? The objective conclusion to this entire drama was that everyone in this sucked ass. But no, Elfin wanted to be seen as the victim. And even though normally she should have had her career destroyed by this point, she should have been completely abandoned by her community.
Wait, so if any of us drop 10k, are you going to block us? Well, technically this is 10k and you're still unblocked, Kawasa. It's 10k of, but I don't know what this currency is.
The opposite ended up happening. She again had defied all odds, and let me show you exactly why. Rima Evenstar is a VTuber who makes some very detailed video essays about the VTuber community. A couple months after this document had dropped, she would release the video titled "She Played Her Fanbase Like a Dating Sim, The Elfin Psyop Situation," garnering over 100,000 views. In this video, she—
Mom, I'm on camera! Mujin's video is way more entertaining so far, though.
would constantly be referring to Elfin as
Mujin. That's the one thing I love. Mujin's video is
unstable.
basically like he actually educate people when he make the video. Why he making it entertaining actually is very educational. You know, not just like one side story. He actually put out receipts and lesson and stuff and morality at some point. Like not just like his own like 100% opinion. He lay down the fact and let you be the judge. A lot of time he does that. Why he does add his own opinion, but he always will lay down the fact and let you be the judge first, and then he will be the judge afterward. So his opinion is his opinion, but when he laying down the fact, when you are judging it, that is your opinion. He won't try his best kind of sway the opinion to his way or anything like that. He just lay down the fact and trust that you're smart enough to like process the thing on your own.
And in poor mental health.
Oh, yeah.
They are very emotionally fragile and experience extreme mental ups and downs and mood swings, which can make them a bit difficult to be around. They may have an unhealthy dependence on love or their partner, be a troublesome person who displays unexpected aggression and tries to dominate others, be easily hurt by the smallest of words, or have suicidal thoughts and think the world would be better off without them.
Wait, this fits her perfectly, actually. I forgot I said that.
Hey man, I don't know about you, but this perfectly describes Elfin Psyop so far, right?
Wait, hold up! I swear I haven't pre-watched this!
But Elfin was outraged.
Aww.
She despised that video and hated Rima to the point where she added her on Twitter and said, "Rima Evenstar, I don't know why you like to spread genuinely dog shit and simply false rhetoric so easily. Maybe it's because you're a drama VTuber by name, but it's just bullshit to spread false things without confirmation. Firstly, when you made the drama video on me, you got a lot of facts wrong and didn't contact me to confirm details either. Nice journalism." Now,
Nice. The journalism thing, I don't know where the fuck they get that from. I never called myself a journalist. I'm not a journalist. I don't work for a journal or a network. I don't, journalists, there's a lot of things that they do that we don't, they have access to resources that we don't have. I am a commentary channel, just like so many others on YouTube. I comment my own thoughts about topics. That's it. Would you be a journalist? You could be one. No, though. That's boring. Like, the thing is, also, it's funny how she always says that, oh, this is full of lies and false rhetorics and blah, 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 blah. Same thing she said when the document came out. The thing is, when the document came out, initially, she made a stream where she showed her side of the story, right? I've explained this before to my chat, but I'll explain it again. I don't think Twitter fights, so maybe that's to my disadvantage because it doesn't reach the wider Twitter community, but I sort of assume that people will use their brain. Initially, when this drama came out with Average Bird, she released a video explaining her side of the story with her own evidence, etc. It was super not well received by the community. Nobody liked it. It was not convincing. The top comments on that stream are shitting on her. So she privated the stream. When I did the video, I didn't have access to that stream. I had access to the transcript. I included the entire transcript, literally everything, because I was like, we spend so much time on that 54-page document because it's so fucking long, right? That I have to give her, I have to spend as much time as possible as I can on her defense. But she didn't have a lot of defense. I used her entire transcript. So when she came out and she was like, yada, 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 you didn't do this, you didn't do that. I was like, hold on, why are they rewriting certain history? As if she wasn't the one privating the stream in the first place. So I speak to her because then she's tweeting a bunch of sad things on Twitter. And I felt kind of bad, you know? She was like tweeting that she was gonna like off herself. I was like, okay, this is getting heavy, you know, let's talk. So I was like, what can I do for you? And she's like, well, you should have included my video, my side of the story. I said, I did it. There's a transcript. She said, well, there's some screenshots in the video that I want you to put. I'm like, all right, well, can you unprivate the video? Because I can't do anything if you don't unprivate the video. And if you do, I'll add this to the pinned comment. So she's like, bet, I'm going to unprivate the video. I'm like, all right. I typed a pinned comment. I put the link in there. I'm like, go check out her evidence. But let's be real, it was always weak. She didn't have any good evidence to really defend herself. But, you know, I thought it was a good thing that she unprivated it so she can share her story fully. And then later on, she reprivated it because she realized it was dog shit, I guess. And then she turned around on Twitter. I was like, you know, oh, okay, we explained ourselves. I did what I could, even though I didn't have to. And everything's cool. And she turned around and like farmed this as much as she could on Twitter. And for some reason, all of the people that were there when the document initially dropped on her and who also clowned on her back then, they had like a memory lobotomy and did not remember what had happened. And then suddenly it was, oh, poor Elfin, my dear sweet darling, I can't believe this big monstrous, you know, Rima Evenstar made this video, this completely factual video on you. How dare she? Thank you, will be pequeño. Also, I can say more things than, you know, journalists, because journalists, they need, you know, they need witnesses. There's a lot of steps, like obstacles that they have to go through before they publish, and they can't really speak their mind as much. I voted her because I would talk about her because attention is what she wants. She calls you a drama tuber, and so am I, and Much and work have inspired me. She literally was like, I activate my victim card. My head. Anyway, let's continue the video. Yeah, yes, and she was like, how could you cover things that happened in the past? And I do that all the time, like I do retrospectives. You know, it's always such groundless arguments that they have.
You're spreading shit about me suicide baiting? To you? I'm sorry, what? I think you making a drama video on me during a time I was constantly drunk and not in a stable mental state would obviously fuck me up. Like you call me Menhera all the time and don't expect me to somehow crash out?
Girl, you call yourself worse! Congrats on the vindication, Rima. Screw all the hate, criticism, and backhanded compliments you get because of those Simpson from this VTuber. Thank you so much, Zippy Zap. Thank you for the super chat. Geez, Rima, your definition and standards of journalism is higher than most actual journalists these days. Never change. I guess I'm thinking about like a newspaper journalist. I don't know these blog journalists or whatever, or these video game journalists, how they operate. I have no clue. I've never actually like. I don't want to be a journalist, so I haven't looked into that. I'd rather be like a writer, I think, or like a. Is it what you call it? A pundit, like somebody that's an expert in a topic, and they go and talk about it. I think I'd rather be that. Yeah, she draws the line at Menhera, guys. That is so funny. Like, dude, the victim, the victimization is off the charts here.
I was still relatively civil and only DM'd you about my issues with your video, hoping to at least get facts straight. Believing in random people messaging you rather than the person at the center of the situation.
I DM'd you. What? I was relatively civil. You're the one trying to farm this on Twitter. And I hate when people use the why didn't she get the both sides of the argument thing? No, you don't have to do that. And even journalists don't do that. Let's say a journalist is covering a crime, okay? There was a robbery at a...
Yeah, but the philosophy has now slipped into actual journalism, so like, it's not really how to say. It's because of that journalism is dead nowadays. Because they always like try their best to like, hey, we should listen to the both sides of the story. No. Depends on the context, okay? Depends on the context, actually. I won't like fully deny it, but the problem is like lots of people, they don't give a shit about the context. It's like they thought the entirety of the world is basically just a dramatized versions of Hannibal Lecter. Like, you don't fucking interview. You if you are a journalist that written a story about Hannibal Lecter that got captured, then that fucker eats so many peoples, you won't go and interview like his point of view. He ate people. Case closed. What? You want him to tell you a sob story about like, oh, I was not loved when I was a child, so I decided to eat people? What? Even that's the case, the fuck you gonna do with that message you have? You're allowed to eat people if you have like a terrible childhood? Like this both side of story stuff is like really stupid when it comes to many contexts, but they literally are trying their best to apply it onto every single situations. There are times it should, but generally 90% of the time it shouldn't.
Diamond store, they'll take like, I don't know, a statement from the guy that got robbed. They're not gonna go ask the criminal what are your thoughts about this? Why did you do this? Oh, well, you know, it wasn't really a robbery. Like, I was actually just passing by. Why? So they can lie their ass out? Like, she wouldn't even have told me the truth. She's not a girlfriend. She's a woman tactless. Thank you for the 10. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't post a video about the evil toaster Docky unless I interviewed him, or I couldn't post a video about, I don't know, just check any of my channel. It just makes no sense. These people's argument make no sense. They just use these arguments when they want to shit on us, and there's no pushback ever.
Situation is crazy. You do not hate journalists enough. In fact, this got so bad that when Rima posted the tweet announcing the video, it would get totally brigaded by Elfin's community. 102 replies, and all of them filled with insults, slurs, and an attempt to straight up character assassinate Rima, saying, wow, I used to watch your content, but not any.
Hold up. Hold up, that's interesting to see these names in here after what I've seen on Twitter today. That's actually so interesting. That I remember the names, chat. I remember the name. Listen, you know me. You know me. I don't fight back unless people genuinely escalated.
Classic, classic. I'm the same person too because, but here's the thing: I do view myself as a bitch. Women can hold a grudge, so do not antagonize women, okay? Do not antagonize a woman.
Only Schizo's big fights with me, okay? I don't do nothing.
Sometimes, if the joke is going to be offended to your significant others, even though it's a very like justifiable joke, don't. Do not. I'm a very fucking honest person to build with, so like people might tolerate my honesty, but for most men, it can't be applied on you. If I can do it, most of the case you can't. For me, most of my friends love my genuine like way of like talking to people, but it's not something that can be like apply onto many different type of conversations. I know when to be genuine. Okay, it's not like I constantly lie when I say that. I mean, like there are stuff that you shouldn't say to a person you fucking just met. I'm an online entertainer. I still can apply this my kind of like chatting method with a lot of people because I can't switch my tone every single time there's a new person coming in. So that's the thing. But if you are on a one-on-one conversation with someone, like in real life, you shouldn't act like you know them for 10 fucking years. That's fucking creepy, you know? Also, rude. Most of my friends already accept who I am. Like, Kiri just doing Kiri shit, okay? This is such a Kiri act, something like that. They would be, like, in the line of those kind of things. But doesn't mean that I'm actually really, like, immune to all these things. I am very self-aware. And my shit doesn't really fly every time. This is the thing. Like, you might think a lot of things is okay, but you do need to have a little bit of level of like self-aware, even though it's like a meme for the entire like friend group and stuff. It doesn't mean that you can just readily using it as your gosh dang fucking shield. Shield kind of that. But also you have to realize in social situations that shield you kind of have, you cannot rely on it. Okay? If you have a friends that always like help you in many kinds of stuff, doesn't mean that they will tolerate every single kind of stuff you do. Even like it's your gimmick, doesn't mean you have to live by that fucking gimmick. Don't go all bored with your gimmick. Don't think that you have a shield because they thought like the thing you do is a gimmick. You are persons. Be flexible.
Thing. This guy suddenly tweeting this, but it's crazy that I see him in a Muujin video in the comment section joining the dog pile, and now suddenly he's switched his tune now. Listen, I don't hold no grudge, whatever. But I just hope people remember this, okay? That's all I want. I just hope people remember this. That people pick fights with me. I don't pick fights with people. And if somebody's coming after me, it's probably because they're the one that have a few views missing, not me. I don't even have to lift a finger, and these people.
Hey, hello, Ruth. I'm watching. Have you seen like the latest Muujin video? If you haven't seen, this is Rima watching the Muujin video. I actually already watched the Muujin one. I want to watch like Rima input on this kind of situations because like she does involve in the entire thing. So I want to hear an opinion from a woman that got affected by this. Also, because we are watching a woman being a bitch, I cannot keep calling a bitch because I'm a dude. Usually, that kind of like reserved for a girls that can justifiably call someone a bitch. Muujin, Jin, not Mugen. Mugen is a different Japanese word. Basically, TLDR, previously, so far that we'll watch now, is basically there's VTubers that like try to like act as a lab as like a girl failure and super guna bait and highly super ultra parasocials and like try to like take lots of money from people, like taking advantage of like lonely men and stuff, and then like she lap a little bit too far into the sun as like those kind of like there's a lot of different kind of content exists, especially yeah, the elfin psyop stuff, so it's basically like she lap too far into the sun, going for like the the racist side of like the 4chan, the like the 4chan content, and yeah, like the wings whack the not even call it like the wax wing. I should say like the suspicious content that glue onto it as a wing is like it's white color indeed, but it's not glue. Flew too close to the sun and it melt. The wing got crusty and fall apart. Man, I'm such a genius on this kind of metaphor.
Just burn themselves. I'm talking about Elfin Psyop right now. But yeah.
Yeah, the entire community, include her, going too far to the sun. Oh, sorry. I need to read properly. Oh no, I often have my face on. It's just today I haven't taken a shower yet. I look like shit. I'm the kind of person who stream with my VTuber together. I can even show you my face actually. Like at the moment I turn off my camera for that particular purpose is because my house have some piping issues, so I can't take a shower yet. So I look like shit. But yeah, I'm a dude. It's fine for. But here's the thing: do not take what I said as like a proper like justification. You can say like this guy say it that way. This guy say it that way. Then like other VTubers should actually show their face. No, it doesn't work that way. Especially when it comes to streamings. For any girls, this is why I can like give you a tiny bit of things for girls to do streamings. In all honesty, they should really try to live as either virtually or like not show their face at all, because anything is like for like a girls who can fit into like lots of people gaze as like a 6 or 7, or even have a really nice voice. there will be a lot of weird people happening in there. Yes, creep exists. So it is a very like I would say like safety precautions for lots of things, especially like most girls is like if you met a lot of extrovert girls, then it's okay. But if you ever met an introvert girl, you know that shit can like get her into like lots of dangerous situations, you know. So it's best that like you know have a decency of privacy, like having like that face not really shown is actually a pretty good things. I know there's a lot of people like use the guise of like being a VTuber, like scam the shit out of people. It does happen, but it's rare because you need to use a lot of money to get a VTuber model. But nowadays you don't really need to, but like with those customized model and stuff. But if you really have like your personal like persona you created out this and that other stuff, and you just want to play a little bit of roleplay and stuff, yeah, it's fine. Just be a VTuber then. There's always like a lot of things you can like be fun with like VTubers, but also at the same time it's like it's kind of like prevent like goodness stuff. Try to think about this. Let's give a very good example of girls that have a serious like stalker issues. Okay, even I get stalked before, so I can like kind of like get the feelings. Who again? Who is like Miss Kiff like old girlfriend again? I kind of forgot her name. Emiru. So Emiru is generally I would say she's just a quirky girl that love to cosplay and is an actual gamer, and you know like a very like quirky like girls. And I would say that's the thing is like how far that fucking Miss Kiff like fumbled is like. Emerald for me personally, it's like a 10-10 girl, okay? And that fucker that managed to fumble that much. I would say like another thing that comes to like her entire life is after she become famous, she constantly are getting attacked. Like I'm not even kidding. She constantly are getting attacked by stalkers. I'm not even kidding. Even nowadays, she actually facing some issues. There are stalkers constantly like around like 10-kilometer like range from her. I'm not even kidding. She cannot expose her house. She cannot like show anything in real life. Even like she take pictures, she's going to take in the pictures that without like windows. Like, do you know the level of like precautions like girls need to have when they become famous? Even now, there are still lots of stalkers that literally right within her vicinity. She cannot get out without a fucking bodyguard. So VTuber is not an exact gimmick too. It's like depends on where you live from. If you think VTuber is just a virtual face, then yeah, you might think that way. But if you think of it as like a identity you kind of like want to use, because that in real world you are content creators, you create content. You know, back in the days when VTuber exists, they exist in a very different spectrum. Try to think about this. If anyone watch a lot of like Hatsune Miku, technically Hatsune Miku is a VTuber that kind of exists, but she is not real. But also same time, the creator, the studio that create her, make her feels real. And once Hatsune Miku kind of like being like a virtual personality and like a virtual existence exists in the internet as a characters, lots of people like wish that what happened if Hatsune Miku is real, you know? And then one day a random VTuber pop up, like the first ever virtual, quote unquote virtual YouTuber pop out, more or less like have a mirror that mimic what Hatsune Miku is, and she calls herself Kizuna Ai. And around the time when Kizuna Ai is out, she basically is working in a studio with a mocap suit, with 3D technologies, with like a bunch of crew behind the scene, written her line, written this, written that stuff, and do a lot of post editing after like she like record like every single videos. So back then, VTuber is not really live. virtual YouTuber back then only in YouTube is basically they are pre-recorded stuff in a studio, which back then like VTuber resources is practically impossible. And oh man, I'm fucking old. I'm still remember all those things. Yeah, but yeah, that's is like what you should take a look at when it comes to actual VTubers. Yeah, and that's the thing like when it comes to all those kind of things. And try to imagine this, and one is slowly translated nowadays is back then it was framing as that way, you know? It's basically it's like Hatsune Miku but real life. So that's how a VTuber framed as back in the days. Especially like it was popular in Japan and like Asia country. And then once this thing like start to like spread out into the Western side of things, it changed its definitions as everything spread into West side happens, sadly. This is why I would say anime and like VTuber shouldn't spread into West. Sadly, sad thing's going to say this, but kind of it is. It become mainstream. It kind of like changes identity because there a virtual camera exists, and a lot of people imagine this thing. If you are YouTube content creators and you play games but you never show your face, you only use your own voice. As time passed, you don't. You first you only have a logo as your profile pictures, and then slowly and gradually your logo become like maybe a cartoon that you really like, or maybe turn into like some things that you originally created, maybe for your comic, for your manga, or something anime of media that you really like. You use those as your profile pictures, and then you're starting to get a little bit sentimental on your channel, and you start to create like a character to represent you, to represent your channel. And then as time passed, when VTubing technologies become more and more available, and since you got this like high sentimental of that particular character you created to represent your channel, to represent your face, and then you make it and turn it into VTubers. This is not like I'm trying to educate you or anything like that. I just present you how things gradually become what it is now. It's not actually a gimmick. In most cases, there are lots of people that take advantage of the popularity of VTuber as a gimmick. But for a lot of people, it's a gradual transitions. A culture shift and transitions or like dream become reality. You know? A sentimental value of the things that you hold true. Maybe you have like an OC you draw when you were a kid. And then once it become like you can turn this OC into real life, because more or less most people OC is a part of themselves. Because you are not like the greatest writer in the world. More or less likely you take a part of yourself, insert into their characters. And the moment you can become and make this character into like a living characters that can chat and have fun with people. This is why some VTubers is like role playing really hard. Some people is like just, being themselves. Because for me, I'm being myself. The general things like why I am myself is because Kira essentially is me. I kind of like when I written him as my manga characters, I take like the emo side of me and inject the entirety of the emo side of me and my love of Kingdom Heart into these characters. So this is why he have this like spiky head and everything. So he have like basically like the mimic version of a Kingdom Heart is the identity of the stuff is in there. But I don't want to completely copy and paste Sora from like Kingdom Heart 1. Rumble? Oh, you mean the website or like game? That's like a different thing. Like there's a game called Rumble, and then there's also like a website called Rumble. It's like a knockoff version of YouTube at this point. I hate to say this, like the Rumble thing is like because like the moderation of Rumble, it's not just a streaming platform. They're trying to be YouTube first, and then they failed being a YouTube, and then now it's basically just a streaming platform now. And To be honest, if you really want to compare Kick and Rumble, Kick is way more, way more out of the line than Kick. No. Rumble is like way more out of the line than Kick. In many cases, I know there's a lot of normal people too. Is like the ratio of extremisms that happening in Rumbles is actually can beat Kick. Like you think Kick have a lot of like you know, a lot of like crazy people in there. It's because they got banned by Twitch, so like all the crazy people like flow to Twitch. Nowadays, like not flow to Twitch, flow to Kick. But nowadays, I can tell one thing: most crazy people has been like did so much batshit crazy stuff. They all got permanently banned in Kick. Kick somehow nowadays look as the most appeal like streaming platform. I hate to say this, but because when people say like Kick don't do moderations, they actually do. That's the weirdest thing in the world. And irony, they actually do. When shit actually hits the fan, they will permanently ban those fuckers. Twitch, on the other hand, no matter how much shit hits the fan, they refuse to ban those fuckers. And literally, they would rather, that's the thing, they would rather create a new category, let them stay in there, than banning those people. Okay? Literally, they would do that. They would create, like, imagine there's a shit in Twitch, and then that shit like, got into a lot of troubles, and Twitch would create a new category, and they call this third streamers. This is not a shit streamer. This is a third streamer. It's a different thing. We use fancier word. I hate to like frame it that way, but that is essentially Twitch in a nutshell. Bots on Kick always is an issue. Bots in anywhere always is an issue. If you ever play MMORPG before, bots always ruins everything. Bots in Kick, in Twitch, in YouTube. Yes, YouTube have it too. Don't tell me that you don't tell me that Rumble doesn't have it. Definitely have it. It's literally everywhere. You can't really eliminate all those things. Yeah, you really have no control of bots. YouTube actually literally try to have war with bots. Nowadays, they have this war so much with bots. It have been starting to do a lot of friendly fire on a lot of account in YouTube. Well, now you're seeing one. I often get like so much that I ignore most of like Kick chat. Like, didn't you watch my stream before in Kick? Like, I literally have that issues. If you go in there, there's just like flooding with like bots like chatting with me. I didn't delete those like comment at all. It's because I want people from Kick drop into it. First thing they see is I have maybe like 90 or like hundreds of chat is literally just bot telling me, hey, do you want to bot your account? You don't see it in VTubers, it's like they actually bother to delete those message. When you don't bother to delete those message, those things accumulate. Once they accumulate enough, you will see like how shitty the botting message is. Even Twitch, I get so many botted message to a point that it's disappointing to look at Twitch. Well, either way, you don't really get that much of a view in Rumble, to be honest. I even like try to maybe you'll get view in Rumble. I don't know, but most likely case. Viewer is viewer, but depends on the locations. Like if you try to open up a cupcake store, okay? If you go into Uptown, you will meet a lot of snob. If you open a cupcake store in the hood, you might get you. I hate to say this, like stereotypical stuff, but the chance you actually get mugged like while you're opening a store in there is definitely higher than in like the Uptown area. Okay, And then if you open up a cupcake store in the slum area, you would give out your cupcake for free most of the time, I guess. If you open your fucking cupcake store in the fucking back alley, what the... Like, what kind of customer would you want to expect? Even there is customer, would you be like, at least be like wary of that customer, okay? For me, when I look at Rumble, it's definitely something happened in the fucking back alley. Even it's a normal customer, like, who the fuck walk into the gosh dang back alley? I know I cursed a lot and everything. It's not really like YouTube friendly, quote unquote. At this point, I don't really give a shit. I'm just a very honest person, a very genuine person. That is how I display myself as. I will lay the fact for you guys. This is one of the reasons I love Muujin stuff. Like I already said it before. He is the kind of guy that, like, you know, he lay down a fact for you. They expect you not to be idiot. You can make judgment on your own, and then afterward, he can add his own like opinion into it. He won't try to sway you to his opinion. He only lay down the fact, and then you can piece the puzzle yourself. For me, when people want to like ask something or say something, either maybe can be offensive or maybe under the circumstances they just want to learn, I would lay down the fact for them. You guys are not idiot. I expect you guys not to, at least. So you guys will like piece the puzzle yourself and think like it's good or bad. Really depends on you. Because a lot of bad stuff when people talk about it, or maybe like sometimes even like flat out offensive, it's really come out of genuine obliviousness of lots of things. Not everyone is fucking terminal online. So, especially on YouTube, there would be a lot more people never exposed to the internet culture at all, aside from watching Smosh in the 2010, you know, back in the days. There will always be audience like that. There will be always like a lot more people that willing to sit down, listen, and process. I'm not an information center, but at least I can provide as much as I personally know. And explain in a way in different perspective. That's the best case that I can provide to people. Because I myself are kind of terminally online, but I'm not that kind of like terminally online to the point that, you know, trying to like go anywhere and have a fight with people. Sometimes I do apologize on that one, but yeah, this is me by general. I just love to have conversations, you know, having a very open-minded conversations together. And hold on a little bit. Let me continue the video.
Yeah, like they just like Elfin Psyop, she just outed herself. Like I made the video. These people just burn themselves. I'm talking about Elfin Psyop right now. But yeah, like they just like Elfin Psyop, she just outed herself. Like I made the video, I did the correction or whatever because I wanted to be as fair as I could because I wanted to give her a chance. Probably shouldn't have in hindsight, but you know what? Whatever, it's a learning experience. And then I only spoke about her again when the new drama resurfaced when she had that fight. And these people, I don't even have to say anything. They just
No, I'm not doing voice change. I'm watching a YouTube video while working. If you look closely in the upper right corner, there's the televisions there. You can try to do exclamation mark, TV zoom. You can actually see what I'm watching. Is it too loud? If it's too loud, I try to lower the volume. I do like to keep watching video. I'm doing my drawing at the same time. My screen is not really like there for like, you know, my screen is not there for fun. It actually is interactable. Ta-da! Yeah, I can show lots of things that I draw so far. I did, but I only set this thing for like 12 seconds. So after 12 seconds, it would just flip back itself. Try not to like. I haven't created a safety features that like when the art is out, like it will prevent the TV zoom. Why, thank you. I do a lot of art stuff, but generally like my like VGen stuff. If you've seen like some of the, my automated ad stuff, the VGen things. If you really are interesting, you can go to my VGen, take a look at it. I provide lots of like art service. Oh, I did not do the zoom. You guys did the zoom. The zoom thing is actually something I programmed with my streamer.bot, and also my using my streamer.bot, and also like the what again various different plugin in like OBS. I can technically turn my entire stream into an interactive game if I wanted to, but those things takes times, and I don't have the luxury of time. If somebody actually like make me into a successful streamers, I would spend most of my time to like do a lot of funny gimmick into the stream, so you guys can have some fun in there. I would do that actually. It's like creating a D&D, and then you guys can register as some of the characters and can do like a choice ABC, like those kind of things. And everyone can have like a stupid fun together, and I DM you guys. It can function that way because like I can create a voting systems. It's basically if you can register yourself as the like character A, and then some people can register as character B, C, like depends on like other people, and then I can put them into a group. I can register them as like one of like the like one of the variable, like global variable. We can like do a lot of attachment to them, like user variable, non-persistent, or persistent variable. Really depends. And if you see it properly, don't worry, this thing can't dox you guys. Let's go to action queue, and then if I see action histories, actually when anyone use any other things, okay, let's see this thing, art zoom, that you just use. Actually, it said that it will say like, okay, this user is like who this user from, this from YouTube, this and that, yeah, that stuff. I can written a system that is basically like, okay, this user have registered into group A, so anything he does will register into group A system. So when you register as a fighter inside D&D, so in any choice, I can give you guys like ABC choice. You guys can type A, B, or C, like attack, defend, or like do some chatting, and I can add a lot more stuff that you guys can have fun with, like this thing. So I can print out the message that you guys like written down and put it in there, and then I can even have TTS to read that specific message. So it becomes like much more fun and interactable stuff. If anyone watch like Shinding, yeah, if you guys go and watch this like specific VTubers, he actually created so many like YouTube, not just YouTube. It's basically it's like OBS and like the chatting system, interactive stuff. He did it so much. He basically turned his entire stream into a game constantly. It's so fun, like watching his stream and everything. But he is like, that's the thing. Like when it comes to like VTubing, like audience, there's always like a certain type of VTuber audience. Like too bad, like YouTube, you can't grab your like profile pictures, so I'm just going to use mine. Either way, so in a lots of like VTubing cultures, either you play ball with the VTubing like audience, or you like me being a complete failure because I do not play ball with the VTubing audience. Or you can try your best, again like me, but I'm the failure version of it. There's obviously a successful version of it, is to play balls with people who don't watch VTubers. Shindig is one of them that if you watch his content, you will understand one thing for sure. His audience is not people that oftenly will go and watch VTubers. His audience is generally 90% troll. Not the bad kind of troll, the fun kind of troll. They just dare and have a good time and have some fun interactions. Troll like Shindigs as much as possible. And he actually accept those people and create a lot of fun interactive stuff for them to like play with. So aside from him being the content, the stuff that he does, his audience itself is also the content. It's really fun to watch them and do a lot of stupid shit together. I do want to have those kind of like confidence and like fun, confidence on my audience to like provide such kind of fun too. It's just that, like you guys already see, I'm not really like super popular, and that's like one of the things. Technically, I do have my friend tell me if I actually use my actual English voice, I would have a lot more fans, but it's going to be a lot of like very different fans. Like I say again, I don't really like parasocial stuff happening in my stream. It's like, I can be your friend, maybe even your best friend, but don't view me as like something more than a friend. Like when it comes to parasocial, a lot more people like view them like more than friends at that point. So I don't want to get to that point. Yeah, it's always like a precautious stuff that happens. Like looking at this like Elfin Psyop stuff, like holy shit, that one take like parasocial to like 11. Technically, most parasocial already take the relationship to the 11, but still, yeah. Like I say again, like I don't really use my voice that much most of the time in stream, unless I become like super tired and everything. Yes, this is how I normally speak when I speak English, so I don't really use it that much. A lot of my friends told me that actually, if I actually use this voice, it's really neuron activated, so I try my best not to use this voice as much. Besides, it's not really that deep, okay? It's not like I'm like corpse husband and stuff, you know. Generally, why I have like a different tone of voice is because I'm a Malaysian Chinese. And when you being like a Malaysians, you are multilingual. When you are multilingual, when you speak different language, you actually have a different tone when you speak in different language. And as time passes, when you speak it enough, for me, I know how to bring my Mandarin voice, which the one that you heard is actually at a high pitch side. And I move that high pitched tone that I have, move it into English tone. But the problem is, when I actually relax my vocal cord, I'm not trying to squeeze out my gosh dang fucking noise. This is how it normally sounds like. So my default English voice and my Cantonese voice is a little bit much more deeper than my Chinese voice. A lot more people actually like this voice rather than like, you know, the other one. Yeah, this is why I don't want the two people like have too much neuron activated and like start get parasocial because of that. I know. I just like in many cases, my friend is like always say like, you know, this voice can be dangerous, and then I'll be like, yes, I know, I'm hiding my power level. I'm hiding my power level. Besides, here's the thing, the VTuber model I have. Here's the thing. My VTuber model have. The thing is, like, my VTuber model doesn't match up with this voice at all. Unless I, like, starting to get more money in the first place. This is why, like, I shouldn't even say this in the first place. But it is the fact that if I switch my model to, or improve or get a 3.0 model myself, that is going to be much more suitable for this voice, then yes, I can actually change my like physical look a little bit less anime, I would say less shonen anime, more like seinen type of anime, then yeah, maybe I can use this voice quite well. But aside from that, I don't really think like this voice match up with my actual face, nor my actual like my VTuber model. If you guys think like, then why you use this VTuber model in the first place? First, it's my OC. I made when I was a teenager. Yeah, when I was a teenager, when I kind of like in schools, I created a manga myself. So this is technically my OC, and more or less, I injected like part of myself in him. So I do view himself as me sometimes, not all the time, but still, yeah. At least the younger side of me. So yeah, I have like sentimental value. I don't want to change his design that much. And I made this model myself too. Like lots of people might not know this. I actually draw my model, design my model, and created my model, rig my own model. Yes, I did everything myself. The power of being a Malaysian, you don't have money for anything, do it yourself. This is me in a nutshell. But yeah. And my art style don't really have that kind of like seinen style, kind of like, you know, seinen style look. So I end up can't do that much. Yeah, I do know this one thing. Like recently, YouTube and like Streamer.bot have a lot of like update lately. Let's see. Do you have any like does the data stuff have anything like new I can like kind of copy? You can see this particular thing I'm highlighting right now is called user profile image. If I can grab your user profile image instead of broadcast user profile image, then I can put your face onto that quack. Because if you look closely, if anyone go to my cake, even if you go to the cake and do this, all right, you guys would actually get this particular, like you would get your actual image into it. I think Pafro, you have like a cake, right? You can use the cake and do it in cake. You can see your own profile image that way. I fixed up like a lot of stuff like for cake and like the YouTube things. It's actually really fun now than most of my things. Yes, all my commands works everywhere. If you see me in Twitch, you can use that command. If you see me in YouTube, you can use the command. You can, if you see it in Cake, you can also use that command. Every single time I program something fun, I have to do it separately 3 times. I mean, like, gosh dang it, I have to repeat so many things. My voice is running out of fumes because I've been using my like squeaky voice for a little bit too long. Oh no! Rip my bottle. The bottle that have been following me for like the past 8 years. Yes, 8 years. Have finally snapped. The cap. Ah, I feel so sad. Oh man, it broken. My heart is broken too. I know that I still got like a backup bottle. I'll use that one in the future once I finish all the water inside this one. If you guys don't know, it's basically those kind of like big ass like bottle with like the sippy straw. Every time you went AFK or something like what? You means like the ad stuff or like the content like changed like immediately? You came in with like a different voice and then you came back with a different voice. I lost my voice, okay? You can even hear it in this particular voice already. I still like have a little bit like adjustment to go for it. I went on a little bit squeaky voice a little bit too long. I have a lot of people coming in lately, I guess. Yep. Have lots of fun. Well, here's the thing. I wanted to, but I don't have the time to. I don't have money. I have to try to work on my art stuff as much as possible, which I am right now procrastinating. It's called work stream for reasons. And if you look closely into my stream history, I did try to play some games. Every single time I do some art stream, before it, I would maybe like play some games for like 2 hours or 3 hours. You know, depends. And then go for like chatting stream and then like drawing stream. But the thing is, like, the rest of the other 2 stream, I have no revenue. Like, it's not like people donating to me to play games or like, you know, donating to me to like do some things else. So far, the only thing that I can earn money from is doing art commissions. So I do show my art commission stuff, like the process and everything, and then I, you know, chat with people's. And then when they got interesting at my artwork, and they'll be like, I'll be sharing my artwork, and then they all be like, ooh, nice. And then not really sure. Even when I'm playing games, not exactly I have like, it's not like I have lots of audience. This is basically my content right now is really based on incentive. Okay, if I actually have lots of people watching me in the first place, when I'm playing games, I would actually spend a lot more time playing games because the potential of people actually donating to me is there. But the problem is actually when even I'm playing games, I literally have no audience. While you guys always ask, do you play games? Do you want to play this game? Do you want to play that game? I play those games. The problem is when I do it, there's nobody there. So I'm just like always, you know, wasting my time. And essentially, it is literally wasting my time. Unless that actually, like, people will drop in and watch. There's no guarantee that I can do a game stream and then there will be maybe 10 or 15 people there chatting with me while I'm playing. I play Monster Hunters, not lots of people watching. I play Abiotic, not lots of people watching. And recently, I've been investing a lot of my time playing Valheim with my friends. I really love the game, but playing alone, Valheim is a slogfest. I don't have streamer friends that have the game Valheim to play with me. So even some that have, they live in like multiple different areas, so that we have like this like huge ping issues. And to solve that ping issues, we need to buy a proper server. But it's fun as heck. They've been adding so much content at that point. I don't think it's early access now. Same with Abiotic back then. When I played Abiotic, they actually were almost at the end of their like cycle for being early access. So the amount of content in Abiotic is so much to a point that I am shocked to have that much like content. I literally have like a particular sessions that I play with my friends. We literally play. I remember it's like we just keep playing it every day, a few hours every day. We play it until the Yeti parts. And technically, we are just halfway to the game. And we've been playing it for half a year. Oh, I'm Asians. Hearing slur is not a very big thing for me. Especially in Malaysia. If you guys don't know, Malaysia is actually quite a racist place. But, in a way, we are very friendly. Also racist at the same time. I personally don't use those language because I speak more English, more exposed to the Western side of the culture, so I'm a little bit much more like actively sensitive to those kind of things. But the thing is, like, here's the thing: we aren't really racist. It's just the context we learn those language is in a very like different perspective. Yeah, there's a lot of games you guys can kind of play with it, but Mute, you actually gave me an idea. Like, here's the thing: I do have like this like Ko-fi thing like going on with me, but my Ko-fi is actually like stuck in the situations that it's like, if anyone want to see another like I have like this event back then is basically I can even show it to you guys. It's not that difficult to show. Hold on a little bit. Let's go to here, Kiravaku. Of this thing, yes. So I have this thing. At the November of last year, I spent my entire month go around into a website that is like a VTuber data website. So they normally have these things like every day they will show like who is having birthday, who is having anniversary. So I create a sketchathon series that is basically that particular month. I go into that website, take a look. Oh, this guy's having birthday. You know what? I'm just going to be a swell guy, draw a sketch, give it to them, say happy birthday. So basically just randomly give gift to people for no reasons. And I do enjoy the moment where I have the chance to draw a lot and give a lot of like, fun art to people. At least like sometimes even give them some ideas to do some things too. By the way, I actually got the permission from the artist who sing this song, to use this like music. No. Appreciate the song sung by this person.
Try to see if it can happen. Now take my hand and come with me. We'll go to places we can see. We'll hike the
No. If you don't do that, you're the first one. Yeah, it's her original song. So this is all the drawing for the entire movie. I try to avoid like big VTubers, just like small indie VTubers most of the time. The agency VTuber I just didn't draw. But I should. It would boost my fame a little bit more. I know I made it. Well, this is like a giving time, I'm trying my best to give gift to like small VTuber who never got a fan art in their life. Around that time, the November time, I'm trying to give a lot of like small VTuber a fan art, which most AKs will never get in their life. It's not like I didn't ever draw a style that artist. Did I change something? I mean the timeline.
How free will be?
I don't really have a favorite VTubers. Fun fact. I am a VTuber, or you can say I am a content creator. I don't have time to watch other content creators. This is like a thing that for most content creators. We would spend most our available time making content. We don't really spend our available times watch other VTubers. We more like being a creator and being a consumer of content is a very different thing. I consume YouTube content, but I don't really like consume all YouTube content. I did. I draw quite lots of VTuber design. Like technically I'm an artist. I just like every single drawing that I draw. Like all this drawing I draw, none of the drawing I drew, I regret anything I draw. I love everyone design. Again, I'm an artist at the end. I'm still like take every drawing I love the most. How this particular, like here's the thing, like this particular VTubers that I draw, okay? This particular VTuber I draw is technically one of my first customer that ordered a merchandise artwork from me. And I loved her VTuber model so much that I decided to draw something out random. And then this is what it kind of like kickstart the Sketchathon series. Why the fuck you suddenly want me to draw lizard? It's not like anything out of random. It's just that I feel like, you want me to draw the lizard, Gex? Gex the lizard? Let me move my screen again. If you guys never really like seen me like draw any big VTuber before, maybe you guys didn't watch me enough. I drew a lot of them. I drew so many of them. You guys just missed it. Generally, I do spend my time to draw a little bit of like people from Hololive, draw a little bit of Centrea, draw a little bit this, a little bit that. The problem is, like I say again, even if I draw famous VTubers, have you seen it? You've never seen it. Why? I have no idea why. Seriously, I literally have no idea why. The algorithm have buried my entire Twitter channel a long time ago. I tried to do it in Blue Skies, nothing happened. I barely get a single view in Blue Sky. And I tried it in Instagram. My Instagram only have like hundreds of views a day. Well, not a day, like per post. So I don't really have like a lot of things. Why would you suddenly want me to play Gext? I feel old when I play Gext. And that game is ancient. Not even like old, it's ancient. And is this still compatible with gosh dang Windows 11? I don't think it's still it have that capability. Well, technically, I can even show you some of the arts that I draw. Hold on a little bit. Alright. Yes, I have this thing running in this scene. A lot of people actually like this scene more than the other scene I use. Hold on a little bit. Let me pull out some file. Alright. 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 I do say so that you do have a good point. I should draw more famous VTubers so a lot more people would come and drop and watch me. It's not I never draw Saba before. Oops. Because like if imagine like a Saba fan look like this, they'd be like, I want a better one. I pay you to draw this. Or I love this one. I pay you to draw that. Again, it's not like I didn't draw anyone famous. Did I? I did. But do I get custom from it? No. She retired, sadly. Here's Rima. Here's the kettle. Here's a friend I met in Vtuber. Here's Power and Hana. And technically, Power Hana is the best one because they do have a fan that do time to time commission me to draw like them, which is a good thing. So the entire daily drawing series that I did, the only benefit I get is drawing them. In some sense, I would say, they aren't even super famous, okay? They are Malaysians like VTubers. Because they are Malaysian VTubers, I felt a kindred spirit, so I decided to draw them. And thank God they have a rich fan base. So again, don't necessarily have to draw famous people. Famous, nothing come out from it. Famous, nothing come out from it. Famous, nothing come out from this. 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 It's a hit and miss. Strategy does exist, but still require luck. My always philosophies of talking about content creations is, no matter how good you are, okay? No matter how much target you go for, even you can do a backflip, 360 spin, land perfectly 3 times in a row. If nobody sees it, nobody sees it. How to get people to see it? You have to do it every day. Flip, 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 flip. Hope one day, one guy actually appreciate this. And then share it to another guy. And then share it to another guy. The blank 3D model is depends what kind of drawing software you're using. This is a Clip Studio thing. You only can find it in Clip Studio. Alright. Clip Studio, you have this thing called asset stuff. Okay, if you don't know how to get this thing, you can go to Windows and try to find this thing. Okay, there's like a property tab, not navigations, material. Yes, you go to material and then see this all material. You click all material. Or if you just want 3D, you can click 3D. It's basically click all material would be helping you to search more of the hidden functions that Clip Studio Paint can provide you. There is two different model. Technically, if you have EX versions, you have like 4 different model. You can go to take this 3D. It have a male model, female model. Take a look at it. Depends on which one you want. Mind you, do you have multiple screen? If you have multiple screen, you're going to have a hard time turn the 3D on because it's going to crash immediately when you turn it on. Okay? If you have a decent computers, stretch out this part. The moment you put the 3D model in, you only have a split seconds to turn one of the setting so your computer doesn't crash. Okay? display setting, it was in fast. You have to change it to normal. For some reason, the display setting on fast, it will immediately kill off like Clip Studio Paint for some reason. I struggle so much. To actually manage to click on that thing. Man. You have to go and if you don't know what I'm talking about, you know once like you turn this thing on or off, like you will see this thing. All the setting here, one of the setting will actually like screw up your things, what makes things like harder for you to kind of like, you know, take a look properly. Like some sort of setting here will crash the gosh dang like Clip Studio Paint. So some people actually like gave up using this thing. Depends on how you want to like do things. And then once you drop, again, I'll show another one. I drop like a pose here. I'll be like, oh, how do you move this thing? Just click and drag. Click and drag, see? And if you need anything specific, if you know how to use like 3D modeling, if you are a 3D modeler, which I am, I know how to use the IK and FK properly. So this is what we call FK. Okay, everything is manual. And then you can use another thing called IK. You click, like imagine you already select this thing pop up. You can manually control it, but you want to control it in a different way. Click it again. Don't double click it. It would just confuse the system. Just spend a little time like in the gaps. So you click this one. You now are in FK mode. FK mode is not fucked. It's basically like, you know, like some simple functions that you can click this dot. You move around. You'll realize your entire arm is moving. This is because they have like a bone attached to it. So when you kind of moved it, it moved the entire arm. So instead of moving things like this one individually, like shoulders and everything, if you click this again, move this, you move the entire thing. And this way you can have lots of fun with it. Dun, 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 dun. It's very fun. It's very fun. But if you don't have a very good like you know 3D modeling capabilities, you are not a 3D model. You are still kind of like new to this thing. You don't know how to move things properly. You know, the camera is weird. You don't know how to like aim the camera, aim the angles, or move them properly like this. If you use left click, you click on empty area, you can spin them around. Okay, don't accidentally click the limb like me. Okay, you can spin them around. Okay. If you do right click, you can zoom in and out. Drag with right click. And if you do with the middle click, which is your scroll wheel, you can pan them around. So you can control it however you like. The problem is, not lots of people are able to like do this like freely as they want. Especially if you don't have the what we so call the eye of 3Ds. You're going to have like a little bit difficulty. Do not use your scroll wheel. Okay, scroll wheel doesn't really exactly like do what you want, okay? So you zoom that like the way you want, but you'll be like, I don't like this pose. And then you've been trying to like fiddle with the pose for hours. Like none of the pose works. Be like, oh shit, this is difficult. You look at this part, there's this particular place. Ooh. Look into this place, you will see there's a lot of posts here. And then you can do click, drag. Remember to place it right on top of this like post that you already highlighted. Boop. Now you'll have like a decent post. All you have to do is, you know, I'm not clicking the PP, I'm clicking the waist. Adjust it, the place you'd like to like display. Okay, and you can even click the feed. Is it the feed or this place? Yeah, this one. And you can adjust the entire model this way too. And then you'd be like, I don't want the hand to be like this. I want the hand to raise up because he's doing like the, the pole jumps and stuff. So I can definitely zoom this model out, go to the better angle that I can modify like the model. I want to use the FK. Okay, click the hand. Like sometimes the model doesn't like behave properly is because they have like something like a joint limit. They only can have like a limited motion for certain stuff. If you didn't properly like adjust the arm properly, you would have a lot of like issues when it comes to like this kind of stuff. Okay, I say again, if you don't really know a lot of like control stuff when it comes to modeling, you might have a hard time adjust to what you want. Okay, see, this is going to be very difficult. I want the hand to be like in the other place, but they refuse to do it properly, so I have to adjust it properly. The shoulders, the hand. You can see like how fucked up the thing is right now. I make it looks easy, but in reality for lots of people it's like really, really difficult because they don't know how a 3D model works in the first place. The rigging, the posturing, a little bit this, a little bit that, like quite a lot of stuff. See? Like in some case, I don't even know what I'm doing. Well, some case, but most of the case I know. And then voila, you can see like I got the pose like correctly now. Okay. And I'll be like, I don't want this hand like this. I want this hand like do the same as thing. You can click this thing. You see this like tiny little thing here. Okay. You click this. You open up a special separate controller menu here. You can go into hand pose or just pose itself. You can actually duplicate this side of the hand to this side of the hand, but you have to select the hand first, else they're just going to duplicate everything. So if I select nothing, okay, select nothing, choose duplicate left to duplicate right, okay, see, this is like the leg will also move too. Let me like go undo it again. So I just want this hand to duplicate with this hand, okay, or I can just select this hand that will also duplicate the other hand too. So I'll click duplications. Oops. I think I need to actually select this one. Yes, this one, the dot thingy. Okay, once you select the dot, you click this. Ooh, oh, I remember. You can turn off your things like here. You can copy the arms, copy the hands, copy the leg. I turn off the leg. I just want the hand, and maybe not even the hand. I just want the arms to look like this. Okay, I click it, duplicate. Now they have like other things like going on in here. Okay, then let me do a little bit like things again, duplicate. Now they kind of duplicate like this jump. And you feel like, oh, this is a little bit weird. The perspective wise, I kind of like this pose, but it doesn't have that fish eye effect, or like it doesn't like have that dynamic zoom thingy like happening there. If you see this thing in this options, there is manga perspective. This will save you so many things. First, you have to do the normal pose first. Okay, you have to believe in yourself that you did a good posing. Okay, you can do a little bit much more adjustment, and then like come to here, click, take this manga perspective. Never do this while this thing is on. Maybe you can adjust it, but never like create an entire pose while you're having this thing on. You have this thing off first, create what you want, turn it on, adjust a little bit. Don't build it from ground up while having this thing on. Okay? Turn it on. You can see like definitely anything that's in front of the camera, it will zoom in a little bit. they would give you a little bit of fisheye effect. Depends on how much manga perspective you want. If I max it out, okay? See? They basically zoom in the part that's closest to the camera as much as possible. And also like enlarge it. It kind of create a very like good foreshadowing kind of like posing. You see this? This is why I put the hand like in this kind of like angle. And all I need to do is adjust this as much as possible and do a little bit of angle adjustment. Okay. And then having this thing, because I want to see the full hand, and I'll be like, this is not good enough. I need the hand to be like closer to the screen. Okay, done. See? This is a very neat system. Not a lot of people actually will know it because they never fiddle with this thing. So they never see it. And then you'll be like, oh, what about this thing is like an action scene that like they're kind of zooming in into a scene, right? So I want something more while I'm drawing at it. I want to have the feeling of this thing diving into the screen, okay? Then you can go into the all material side, go to the manga material. If you go to the manga material, you can see a lot of effect line happening in here. Depends on what kind of effect you want. You can do quite a lot of stuff with it. And I can choose that one of the effect that already exists, or like the thing is I already like have lots of like this kind of stuff like here and there. You can do a little bit of adjustment on the brush size, okay? This. Ta-da! Or you want this thing to be in the centers. Ta-da! This is like right behind the scene. If you're right in front of the scene, you can do this too. Or if you want this thing to be a little bit much more on the control side, use the select object, select this object. You're still definitely, like, depends on how good they are, they will have like lots of things for you to like do a lot of the adjustment. Like you can adjust the gap, adjust the distance, adjust this, adjust that, like lots of things. Like groupings. See? This is like how you do like a lot of things. And you'll be like, oh, wait a minute, I want this thing to be a little bit more, you know, oval shape. Okay, oval shape it is. And be like, oh, it's too tall. Oh, too tall is it? Or you want to adjust like the angle. You don't like this particular like angle they kind of generated it. Then move a little bit. 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 And then click on this thing again. Increase the size. Hold shift after click. Boom. Hold shift after click. Boom. See? You can do a lot of things with the 3D things if you know what you're doing. You can even, I mean like literally, you can even draw on the face if you want, okay? It's going to be very lag, to be honest. Try to use a very simple brush, okay? See, if I do like a hand drawing here, it's actually drawing on top of the model. So if you really want to like establish like, okay, this is like the clothes that he wear, his eye will be in this area, like those kind of stuff. I should actually turn on the rulers. Okay, I turn on the rulers now. Ooh. Again, I'm not even the master of this particular thing at the moment, okay? Don't look at me that much. Or you can just not draw on the model, because like I draw on the model. If you see, if I move the model, you can see this the face. Sometimes some people, before they're posting, they can draw the face first, you know, the facial features and everything, And then afterward, they will apply it. They will like move the model this way. You can see it. If I moved it, the face I drew on them is already textures for them. If you don't want to go for that route, you can just turn it, Control B, turn this into blue, and then like lower the opacities. Start a new layers, okay? Just start a new layer and start drawing. That will really depend on your skill as an artist. If you want to draw like something like this. I'm just randomly drawing it for to kind of like show the system only. Depends if you want a square chin, pointy chin. You want to draw a man or draw a female with big boobs. Depends on you. You can be like, oh, right now I want this thing to be a girl, okay? You can just animation is difficult, so there's no endurance. The endurance is how much money you have. You can live long enough to post your animations without any issues. It's an experience and also your method of understanding what kind of animation you can skimp out on. There's no way that you can just draw like a full-on professional alone. You have to do a lot of tips and tricks to make things work. Maybe like you can animate the part that is like your character just not moving. You can move the background, and then you make the hair kind of like swing around. It's like there's wind, and then some of the clothing that the flappy one is like only the part that is going to move is going to be like the collar of the shirts, this and that other stuff. It is. You can do quite lots of things. Like I say, I'm going to show this one. Like remember, I did show you this thing as like a male body model. But if you want this thing to be like a female body model, you just drag the female one and drop it. You can change this guy genders. Now he have a sex change operations. Now this is a female model. And you'll be like, sorry, my OC have big boobs. They only have this size of boobs? Yes, you can actually change the boobs. For male and female model, they have a little bit different things going on there. Obviously, you have to click them first. Click them, and then you can like see this like 3D drawing figures. You can actually adjust the size ratio of the head. Okay, you can have like a big chibi head for no reason. This is why, again, there's a reasons. Okay, see, like this is a big ass fucking head. Do you guys know why? In some of the webtoon you guys see, people suck, like fucking suck, at drawing kids. It's because they actually use a 3D model like this. They just size up the head and like, you know, make them short as it's like maybe a kid's is like 50 centimeter tall. It's a toddler, okay? It's a toddler with like 50 centimeter tall. And then when it comes to kids, since they are small, and then they only like size up the head, they don't know how to fucking draw kids in the first place. So like doing this doesn't help, okay? Like if I zoom this thing like really close and then let you guys see this, okay? Like this is not like a proper way to show kids, okay? They really don't know how to draw kids in the proper way. And because they be like, oh, by the general rule set, this is like a 50 height tall like toddler. And then you know kids, Kids always have a bigger size of head. They'd be like, okay, I've just put the head size ratios a little bit higher. This is why they have like such a big disproportional like size when they draw kids, especially on Webtoon. Is generally the main culprit is they are relying on like this 3D things a little bit too much, okay? And then this kind of things happens. So let's revert back into a normal sized person's, okay? I had to like Control Z lots of times. Hold on a little bit. Oops, too far. Keep using a female model. Alright, let's zoom her in a little bit. And again, back to the control the body size figures. You see this thing? This thing is like adjust like how fat they're going to be, how thin they're going to be, how muscular they're going to be. The higher you are, the more muscular they are. But because it's a female body, they have a different idea of the word muscular. Because in reality, yes, actually, in reality, girls can't gain muscle. There are girls that are able to gain muscle, but the limitation of the muscle size is really limited. Unless you guys like keep chucking like protein powders and everything's like manage to stab a few steroids onto your bodies, there's no way that you can actually gain muscle. No matter how strong you are, you can literally like bench like something heavier than a man can like lift. You still won't have the muscle size of a gosh dang Olympic, male Olympic like like guys that do lifting. Okay, you can level up your strength like doing a lot of gyms, but you cannot level up your muscle unless you do something like to your body chemically. So when you actually use this model, if you use a male, you jack up the muscle, they will actually become like much more like size bigger. But for female, they still have that muscle options, but you jack up the muscle. What you only do is jack up the boobs and waist. That's the thing. If I like show you guys this, okay. If I make it like thinner, make her like super thin. I drag. She become flat. No more waist. If I jack up the muscle to the maximum and also make her as thin as possible, it becomes a big boob. If I increase the fat size content on the body, it would become like, depends on how you're going to adjust the thing, okay? It's going to change the body size a lot more than a thing. Oh, oops. Hold on, it's lagging. I've been clicking way too many stuff. Also, like having this while like doing streaming, it kind of eats up like so many performance. I have to wait a little bit. Okay, I can now. Okay, you can make her look more healthy, or it's so lag. Beak, and also big boob, or beak and no boob, or just medium sized. Flat as justice. But if I actually turn this thing into male, it would have a different story. Okay, this is male body. If I adjust it to like give like perfect body, for me like around this area is going to give the character a perfect body. Okay, like see this? Or I can turn him into fat bastard with muscle. You can see like there's still muscle on the waist. Even I adjust it to the extreme. You will always see like tiny bit amount of abs. Also depends on the lighting you actually have. Let me go for like the lighting. Okay, like source. I can change the light into like different place. You can see like there's definitely a lot of like muscle in here. Doing great, Matt Doxer. Nope, sorry, some ad stuff like happening now. Again, let me go back to like the setting. Doing great. Lots of educations on how to use the 3D model thingy. So again, like you can switch it up with lots of things, but if you don't want your character to be look like too muscular, you already can see like lots of like those abs is here, right? If you be like, I don't like this guy that have that much abs. Like my OC is a twink, and then you'll be like, okay, just draw it like this. Now he's a twink. That you see no muscle at all. And then let's move the light source a little bit so you guys can like see it properly. See, now there's no muscle on this like guy at all. But if you be like, you want a little bit of like middle, you would be like this. I'm fine. I usually don't like do too much things. It's just that I am not a painter. I'm just a animator. My drawing always have a certain limitations. Is on purpose because like you can't draw a high-end illustration in animations. I know the girls with like the typing one, I forgot, Violet Evergreen Gardens, when you look at it you'll be like, hey, isn't that one is like high illustrations on the animations that is even like they basically animated on 2, so it's like it's basically even like much more like scary. Any animator look at the animations and be like, holy shit, like how much budget you guys like put it in how much frame budget you guys like put it in that animation. But generally we like most animators, especially Japan animations, they kind of like animated like 8 drawing per second most of the times. They don't really like animate more than 8. Like sometimes like 12 drawing per second animations is like drawing 12 drawing per second animations is usually reserved into like a higher end like anime or anime which is going to be released in Blu-ray. So generally they try to minimize to be like 8 drawing per second, or like maybe if they have some certain actions they need a little bit more frame, they would add it to just 10 frame in like maybe in some certain movement. So generally, one actions would only contain 4 to 5 frame. It's a different like understanding. But like I say again, like if you want like a super fat guy, okay, and not muscular at all, they even have man boobs for you. Man, this is fun. Using this way, a lot of people actually like shorten the drawing process for manga, for like for like a lot of perspective stuff, like for manga, for webtoon. This is why webtoon always like have some certain like facial shape, because when you jack up the body, not even jack up like super like fit like muscular body, okay, you just have like maybe like a generous amount of like muscle but also thin in the same time. This is why I say like this is like the perfect ratio for your characters, and you can jack up their height. Maybe like you make them like I'm from Asia, so like I'm using centimeters, but depends on you guys. Maybe like 220 centimeters. Okay, let's wait. So if I do it like that, okay. Oops, almost accidentally make a mistake. Okay, if I accidentally do it like this. Yeah, sometimes it's going to be a little bit hard to control everything. Hold on. I turn off like some of the things so it's easy for me to do character controlling. Again, this kind of stuff is not easy to manipulate as much as a thing. Let's move it into some place that you can actually. I know I'm basically like doing some merry-go-round stuff at the moment. But yeah, if you actually like look closely out, I use scroll instead of like zooming in. Okay, drag in. You can see like the facial shape of the characters. And if I change up the ratios a little bit, have a little bit bigger head or smaller head, you can kind of like see like this is why male model have like a certain different like male model things that are going on there. And if you go to like Clip Studio Store, okay, Clip Studio Store actually provide you a few more other male models like size, this and that other stuff. Some people like customize some model for you guys too, like this, all this kind of like basic model stuff. And then for me, I downloaded this like skeletal model. It's going to be a skeleton. Turn your character into skeletons, so like it's easy. Oh, not like I accidentally put a skeleton on him, but yeah, there's another like many like different ways you can kind of like use this guy properly. I have this like skeleton model, or if you don't want the skeleton, if you be like, oh, I don't need the skeleton model, okay? You don't need the skeleton model. I actually, when I'm downloading posts, I kind of accidentally download like a actual like human model. Like, hold on a bit, I need to like, I think it's this guy. Yeah, I don't think it's this. Yes, this one. See? They have a slightly different facial shape. And also like body shape too. Because it's a different, it's a model with a little bit of different tuning. You can see the neck is much more like wider, and then the chin is much more square. So some people are definitely using some different kind of like model, especially for like webtoon. They actually have like different like Korean like manhwa and stuff. They definitely have like a model that's specified for that kind of like general like, you know, like oppa shape kind of like look. So if you really want to like shorten your kind of like drawing process and stuff, oops, delete the wrong thing. It definitely did in many cases. Really depends on your understanding of proportion studying. How do you do like a lot of like anatomy and stuff? Like those things aren't really like come out of nowhere. You do need to have a certain level when it comes to like drawing to be able to draw this thing in the first place. If you don't know how shoulder muscle works, you don't know how like bicep works, like you don't really need to like draw everything in kind of like a, you know, a one-to-one example. But if you draw enough, you would know how most body part of like how a human body would do, like on stuff. Like a lot of other things, I just randomly draw it. I didn't even try to like follow it properly. See, voila, you can do anything you want. And they'll be like, oh, I don't want to walk in this guy here and there. I want him to be like in a different like angle and stuff. You can definitely like do the things that you want and then draw them properly. It is like depends on your abilities. Depends on your abilities. And welcome to the Kiravaku like random TED talk about drawing. Let's continue do my low budget artwork. What? You pay like they only pay like $8 for it. It's not like me to make like super powerful illustrations. Just good enough for them to use it. That's fine. I have a tryout section, so if anyone like interested in my artwork, I have like a cheaper version of it and a more expensive version of it. You guys can like take a look at it, you know, be like, oh, I want a better artwork from this, better artwork from that, or like just a cheap like artwork for thumbnail and shit. You know, you guys can just pay me and then I'll do it. But obviously, in like more description you guys can write, the more better, because like I'm not a psychic. Oh yeah, I was watching stuff while I'm doing this. Let's go back. Ooh, we really need to finish this series. I know it's like a 3-hour video, so it's going. If you guys like too boring, don't want to watch it. I want this thing as like some background noises. If I don't have a lot of conversation happening in there, I would just generally turn this thing on. I keep working, and then you guys like more or less like stare at the screen. Don't know what the fuck I'm doing. That's the thing.
Out themselves in the end.
Anymore,
That's
wow,
it.
you're a terrible journalist, wow, you suck at what
And then I only spoke about her again when the new drama resurfaced when she had that fight. And these people, I don't even have to say anything. They just out themselves in the end.
anymore,
That's
wow,
it.
you're a terrible journalist, wow, you suck at what you do, etc., etc. That's simply because Elfin had replied to this post and ratioed Rima, doubling her likes, simply saying that she is not a femcel. But this still doesn't explain how she was able to survive a Google Doc like this. This doesn't explain why she didn't end up
But she's not a femcel when she we literally saw her tweeting about it.
like Gunpei. What happened exactly? Well, here's what her diehard fans had to say in response to her
Yeah, you
reply
can just watch
on
it.
Rima's
It's fine.
post. And it perfectly encapsulates why she still had a very strong community that
Someone actually pulled a Dissy on the Dark Enjoyer. This is exhausting. The amnesia crowd makes me wonder how much of this was just bait to farm later reactions. Yeah, no, it's not. Dark Enjoy is not the only one. There was so many of like this. There's so many. I'm sure we'll see more. Yeah, she literally made a post about being a virgin, never having a boyfriend, and then she's like, "I'm not a femcel." That's literally a femcel.
kept growing. Look at this idiot. Hey, I'd just like to say that I'm naive and emotionally vulnerable and would be easily groomed. DM me sometime. What about this dumbass? I'd be honored to be
Again, like this is like really like fucking insane. You know what? I can enlarge the TV screen so you guys can kind of like look at it more. Because I don't want my entire personality is basically just like showing that kind of like screen thingy. But since a lot more people is here, you know what? I'm just going to enlarge this television a little bit more. Yeah, maybe moved it to the left a little bit. Two left. Okay. What iceberg video?
one of your toys. Crazy they're spinning it as a forced or bad thing. Lol. So these men were so irrevocably castrated that they realized, hey, I don't like this woman because she's a virgin. No. I like her because she's a girl failure and because she might give me a chance. If she did it with 6 different guys at the same time, what's stopping me from DMing her and finding her in a call gooning with me? If anything,
Man, I like his thing. I do hate parasocial like content creators that prey on like people loneliness. I know like there is like so many things, okay? I'm fine with it if you guys see me as a friend, you know, you want to help a little bit friends out. It's kind of fine, but see me as a partner? No. Like I say again, like if especially if you are female, okay? If someone's gonna donate you a 10k, they definitely getting something out from you. You don't know what they're getting out from. Who knows? Maybe you just like have a very sexy voice, even you literally did nothing, you just want to chat. You are in your good intentions, you know? Someone give you money and then you be like, as a good gestures, you just trying to have like a fun chat with peoples, and then that guy literally actually behind the scene is like literally jacking off. Who knows? And then they got a good jack off time, so they give you like some money. And you didn't even know why. This is why you have to like be a little bit be careful of this. And one of the reasons that I don't really like use this particular like deeper tone that I have is like I know sometimes girls can be gooner too, so yeah, not good things to kind of mention too much, but yeah. Female gooner does exist, so you guys have to know that. This is why I actually most of the time I use this voice rather than another voice. It's the same thing. It's still my voice, you know? It's just me when I speak in Chinese.
Average Bird Enjoyer's Google document backfired tremendously. It made Elfin Psyop seem way more reachable to the average viewer than they thought. So their whole fantasy, or should I say delusion, of trying to fix her, wifing her up, impregnating her, and prolonging the white race wasn't so far off. By this point, Elfin kept gaining followers, kept getting viral tweets, her community kept growing, she was making more money, and her viewership was doing better than ever. She had reached over 100,000 followers, something very impressive, especially for a VTuber, and by this point we could easily say that she was becoming very dangerous, because in VTubing, there are so many desperate people trying to make a name for themselves that they'll see what works and try to copy it. And since things were going so well with Elfin, since she was totally invincible to any criticism or controversy, someone would end up noticing how well she was doing and try to copy her, even though they had way more followers and way more influence. Her and Elfin would end up becoming friends and then eventually enemies. Riri Gaki is a French rat VTuber who used to stream exclusively in French. Around 2024, she would start streaming more in English, and at some point, one clip from her stream would go
Her pajama's kind of cute though.
mega viral.
No, you don't get notifs for bookmarks, but you can see on your post.
You know, she should actually stick with what she do normally. You know, she shouldn't change the genre that much.
That it got bookmarked. If you go back and you see it, yeah.
It went so viral that there's actually a good chance you saw this already. Watch.
Says their name. So here is broccoli, who is fucking dumb. Look.
Oh
look,
my
I'm
god,
sorry.
she's so French! She's so French, her accent is so French, holy shit.
No brain, nothing. After we have here, Fruby, who is one of my cutest rats too. Look, she's a Rex girl, she got curly hair. She's really cute. It's Bean. Bean is my only boy, but he don't have a cocoon yet.
Oui, baguette.
Alright, so you get the point. French girl talking about her rats, very cute, very adorable. Yeah, well, it would go mega viral. 384,000 likes on
wow.
Instagram, and guys, when it came
Oh my god. Oh my god. I never knew that.
to Twitter, 12.7 million views, 134.
I didn't have an animal. You know, maybe one day I'll make like videos that is just me talking about all the like stupid art that I draw. I have a huge fucking stack of like art book. I can show like all the cringy bad art that I draw when I was a kid. Maybe I can do that. If you guys want that kind of stream, maybe one day I'll do that properly. I'll do a proper setup and show it to you guys.
4,000 likes. It was practically on everyone's feed, and everyone was talking about it. If you told someone, hey, did you see the French rat girl? They'd say, yes, I saw it on my feed. It went mega viral. I'm not understating this.
12 million views? What?
She would then reply to this saying, hi, I'm Riri, a rat girl VTuber from France. You can follow me on Twitch or join my Discord if you want, link in bio, but be warned, I'm the most hated VTuber of all France. And guys, she was not kidding. When the French community saw her going viral, they were livid. They saw how
I did receive a lot of I received a lot of DMs from French people about making a video on her, but at the time I thought she was nice. I hadn't seen much of her. I saw that people were kind of framing her, fixing her webcam as a Nazi salute, and I thought people were just like dogpiling her and trying to frame her like out of context for some gotcha. Later on, more screenshots about her Discord surface that made it seem like she wasn't really kidding about a lot of like bad things.
Just a content creator being cringe. So they can have lots of audience.
Made a post today
it does happen time to time.
Saying that she's reformed and she wants to change. So, I mean, if that's the case, good for her. I was kind of cringe and edgy in the past. I'm not really proud, especially taking Elfin as an inspiration. But yeah, I'm happy that I realized that I was fucking up every up for clouds. I gathered the wrong community who were horrible and her only for racism. And me being in a bad mentally state, thank you a lot for talking about that. I have a lot of problems assuming myself. I'm not masking, so I often copy people that I like. It's lame and I know this, but I grew up like that.
It can happen.
Friends to be sure I was not going to be hated.
I'm kidding, it can happen.
Weird. I'm learning now to love myself and act.
If you think about it, there's so many like self-destruct like content creators exist that try to copy like Mr. Beast and fail so fucking hard that actually, if you guys don't know, have you seen any more people try to copy Mr. Beast anymore? No more. Do you know why? 90% of them bankrupt. I'm not kidding. They legitly, actually bankrupt themselves doing his content.
As I am. I deserve everything that happened for putting myself in a bad environment, but I grow hope being a maybe kinder human and almost out of depression. Thank you for yapping about that and the wrong size of me. It's dumb, but seeing everything I did explain your way helped me a lot understanding what was wrong with me. Well, you know what? Good for you, Riri. Good for you if you take this as a learning opportunity and you want to change, you know? You do that. You do that, and I'm happy for you. But I also remember you, because I remember you being in the Elfin Psyop mention, also joining on the dog pile on me. And now suddenly you're switching your tune. Because Papa Mujin made a video. So I'm going to remember that. I'm going to take your word for it. Let's see how that evolves. We'll see. We'll see.
Do not mess with women.
Do horses have good memories, chat?
how viral she was going with the English-speaking community, and they did their best to show them who she truly was. This person, for example, would say, maybe because you're a lolicon and you think Hitler is cool and you're overly annoying, you force your voice to sound like a kid, your response to saying the N-word is I hate everyone equally, look at yourself stuttering in your own f***ass tweet. Okay, so very brief lore dump on this bitch because there's no information in English on her. She used to be known as Riri Meow, and her whole content revolved around porn. Still does, but it was worse then. She was retweeting lolliporn and had a Discord server with tons of minors, etc, etc. They'd also link some edgy tweets she made in the past, like top 5 reasons racism is bad, and then the next picture is thanks for watching, so implying that racism isn't bad. Here's the deal though. Riri's defense on Twitter would be, guys, French people doxed me. They sent police at my house. Yes, they swatted me, and they harassed me at IR.
That's messed up though. That's actually messed up.
all conventions. All for this, for my edgy jokes, for being a lolly. All of a sudden, French people looked evil, and it doesn't take much to convince someone that French people are evil.
True.
Okay. The French would argue, well, look, there's these videos on YouTube that expose her. Go watch those things instead. Okay, cool. Here's a video titled The Worst French Streamer, Ririgaki, with over 448,000 views. Oh, hey, here's another one saying The Worst French Streamer, Riri Meow, with over 245,000 views.
Shit, maybe I should have made that video.
I watched both of them in full, in the native language of French, and I can tell you right now, this is what they said in a nutshell. Number one, she's edgy and she made Nazi jokes, okay? And number two, she's a lolly. In fact, most of these two videos were criticizing her for being a lolly, that she was playing this childlike character, how she was speaking with a
I feel like I care less about that, the lolly part.
childlike voice, and how she was overall just
It kind of
cringe.
is.
But
Like
here's the
people
deal.
always
For the English-speaking
exaggerated
community,
that
this
part.
only proved one thing. French people, when it came to VTubing, were completely and utterly out of their depth. VTubing
That's the thing. Okay, there's a fine line that a person like cute things, and the way that two type of very like well-made visions of like the word lolicon, like people kind of like see it. Okay, there are the thing that people see them as the the most god awful person in the world. And then there's also another side of the people that actually view things, they like lolly kind of stuff, is because they like cute stuff. Okay? People are allowed to like cute stuff, okay? That's all I can say. But the moment, nowadays in the internet, the moment you like cute things, you will be claimed as the worst person in the world. Like, especially like back in the days, like Saba or like Gura, depends like how you want to like view her as. She actually is a girl that like cute stuff. Like in most of the like like when other like Hololive member mentioned the off collab stuff, like how Gura actually like wear most of the thing in her IRL times. Like pink, frilly stuff, this and that, other stuff. Like, a lot of people explain like they got shocked like how girly she is. It's because she is. And she like cute things, just that. Like by pure natures of lots of girls like cute things. I mean, like, isn't that normal? But for lots of people, they don't view that as normal because internet. Just the pure side of the internet have so many people have a lot of like different kind of projections by being terminally ill online. They have seen stuff, and they literally view those things. The first thing they have in their mind is those stuff. That end up being a very bad things. You know, maybe they seen like Rule 34 stuff a little bit too much at that point. I don't know how they come to those kind of conclusions, but this is how internet behave when they see those kind of stuff. Anyone like Kana from like Dragon Maid, they will immediately get bastardized. For me, I personally really like the character Kana because she is adorably cute. I like Kurudera characters. A Kurudera, which is cute in the same times, is a hit for me. Well, not that kind of hit. I mean, like, actually, I do like kids, but not that kind of like kids, okay? I used to be a babysitter, is because I can, for lots of people can't do because they can't tolerate kids. For me, it's like, kids is very cute things, Especially, like, I always play with my niece a lot. It's like, yeah, the stuff they kind of, like, do is, like, randomly grab stuff, throwing away this and that other stuff, or try to act cute sometimes. It's really, like, if you never have kids before, or, like, take care of a kids before, I think you really don't know that kind of, like, moments. Times to time. Obviously, sometimes you will see a lot of kids is basically as a brat, especially in the internet, you will hate kids. If you live your life long enough in the internet, interact with enough brats, you really will fucking hate kids. or like you'll spend your entire life like, traveling around, going into plane to another plane. You will always like meet like that one fucking spoiled kids, and then you'll be like, I fucking hate kids. There will always be that persons. I'm usually, especially, here's the funny things. I do have that like funny jokes like among my friends group back in the days. Is basically I am called like the I am called like the strange please don't talk to stranger uncle guy in my friend group. Is because like for some weird reasons it's like I think because I always like fine with kids, so and also like do like helping kids along and those kind of things, like do teachings, do tuitions, and taking care of kids by natures, because my mom is a babysitter, so I also help her do a lot of babysit stuff, and I'm fine and know how to like deal with kids, and so when I normally go to my friend's house, when they have like their younger brother and sister, they technically most of the time they glue to me. So like that kind of like funny jokes are going on, like the running gag in the friend groups that I am the strange uncle that like would talk to kids. It's always like the 怪叔叔 among the friend group is always there. It's funny. But I only let those because they are my friend. I'll let them say it that way. But if you guys want to say that, I will kick you guys in the balls. Okay. It's my internet reputations. If you say that without context, people will misunderstood. Yeah, people on the internet make things weird. When I say I like kids, the word itself, people would twist it so much it would turn into something really horrible. I've seen it happen in 4K multiple times, so yeah. Yeah, 金魚佬. Yes, I am literally called 金魚佬in my friends group. I'm kidding. But yeah, the internet have like made the word, we just either sometimes like because it's friend we can just say for fun, but in real life, like if we say like outside without context, people will like really really misunderstand the word to a point that you really need to pause and explain to people if you really refer to yourself to that. Or like I say again, like if you just by natures that you really like kids, you can't say you like kids. That word itself, you have to have a lots of explanations. If somebody just randomly don't know who the fuck you are, and then they just drop in and hear that word, you would get immediate report. That's the thing. I personally are the kind of guy who legitly have plushie in my room. Okay, you can call me beta male or anything. I like cute stuff. Okay. I play with dolls when I was a kid. This is why, like, in this world, days and age right now, things have been corrupted so well to the point that you really cannot have nice thing, especially if you want to become an online content creators. You can't really. There's a lot of word you cannot say. No, it's just plushie and stuff. It's not really like Barbie and things. I do have played Barbie doll before, but it's not my thing. Because the body's so rigid, I can't do anything like play like like role playing with like like how you normally play dolls, because like they're super fucking rigid. I really do not like to do those things. I like plushie more because like they're soft. You can twist the arm, this kind of thing. You can do hi and have lots of like fun things like, with the doll characters. But it was back then when I was young, so like nowadays it's just like inside my closet, like metaphorically and literally inside my closet, because I'm a dude now, so it's not like I can't like put all my plushie collections like on top of like something to show people that. Like I say again, we can't have nice thing internet anymore. If I show those things this way, like I say again, people will just think I'm super gay or like super beta male. Okay. It's not like I'm playing with dolls anymore too. Those are just my childhood memory. I just like put it in my put it in my like closet, like my closet, since like got extra space in there. It's a giant fucking closet actually. Yeah. Like we all can have appreciated and have lots of like nice thing. Especially for dudes, it's like really sad. Like we can't really like, say this thing readily. Like girls still can get away with lots of things when they say they like cute stuff. But when guys say they like cute stuff, like holy shit, like prepare to get like shit tons of random insult coming at you. Like I'm not like those kind of like sensitive male too. It's like, you know, like those kind of like very like you might mistook them as like gay man or like super beta male. I'm not even like that. I'm basically is like that people might say like surprisingly in real life I'm a very stoic person, okay? Like try to think about that kind of like cool like those kind of like really like cool like don't talk a lot like characters back in the days. Is like they look like fucking serious but they're like cute kittens. Like I used to be like that. Now I'm just very talkative because I'm too lonely. I'm locked inside my house due to medical issues. Okay, you tend to become very talkative when you be alone like for a very long time. But back in the days, I'm actually a very stoic person, so I don't talk a lot. So I'm like those kind of like very anime trope persons that you know like the cool like not talking characters that you know would definitely have a bunch of kittens like in his house for no reasons. I'm that kind of person. But times change. Times change. By the way, hydrate, guys. Hydrate. Need to drink lots of water. Especially me. I talk a little bit too much at this point. But yeah, yeah. So in conclusions, fuck you, internet. Especially those like Twitter snowflake that literally will like twist anything that you put on internet. Channel point system. Oh yeah, Kick recently added a channel point system this month. I forgot it's this month or last month. I don't intend to use those things though, because like I'm already taking advantage of streamer.bot. I can let people just use the thing without like having like channel point. Like it would be unfair, you know, if I make something like special only some certain like site can interact it with. Like this is why I used to be affiliated in Twitch. I actually removed my affiliations because I don't want ads to play in my stream to interrupt other people, but I don't really have any like audience in Twitch in the first place, so like but again, like I'm trying to be fair with on like all the multi-stream platform I'm on. So anyone that actually in any other platform, even I create like, you know, interactive systems, I'm not going to create like a dedicated interactive systems that is going to just be on a certain platform. Like everyone can equally have fun in my streams. This is why like if you guys like do this, like type this, you can activate Objection! It in YouTube. You can activate this. Hold it! In Twitch, you can also activate this. In Kick.
Hey, Dandy Dick! You missed!
Yeah. Sorry, you guys can't see like the rest of the Kick and like YouTube thingy because I kind of banned my own name, banned my own name in the chatting systems, so they can't actually like keep showing it. My ad system like is going to be flooded with me if I'm, you know, if I don't ban like one of my name in like different like channel. Since YouTube is my main channel in the first place, so I'm going to keep the YouTube thingy. Oh yeah, by the way, my voice sort of like recovered, so I'm using my squeakier voice, but I'm slowly running out of voice again. I might have to go back to my deep voice. Instead of saying like deep voice, it's more like my relaxed voice. I only have like so many voices I can use, okay? And every single time I might actually like destroy my vocal cord to a point that I turn into old man. Ooh. Which is kind of straining on the voice itself. Like this and the other one. And yes, I used to be a voice actor. It's just that I don't really use my voice that much. To be honest, I'm not even sure that I'm actually affiliated in Kick at all. I didn't even apply for affiliations. Like, when did I got affiliated? That is the funny thing. I just like find one day like I can like link my PayPal to Kick, so I link my PayPal to Kick. Apparently, when you link a PayPal to Kick, means like you actually already like, you know, being like affiliated with Kick in the first place. I was like, what? When did that happen? I didn't even know that happened. Yeah, I didn't even hit verifications. Yeah, if I need to hit verifications, I actually have quite close for Kick. Okay? Path for verifications is in here. So first I need to reach like 10 subscribers in Kick. And then I need to be like 50 viewer. Average like 50 viewer inside my stream, which is going to be impossible. And since I always like stream to no one. And then hang with like communities and stuff, like how much you stream within a day. Like I almost stream every day if I given a chance. So I already reached like that one long time ago. And then another one is like Chatterbox, is like have lots of chatters. I think like 90% of my chatter is from Sherry. And yep, the fat chance I'm gonna get verified in like in Kick. Like I actually want to get from verify. Let me try to take a look. If your channel meets the requirement, please email blah 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 from your Kick associated email and the following information, your username blah 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 stream. It didn't say like once I get verified what kind of things I have. Like Kick, can you guys like have a little bit like better like things like show? I don't have to go in and go find the internet like what would happen if I get verified or like getting partner or anything like that. It is stupid. Aside from that, okay? Aside from that, my YouTube, which I'm going to like pull down and show to you guys, okay? My YouTube also is slowly getting closer. If I go to earning, okay? I already hit, I can get the super chat thing. I have like daily like 10 people come in, watch my stream, listening to me yapping. Yes, maybe I can hit that much more early. I don't have that many people. That's just like one of the few issues. Unless I play some games, maybe like Roblox and stuff, which I will never play Roblox in my life. Unless you pay me 10k. Like that will be fat chance that I would be close to Roblox, because again, Roblox is a game for kids. I shouldn't be in there. I'm 30 fucking years old. It's gonna be fucking awkward being in there. So yeah, no Roblox. Maybe I can play some Minecraft game, but I'm already had Minecraft fatigue a long time ago. Like if you guys don't know what Minecraft fatigue is, basically I really fucking hate the vanilla Minecraft at this point. So if I really want to play Minecraft, I'm going to play some mod that is like super difficult mod, or like playing it in a hardcore, kind of like have a little bit different like scenery going on there. One of my favorite Minecraft like mod pack is actually the RL Minecraft. I love that one so much. But sadly, I'm not subscribing to Game Pass anymore, so I can't play Minecraft game unless someone sponsor me to buy a Minecraft game. I don't have Minecraft like in my arsenal anymore. My arsenal to stream. So yeah, that can be an issue. If someone want to sponsor me money to get Minecraft so I can make Minecraft content for you guys, then yeah, maybe I can. Because I did grow up with Minecraft rather than grew up with Roblox, so it's a little bit different. If you guys don't know, Roblox is fucking old. Roblox have like more than 20 years of histories. So anyone who start playing Roblox when they were kids, they might actually grow up a similar age with me, maybe even older. So I definitely say like while like Minecraft kind of grew up with the audience, like half of the Minecraft content literally grew up with the audience. Roblox essentially is always kids. They never grow. They're kind of stuck in that situations. And then like the CEO keep trying to turn the entire Roblox into dating sims. Kind of pissed me off actually. Like you can't turn a playground into something else, okay? No matter how much like people grow up playing that game, you can't turn that game into an 18+ game, okay?
VTubing originated from Japan, and this whole lolicon culture originated from there too. For people who actually watched VTubers,
Alright, last again. We will go back to the topic. Like again, I'm a very yapping person, so like there's always like something for me to yap. I will actually yap a lot. If you don't like this kind of content from me, I'm sorry. Especially if you guys want to ask like some questions, long as it's not politic wise, I will always have like a very open mind to sit there and have a chat with you, because like politics is always so one-sided. It's either you go full to the, you know, like one side or another side. You don't really have like a choice. You can't like do fence sitting in politics. So I usually don't touch that. If I'm a person who are so great at talking politics, I would not be a guy in the internet, okay? I would be actually become politicians. This is why I actually fucking hate the guy called Hassan. Essentially it's just a politic lapper. Like it's like worse than most like disingenuous lapper. Like, you know, like there's a lot of like virtual signaler. It's like, hey, this thing is wrong. I don't support this. And in reality, they don't give a shit. Like disingenuous persons in the streaming scene is a little bit too much, especially those LA big streamers. I really don't like them. Like 90% of LA like big streamers is really just a virtual lapper. But virtual lapper. No one is saint. Even I would say I'm not like the kindest or best person in the world. I'm definitely fucking evil, okay? I'm definitely fucking evil, so you guys have to like have a grain of salt like to pick on me when I talk about anything, okay? I don't want to be the virtual persons or very kind persons. I want to be a fucking evil persons. If you guys view me that way, at least you guys would not believe every single word I say.
but here's the deal. For the English-speaking community, this only proved one thing. French people, when it came to VTuber, This is what they said in a nutshell. Number one, she's edgy and she made Nazi jokes, okay? And number two, she's a lolly. In fact, most of these two videos were criticizing her for being a lolly, that she was playing this childlike character, how she was speaking with a
I feel like I care less about that, the lolly part.
childlike voice, and how she was overall just cringe. But here's the deal. For the English-speaking community, this only proved one thing. French people, when it came to VTubing, were completely and utterly out of their depth. VTubing originated from Japan, and this whole lolicon culture originated from there too. For people who actually watched VTubers, it was totally normal. It doesn't matter if you think lolicons are weird, right? I mean, I think it's a very reasonable take to think that. But when your thumbnail is Ririgaki with the word pedophile on top of it, you start losing a lot of people from your side. As time passed by, French people were seen as more and more unreasonable. This is not worth swatting over. This is not worth doxing over. You'd see pictures like this of a French person saying lolicon equals pedophile, with Ririgaki quote tweeting saying, "Don't cry, I'm just a drawing."
Mujin's only L being French. No, you gotta censor the French word like it's a slur.
Typical drama you'd find in English-speaking communities too, and typically VTuber watchers would always defend someone like Riri, so they were totally out of their depth here. they'd keep trying to prove that she was problematic, showing her using GIFs saying, settle down, N-word hard R, and also showcasing how she had a role on her Discord called Rotten Waffen, a play on words on
What's
the
that?
Waffen SS, otherwise known as the Waffen Schutzstaffel, a division in the German army during World War II. Their efforts, again, proved ineffective, and the final straw would be when they would show this image of Riri when she was streaming with Facecam, apparently doing the, German salute from World War II. Well, even
But I thought her explanation was her fixing the webcam.
had Asmongold reacting to it, and he concluded, as well as others, that she was simply adjusting her webcam. Guys, you're trying way too hard to make her look bad. Come on. This was seen as so crazy in the English-speaking community that even Elfin went out of her way to defend her as she was being cancelled by French people. By this point, Riri Gaki was followed directly by Asmongold on Twitter, and she had the entire English-speaking community backing her up. She was treated horribly by the French community, but now she got given a second chance straight from the heavens. However, here's the problem. I don't know if it was the language barrier or just the fact that she's probably mentally ill, but Riri Gaki completely misunderstood what the second chance meant. She thought that she now could finally get away with anything. She could say anything, do anything, and she'd have a community here to back her up always. When in reality,
True, that webcam though, it's all the way to the left. Yeah, true. I mean, it didn't really change when I think about it, actually. But I don't know. I haven't really looked into it too much.
this wasn't the case at all. What actually happened was that she got a second chance, got a new community, and they were hoping that French people were exaggerating. They were hoping that she was going to genuinely redeem herself. And as you might have guessed, this could not have been further from the truth.
Oh, God.
Shortly after getting this incredible second chance, she would increase the racist and edgy rhetoric by 1000%, all while adding that to a cancerous cocktail of politics. Some
Oh,
guy would
God.
say, French quote-unquote people, the fuck is wrong with your country,
Yeah.
Jesus, to which Riri Gaki would
VTuber
say,
and politics don't
"Immigrant
mix. Don't try to
and
get into
African."
that thing.
Here's another tweet with a lot of views and a lot of likes.
Can of worms
Saw
should
a Jew
open.
for the first time in my life yesterday. I always thought they were all extinct. Here's
Technically,
her
I think like
comparing-
not just VTubers, okay? Not just VTubers. I think like every streamer, any entertainment in the world shouldn't get into that thing. Like if you don't have the capability of doing such things or like the knowledge and everything to be able to like talk as one, then you're just like a lapper in the internet. This is going to get things really messy.
Sus.
Nazis to trans people, I mean, with the only difference being the fact that one has impressive taste in clothing and the other one being promoted by the US government. She'd have a tweet saying, "Can I be
But in many cases, I'm not saying that you shouldn't touch it. If it's like your country stuff, you have some patriotisms, you can. But don't use your account, like the entertainment account that you're using, to talk about those things. It's a very different things. Try to think about this. If you can, if you want, do it in your personal account. That it doesn't really involve with like your entertainment account. Because if you use your entertainment account to talk about this thing, you're not entertaining people, okay? Being a streamer is being a streamer. Being a content creator is being a content creator. Like if you want to mix politics into it, and then you are politics streamers or politics something. Then you need to be verified for some things if you really want to do those kind of stuff. Okay? Be a little bit authentic on those kind of things. Don't be like, hey, I'm going to play some games today. And then like after like 2 hours, like let's do politics. Like what are you going to talk politics to? Kids? Like imagine you play Minecraft halfway and then suddenly go like deep and like balls deep into like politics for some reasons. It's gosh dang fucking weird.
called a white rat supremacist? I love white rat. And when Kanye West would say, I'm a, you know what, she would quote tweet this with an image of an anime girl raising her hand. So as I said, she
I thought they took this stuff really seriously in France. Like, it's actually a crime to be anti-Semite. Semite?
completely misunderstood the very simple thing she had to do. Just keep talking about your rats, woman. Just keep being
Yep.
cute. But
Yeah.
no, she had over 130,000 followers at this point, and she was taking a page right out of Elfin Psyop's playbook.
That's Germany? No, but I remember back in the days that John Galliano got like, he lost everything. You know, he was the guy in charge of Dior. He lost everything because he got caught on camera saying some stuff against Jews.
The worst thing you can do. But hey, it seemed like they were getting along very nicely.
never came
Ririgaki
back.
would say, "Can you teach me how to be cute, please?" And Elfin would reply with, but you're already so kawaii desu." It seemed like the 100,000 castrated men who followed Elfin just had another girl failure join the mix.
You're a good person, Rima. You will always end up on top. Keep it up. I'm glad you're not French. French censored as a slur. Yeah, I mean, so I think when I was getting those requests to do videos on her back then, I was at the beginning, and I thought,
Oops. Press the wrong thing.
He never came back.
Ririgaki would say, "Can you teach me how to be cute, please?" And Elfin would reply with, but you're already so kawaii desu." It seemed like the 100,000 castrated men who followed Elfin just had another girl failure join the mix.
you're a good person, Rima. You will always end up on top. Keep it up. I'm glad you're not French. French censored as a slur. Yeah, I mean, so I think when I was getting those requests to do videos on her back then, I was at the beginning, and I thought again like that people were being unreasonable because it's just because of the lolly stuff and stuff. And what Mujin showed here, that's not even the worst that I've seen of her. I've seen a lot worse going on in her Discord channel.
And they were getting along. Not only did they increase their odds of maybe fixing another woman and marrying her too, but now maybe they could look forward to them collabing together, right? Oh my god, isn't that awesome? Well, I'm sure it would have been. But then some people decided to dig into Ririgaki's past when she used to be Riri Meow and produced adult content. Now look, let's get one thing straight. Riri never produced any explicit content. It was mostly centered around thighs and feet. And while yes, this was enough for people to call her a whore and all sorts of things, this is simply who she used to be. And for the most part,
What kind of century are most of those people in? In the fucking 40s? Oh no, she's show ankle! Fucking whore!
people loved it. Oh my god, a girl failure and making stuff like this? It's like Elfin posting her tummy. What else do you want? But as these castrated guys were looking through her different images, they noticed something interesting, particularly in one image set of 3 images. You see, she'd have a photo set where she wore non-matching thigh highs.
Okay.
Everything looked normal.
Yeah.
Right on this picture, on the other picture, until
That's like some
we
of the
got
fashion sense,
to
like
the
Gothic
third
fashions, especially in
picture,
Japan.
in which we can very
Wait!
clearly see a black guy's hand grabbing her left thigh. Now look, normally this wouldn't be an issue. I would hope that it's never an issue. But saying that Ririgaki would tweet out every other day how France
Male!
and Paris is getting ruined by immigrants, and more specifically Africans, her new, let's say, community wasn't too happy about this. In fact, they were furious. It seemed like no matter how much Ririgaki disliked African immigrants, she still couldn't resist the BBC. I mean, this is just so funny to me. It was treated like this.
He actually said BBC. No, I can't. Okay, so it's not just the fact that he was male; it's the fact that he's black. And I guess they're
This is
racist,
why-
So,
Never go to the extreme when you want to cater to an audience.
for why is the wiki in French? He did not stutter. It took me a while to fucking catch it. That is such a wild statement.
Leak, this thing that no one could have ever predicted, when in reality on her own wiki page, you can see that in 2023, she made some guy called Euro, who happened to be a VTuber, her boyfriend. And when you checked out his model, his model was black. But no, it was a betrayal. How dare she? And she
So it was out there.
suffered the wrath of her own community. She had pretty much stabbed
Okay, I get it now. Wait. Is that why now she's reforming? Because she has like no choice but to reform? Is that why? Or is it genuine? I hope it's genuine. I hope it's genuine, Riri. Hope you grow out of it. And I hope you get a fan base that actually loves you for who you are.
herself with a knife she forged herself. It was official. She was a grifter, someone who didn't believe in anything she was saying and was only doing it purely for her own benefit. Someone would say, if you can't see the grift in tweeting racist shit, then race mixing all while hating immigrants.
Wait, if Anito reacted to the BBC part, is it a clip? Mujin responded to it? Funny.
I don't know what to tell you. To which she would say, bro thinks all French people are all white like snow, lol, we have an island. Actually, the French have multiple islands, like Corsica, Guadeloupe, République, but this didn't matter at all in the grand scheme of things. As she was getting attacked pretty much daily at this point with her own community turning against her, she would try to quell the
Invite idiot as your viewer, you get idiot situations. You get what you get. You get what you get.
the flames by
I'd rather be true to myself and say what I want. And if the person don't like what I want to say and don't have the ability to process the word that I say properly, just like blind hatred on a lot of things, and then they'd be like, ew, and then left, not even like truly like see it properly, like what kind of person I am when I talk about this kind of stuff. And then they left, good riddance. Like seriously, it is a good riddance. Like, I don't need those guys. Yeah, you can. Like, it's there for reasons, but here's the thing, like, try not to be, like, no safe for work persons in there. I'm pretty open, but is that, also in the same times, try to do, like, normal internet courtesy stuff, you know? Just don't be a jerk in there, it's fine. I know you're not a jerk at the moment, so far. But not everyone as open as me. Okay? And if you are a kid, don't say it, don't admit it, okay? If you are a kid, do not expose your age in the internet. Okay? Okay.
becoming even more edgy somehow.
That she's like, oh, quick! I'm in a controversy right now. I gotta say something. Quick! I gotta distract them.
Nah, I'm fine with that. Just don't like do those. Don't try. Like some people actually like get those like green light for that. They literally start posting those kind of like like bikini art that barely cover anything, and then you can see like the areola. Like you don't see the nipple, and then like the areola is kind of like show it out in there, and then technically it's like the fabric so thin you can see a shape. Like that can become issues. You can go for sexy art, you know. But don't go for like those kind of like borderline not safe for work art. There's a certain level you can like, choose. Because it's the no 18 like service. Basically, it's like my general like if you already did notice like now like there's not lots of people in my stream, but generally I stream in YouTube, and then most of my audience is coming out from YouTube. And the chance of like a lot of kids actually watching me is a part of things. I know I curse a lot. So having kids come here to watch me itself is already the issues. But you have to understand, this is the internet, and then I'm streaming in YouTube. The chance of you try to think about this. The chance of kids being in my stream and then joining my Discord server is really high, even though they don't like show their age or anything. So you just have to post something that is not going to be corrupting kids. Not like corrupting kids, I mean like you won't show it to your kids if you have kids. For me, something like I can show you, okay? It's not like not draw like sexy stuff. I can even show you my better. Hold on. Yeah, no, not this one. Not this one. Special event. Yes, special event. We wrote to verify. Like, I can draw sexy post. Technically, it's not really that sexy, but it's better than nothing. It does exist. Stuff like that. Like, stuff like this does exist, but it's not like super like borderline, kind of like super sexy stuff. It's kind of there. Like, for me, like, this kind of level, this kind of level is kind of fine. There's a fine line between a sexy image and like exposed image. Okay, don't do things like too suggestive. Because I don't have 18 plus like channel for that particular reasons. Because kids just can lie their age no matter how much they want to do. So like, if I have that thing exist, the chance of actually kids like lie about their age and going to see those kind of stuff exists. Even I'm fine with those kind of like art existing because I'm not really a person who can draw those kind of things. So I do envy those people who can actually draw those things out. My brain are suddenly programmed in the way I am a very say-so person. Like, even I want to draw those kind of art, I can't. Like, physically I can't. My brain cannot imagine those kind of image. I can trace one out, but if you want me to make one out of like nothing, no, I can't. It's not like I'm admiring people who draw those kind of stuff. It's more like, you know, I do envy they can draw it. I can't. But again, it's not because I'm an artist. I'm not, especially when you draw those kind of stuff and when you are an artist too. Like, a lot of boob and like private part stuff is like we are not most of the time we are not really like phased by it a long time ago. But for people who don't really like get those kind of stuff exposed to those kind of stuff a lot, it might be a really like devastating impact for them. That's all I can say about it. This is why I say like if I ever have a girlfriend, I would be like the worst boyfriend in the world because they can like literally like wear the most sexiest clothes in the world, and then maybe taking off like right in front of me. I might not get phased at all. Desensitized from drawing. Because like we desensitize on this kinds of things a lot, we do have a responsibility to keep in mind minor exist. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Let me tweet about being lolly Hitler. What the hell? Where are we living? Can we just delete social media? I know I say this every video. And you guys on my highlight channel, you've heard me say it in my last video too, but yeah.
And saying, next cosplay I'm doing, lolly Hitler.
I'm
this would
dead,
prove to be
dude.
nothing more than a pathetic attempt at recovering the community that was turning on her, because very shortly afterwards, she would get suspended from Twitter by mass reporters who just so happened to be people who were pissed that she was dating a black guy. And the cherry on top would be her also
That's crazy that they draw the line at that.
getting suspended from Twitch. In her own Discord, she'd say, "Hi, I got banned from Twitter and Twitch again because of a big campaign of harassment and cancel culture. I did a tweet on my alt account if you want to RT, I don't know what. I'm tired. I really hope to die. Here we go with the baiting again. I don't know. I don't want to let my haters win, but I'm really too tired. 4 years of all this is too much. You can follow my new account if you want, linking her Clips account and saying, I don't know if I'll be back one day. I'm really tired. She would then post a statement on that account saying, if you didn't see it, my main account was mass reported from Twitter haters because some of them believe that I'm a Nazi and the others are mad that I'm not racist. I love it. Seeing people this mad and obsessed by a little rat girl proves to me that I'm really the only person here. You are part of the problem if you think that everybody I don't like is Hitler, being racist is good, or VTuber shouldn't have a boyfriend. I'm going to take a little break from Twitter while waiting for my appeal to be accepted. Thank you all for the support. I love you a lot. I have an incredible community and lots of kind people who support me. I'm never going to kneel down in front of horrible humans, and I'm never going to let them cancel me. Cancel culture is dead and exists only for insecure people. I'm still going to stream on Twitch and YouTube and be active on Instagram and Discord. Your support means the world to me. Keep making extremist people pissed off and laugh at them. We are stronger than hate. And remember, vive la résistance. Rats live matter and are stronger than evil humans. Signed, Riri.
Oh my god, Mujin said that's so French, but also like... Hold up, I need my... Where's my meme folders? Riri, I'm sorry, but your victim card has unfortunately been declined. We're over the limit. You do not get to play victim on this. You brought this upon yourself. And wait. Is the fight between her and Elfin? That's after that. That's crazy that she posted that, and then later, when she was having that showdown versus Elfin, she was like, no, I'm the real Nazi. No, I'm the real Nazi. What do you mean? I thought of a clip of Michi talking about scratching her imaginary balls was going to be the most absurd thing I heard today. This may be it. Yeah, that was low on the bar.
So look, in the end, this was a desperate attempt at trying to recoup a community that hated her guts at this point. After getting that incredible second chance with a mega viral clip, she spent all that time nurturing a racist community. People who disliked immigrants and minorities, and it turned out she had a black boyfriend. Her initial haters felt vindicated and her own community now turned on her. You couldn't really feel sorry for her, right? But throughout all this, her friend, Elfin, who was also another girl failure like her, and who had initially defended her when the French people were attacking her, what did she have to say by now? Would she show up for her?
Oh, yes, that's where it's happening. That's it.
Like a real friend would? Nope. She would also turn on her, because the girl failures would have a falling out that would make its way to the public battlefield. So as I said before, Elfin was someone who had defended Riri initially when she was getting the backlash after going mega viral. They would have some positive interactions here and there, but shortly after Average Bird Enjoyer's document would drop on Elfin, Riri Gaki would say, "Is this Gunpei 2.0? Someone would reply saying, please rat girl, you're my last hope for a based petite girl failure indie VTuber, don't e-date fans, unless it's me LMAO, god I can puke in my fucking mouth. To which she would say, I'm not gonna e-date a fan, I have a boyfriend and I'm just a pet rat for you. So this was essentially Riri Gaki trying to capitalize.
I think I need my next VTuber rig to be able to portray the disgust that I have on my face at times, because right now my model's all cute and stuff. Like she looks happy, but my face is like, ugh. What am I watching? Like I just bit into a lemon.
On the fact that Elfin was potentially going to lose her career because of this document. She was taking the moral high ground, trying to steal any viewers she can from Elfin because she was trying to become her. This is when Elfin would start to subtweet her, not calling her directly just yet, saying the amount of e-holes rebranding to be girl failures, please bro, you do porn. You sell literal porn of yourself. Just go be some slutty cat girl or something. This is of course referring to Riri Gaki, how in the past she had a fansly and how—
Okay, but Elfin also did goon videos where she was with a vibrator.
Now she rebranded as being a girl failure. When it came to her parasocial Discord though, she was way more straightforward. Someone would say Riri is nice though, to which she would reply, I can't say this in good conscience when she blatantly called me Gunpei when my controversy happened. I can't forget that shit, lol. How dare she call me Gunpei when I'm way worse than her? Like, how dare she when I'm literally worse than her in every way? The main confrontation between these two girl failures would occur when Elfin would post this tweet, with her character saying, "Hey guys," someone saying "femcel," to which her character would say, "Not what I'm called." Shortly afterwards, Ririgaki would also use that same exact meme format, saying, "Hey guys," with someone saying, "Not me," to which Riri would say, "Not what I'm called." Elfin at this point would be furious. How dare she copy me? So she would quote tweet this and say, "You guys are all over her. How can she be a Nazi when she has a black boyfriend? Y'all need to do research."
Wait. Is she defending her here, or is she like throwing a pot shot at her? What the fuck? I think she's attacking her here. That's crazy. What? That's such a. That's crazy, chat. That is wild. It's okay, racist, as long as I can still enjoy the BBC, Riri, probably. Oh my god. Yeah, she's attacking her for not being a Nazi. So guys, she's a fake Nazi. She has a black boyfriend. Y'all need to do research. She really loves that line, by the way, the "y'all need to do research." She used it when the document came out of it against her. When my
I kind of like got a little bit confused. Like, internet have kind of like mixed up the words so fucking badly. They basically misterm every single thing. The entire meaning of the word have changed so much. Isn't the word Nazi is just white supremacists? Not even like white supremacists. It's just like Caucasian stuff only. And even though that is like the main core of the thing in there, like, they aren't like explicitly attacking like black people, isn't it? I don't know at that point. I know the black people is the KKK thing, isn't it? I know the KKK side is like the black people side of the issues, but like the white but not exactly all white people like is the Nazi issues. Man, like people, because like censorship, people don't talk about this kind of things a lot, so it becomes like a lot of people really do not know what the fuck they're talking about. Even now, I'm fucking like I'm basically like fucking confused. Like, are you guys using the word properly or not? I'm not trying to be a grammar Nazi here. Pun intended.
came out against her, and then
This was Elfin declaring war. She saw that her community was turning on her because she had a black boyfriend, so she was also looking to capitalize. However, Elfin was about to fight a war on two fronts. She was going up against Ririgaki, while at the same time having a demon from her past catch up to her, 4chan. You see, she was an active 4chan user ever since she was a young kid. Yes, I know, what a terrible fate. And 4chan would catch on to her. They'd understand exactly who she used to be and would start revealing some details
kids should not be allowed on the internet. They should be in the mines. I've already said it before.
about her real identity. The fact that she is a Pakistani who's studying in the UK. Now look, this was a very big deal, okay? Elfin Sayop's entire personality was centered around appealing to the cringe white supremacist who never leaves his home. She would also heavily imply, as you saw in her belly pics that she shared online, she seemed white, and that's exactly what she was selling to her.
Nah, she was LARPing as a Slavic, and I'm not just a huge Russia boo. She was nowhere near anything of those ethnicity.
Audience, the fact that she's white and even Slavic. At some point she would say, "I say niet a lot," which means no, and people ask me if I'm Slavic on stream. I'm not, I'm just a huge Russia boo. So she posted pictures of her belly and she seemed white. She also was really into Russian culture, I guess, and Russian language.
What, so she like edited her photos or what?
People assumed she was maybe Eastern European. In fact, her accent sounded pretty American. Some people would think she's American and she would never really correct them. So seeing that she despised immigrants and any minorities for that matter, her being Pakistani would be a death sentence. But this rumor wasn't new. It was being shared on 4chan as early as mid-2024. It would start to really catch up to her and irritate her in 2025 though, specifically during the summer. This is when, for the first time, she would start being confronted like
This betrayal would be like would be like Rima the horse girl choosing to read the Cowman Milking book over playing the horse girl racing game. Uma Musum is great, Blake. Thank you for the super chat.
On stream by chatters who were asking her, "Are you really Pakistani?" And she would get very triggered at that. Watch.
Pretending to be white? I don't think I need to pretend. I think I am.
Here's another clip.
You can't think you're white. What? Do you have body dysmorphia?
Pakis aren't white. You are so retarded, dude. That's actually insane. Do you realize how ethnicities work?
No, I don't think you realize how ethnicities work, actually. You're manifesting your own ethnicity. She's manifesting it, chat. She identifies as white. She's spiritually white.
Oh man.
No, I'm...
She's kind of right. Like that's the thing. Like I might get hate from saying this. The gender identity things that people have been laughing around. I think it's bullshit. Okay. Be decisive of who the fuck you are. Like either like he she like he or she or it. you can choose this three. Don't keep inventing new word for it. Like that's the thing. Like Asian people in Asia right now looking at America, they'll be like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" Like, the sad thing is like even in anime, like bad shit happen in anime too. Like I can like play this thing. Have you watched Ref Say Desu before? If you want to see like how stupid people like want to like get into anime cultures, but they find like everything. Like here's the thing, I want to get into anime culture, but fuck anime culture, kind of like understanding to go into anime cultures. I really do not like those kind of people. Like this particular thing is like, have you watched the anime? This particular I haven't watched the anime, but
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here.
yeah, the Gachakuta. The Gachakuta like anime. Yeah, like there's a lot of things like the Gacha the Kuta thingy. It's basically the author. Okay. A lot of people watch this anime and they try to like attach like a gender identity to like one of the characters and say, no, this guy is transgender. Like that's the thing. Like Japan cultures have a literal like different things. Like in all history of Japanese, do you guys think like Mulan? Okay, if you guys watch like Hua Mulan, those kind of Disney shows, do you think Mulan is like considered as like a transgender person's? No, right? That is like this kind of like thing like going on with a lots of histories that is like, you know, women pretend to be men because like due to like the lots of like those things like only like men allowed to do, female cannot do. So like then there's a lot of things like what like debuff when being female. So there's a lot of actual historical stuff that sometimes maybe you the family only have females, have daughters, and then go to war, and then they actually like have like female pretend as guy, or like the stuff that is like you know, you have like a bloodline to go on, like you're noble, and then like you only have like daughters, then no choice, you have to pretend to be a dude. Like those kind of things, and then like give birth like hidden fact, like those kind of stuff. Like you think that those would only see like in TV drama, but actually it's a real thing happening there. So there's lots of times, there are times that like they are like, imagine delusional people. There's like, imagine a mother that really wants a boy, but she only gave birth to girls, so she took care of like her like as a boy, so tomboy kind of like become a thing. And then, or like they want a girl but they only give birth to a boy, so they take care of like a guy, kind of like you know, they try to like take care of them like they are daughters, so the guy just grew up, become a little bit twinky. Like those kind of things does happen in many cultures, especially in Asia's actually. I think like in Western actually have those kind of things happens to them too, like delusional people and those kind of stuff. But it's quite written in history. Sadly, going to say in America, they don't really have that long of a history. Like their history literally begins in British colonizations. Okay, literally. I know there's Native American. They have a full, flash out history as a Native American, but America itself, the existence, have been like literally covering the entirety of the Native American like entire histories to a point that it's not recognizable for lots of places. They only see the Revolutionary War and when they kind of like fight back with the British, and then the Canada War between like America, and then the Civil War. They have all those kind of things. That entire history is aligned from those things. War and war and war and war and war. Also the cowboy era. So that is like that entire history. Around those time, you kind of think closely. They already are quite modernized when it comes to like cultures and thinking. So it's not as if like they have like no culture in there. The culture itself is still, I would say, like imagine if you know like 40K stuff. America essentially are Tao. Asia side of the culture and history literally are like the mankind history. It have a way longer things have been marinated in there. If America like incorporate like the British side of history, like European side of history into their history, they would have a lot more like cultures added into it. But sadly, their history, literally from the history class, is all based on after the colonizations, like the Revolutionary War. So their history is like more of the understanding. What their understanding and what they read is literally on the modernized side. So their understanding and viewpoint on a lot of things is really, really, I mean, like uniquely different with the entire world. We all see different things. Europe literally have like knights in armor back in the days. Cowboy, when they think about back in the days, what would happen? Fucking cowboys. Not even kidding. If you try to think that, yes, knights in armored, medieval side of things, and then like when American side thinks like, oh, what happened in back day in the past? Oh, we used gun to shoot like Indians, not the Indians that we normally know in Asia, like different kind of Indians, you know. That is literally the history when they think about back then. Okay, it's called Wild Wild West for a reason. It's literally lawless back then. So, in terms of like cultures, historical culture, this and that other stuff, then things that we reference to, they literally have zero experience. I mean, like literally have zero experience on those kind of things. But the problem is they see those things as issues. And once they trying to like dig deeper into the history, try to understand human cultures, especially on the American side, they realize they literally have no cultures. I'm not insulting people from America don't have cultures. I mean, like the way they see it is they have no cultures because it's relatively young. The entirety when it say like cultures of like American side is young. Definitely they do have it, but the problem of the culture side of things, they misname everything so much. Nobody know what's the origin of the culture from. French fry is made in America. Fortune cookie is made on America. But what do they frame those things as? Chinese culture and French cultures. Kentucky Fried Chicken literally say it's Kentucky. But lots of people not viewing it as culture stuff. Like lots of things. I know like those things is just food, but yeah, food made up like 50% of like lots of like human cultures most of the times. But yeah, I mean like they have a misconception of they don't have cultures. Actually, they do. And then they try to seek purpose on that, like lots of things. And nowadays, like the purpose have go like way too off at this point. Like the gender identity thing is like really, really stupid. So again, like back to the main topic, like this particular author, the girls in like red hair, if you want, you can use TV zoom. So the girls in red hair is the author of this like anime shows. So for some weird ass reasons, everyone, like, you can have headcanon in every story you want, okay? If you have headcanon in your every story, it's like Kingdom Heart, like it'll be like, oh, Sora is like definite. For me, like my headcanon is like Sora is actually the children of Cloud Strife and Aerith. It's definitely, if it they just never say it. This is why Sora has spiky hair and brown hair. Brown color hair. That's my headcanon, but doesn't mean like I can like override the fucking author, you know? I can make a fan like a fan made like, you know, like Dojin. I know a lot of people might say it's like the 18+ stuff. Actually, Dojin is in some sense it's like a fan made comic, a headcanon comic. But yeah, I can make like a fan made comic that they are actually Cloud and Aerith is their parent. I can do that shit, but I cannot. Here's the thing: I cannot fucking override the author. You know? Like, Nomura is the one that made all the story. I can't just send a letter or go into fucking Square Enix and then say, Nomura, you're fucking wrong. Fuck you. Cloud and Aerith is Sora parent. Case closed. Like, this thing happening literally to her. I mean, come on, man. How much of delusion you have on fictional characters? They invest so much. You think like the headcanon, this guy is a transgender when the author say no? The fuck you smoking? And then like everyone like collectively in Twitter lost their shit and dogpiling on the gosh dang author that wrote the fucking story. The world is fucking crazy nowadays. You just have to learn to not give a little bit of shit sometimes. Because if you do give a shit, you're going to have a shorter lifespan. Trust me.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here. So there's always been this intensifying narrative over the past couple.
And that's the thing. Let me go to the toilet a little bit. I drank a little bit too much water. Be right back. Oh yeah, I forgot. I should talk about like I should talk about why I started that kind of conversation in the first place. I mean, like, there are guys that race as a girl, and then there are girls that race as a guy. So we already have a terms for that, okay? Tomboy and twink. Those things exist. Just slap a new label on them. Out of nowhere. Okay? Man, people are really crazy sometimes.
I can't believe she said, oh my god.
Do you realize how ethnicities work?
No, you can't believe yourself as another
Maybe you
ethnicity
don't.
and then become another one.
Genuine question.
If I'm Malaysian Chinese, I'm Malaysian Chinese. You can't tell me to Malay.
Aren't you a packy living in the UK? Who are you to complain?
I can call myself as a Malaysians, but I'm still at the end a Malaysian Chinese.
Did you get that from 4chan?
So here we are. She was starting to realize
Like at this point, like here's the thing. Like at this point, I find out like lots of people are so fucking delusional. They believe in the power of fucking friendship. There's something similar to it. It's like you believe hard enough, you become that thing. No, there's no once upon a time. There's a fucking wishing star. You can wish thing to like become a thing. Okay. Sometimes stuff are set in stone. Like no matter how much you want to laugh or like wish about it, it won't happen. Like for them, it's not about the power of the friendship. It's like by the power of me fucking believing myself. I gaslight myself enough, I would become that race. I like imagine like if you are black persons or you just happens to like work in some workplace that like you get hit by sun so many times, you basically just like, you know, burn charred at that point. I live in like equator zone in Malaysia, so I know like no matter how pure white you are, like if you go to hit the sun so many times, like you will turn into charcoal. Okay. I have a few friends as a Malaysian Chinese. They used to be white as heck because they work in the field, outside field and stuff. Like how fucking shining the gushing sun is. Now they're brown color. Like that's the thing. That's the thing. Like you can't believe yourself like physically have like some like formation change and stuff. You know. Like sometimes something is like set in stone. You're a guy, you're a guy, you're a girl, you're a girl. You can't believe yourself so hard that your gender like form itself, like turn into another thing, okay? There's a fine word we call those things, okay? Nowadays it's what people call like being like progressive, but in actual reality, the real word for it is called we already have a word for this, okay? Listen well. Might get a little bit offensive. It's called delusional. We have a word for this. It's what we call delusional. It exists for ages. People think it's a very offensive word. They kind of like censor it. And nowadays, people forgot this word anymore, and then they went crazy for it. It's fine to be delusional sometimes. It gives you confidence for, you know, do stuff. But over delusional, like here's the thing, like everything have a certain level. You can have it. I'm not saying that you're not allowed to be delusional. You're not allowed to be like having a dream or something like that. But you have to understand like sometimes some point there's things that a little bit too much is always bad. Everything is too much is bad. Even is good for you. Even is good for the betterment of societies. Too much things is always bad. Have a good balance of everything, please. Everyone nowadays lean toward the extreme. I was like, guys, can you guys chill? Look at the AI stuff. Everyone just 100% into AI. Now you see the entire market. It's fucked. Like, they literally, like, here's the thing, I find it baffling, is, like, all the tech company that exist that, like, lean toward, like, AI stuff so much to a point, is kind of self-destructive at this point. I'm not even kidding. If you look at all the AI stuff nowadays, it's really, it have zero purpose of existing, but they try to justify it so much to a point it's embarrassing. Like, there's no practical things aside from it's a fancy gimmick. That's literally just that. It's just a fancy gimmick. But they have been pouring like all the money into, like all the world's money into it, to a point that it's like self-destructive. Look at all the market nowadays. We now can see like the RAM stuff only, but in reality it affects like every single electronic applications in the world. Okay? Everything is smart device now. So if you guys like all into like memory that much, like hogging all the memory that much, they won't be technologies people can be own anymore. We are all going to live in the world back to the manual side. Every electricity, every kind of stuff, we are going to use manual mode now. Like we need to pull lever and shit now. Do you know why? Because we can't own any smart like memory technology anymore. There's no more logic chip exists anymore. We're going back to the olden days, baby, with the LC something. I kind of forgot. Before smart electronic system with like the transistor and everything exists. There used to be like like switch laning systems. It's called like the LC something. I kind of forgot. I used to be a electronic engineer, so like I kind of like embarrassing. I can't even remember the name. It's ages, okay. There's a manual way to do a lot of electronic stuff, and Japan is still like relying on all those kind of technologies days. Here's the things. A lot of people joke that Japan is like the most like futuristic high-tech place in the world, yet they still use the most like primitive like electronic technologies. Here's the thing. Japan use technologies. They don't rely on technologies. That is the key word of it. Okay? I'm not even glazing Japan. I mean like it's a philosophy or understanding should indoctrinate to everyone's mind. Okay? Nowadays, people are so relying on stuff, they don't know how to use it properly. There's a fine line between like using it and relying on it. They have technology, but they are not relying on the technologies. They use the technologies. This is why there's still a lot of like practical like electronic stuff still exists in like Japan, or like analog way to do like lots of things. Is because they still believe in themselves to be able to do all this. Like, why need technologies when you can do it yourself? And they have the technologies, which is a very, it's kind of like set like a very good like role model for this kind of stuff. But too bad. The world are literally racist again, like Japan. I don't even know why. When it comes to Japanese medias, like people will be like go all in. You know, like when we all are a little bit of racist, it's kind of like fine. But the problem is like there's always in the sense that extremisms is like exist, and then we will always like no matter how much of a racist you are, there will always be like one guy is like so racist. Then you'll be like, oh, whoa, hold up there. I might be a racist, but you're kind of going too far. That it will always have that kind of situations like happens to lots of different cultures, okay? But for some reasons, on the Western side, when they want to shit on Japan, they can say the most heinous shit. Nobody bat an eye. Like, I mean, like, nobody that is also like racist against Japan bat an eye. They are all unifyingly like hate on Japan to the most extreme point. There's no like, oh, there's a medium level racist in Japan, like there's high level racist in Japan, or there's like low level racist in Japan, or it's like high intensity level like racist and racist against Japan. And then there are people who are just like normal people, like view Japan. It's really weird. Like, Japan is really the only place that happens to them so far. I don't even know how. At this point, I really think like some psyop stuff is really like happening in the internet. Yeah, I do stuff in VGen, like taking like art commissions and stuff. So if you guys want to like have a little bit of fun, like ordering some art from me, or if you have friends that want some art from me, the type of art, like comic, animations, all those kind of stuff, give me a call. Definitely will help you guys. But I'm a say-so artist. Again, like, it's extremely weird. That is some things that I noticed. It's almost like when people are trying to like racist against Japan stuff, it's like they have like a license, like everyone got like a fucking good license that it's alright to racist at Japan. It's almost like the unifying point that we look like all artists look at Adobe. We all fucking hate Adobe, okay? No matter how much you use Adobe, you are allowed to fucking hate Adobe. To the point that it's alright to pirate Adobe stuff. You can literally openly say that, oh, I pirated that shit, and then no one bat an eye. No one in the professionalism, like in the field, they would bat an eye and try to protect Adobe interest by saying, oh, you shouldn't do that. It's going to be bad for the business. They're going to close down. What the fuck would happen if you keep pirating that stuff? And then every fucker pirating like Adobe, when they talk about it, like, oh, you pirated Adobe. Good for you. This is how other people view Adobe. And then, like, that's how most of the people view Japan. I was like, what the fuck?
Where these people were getting their information from. Wait, did you get this from 4chan? The website that she kept flexing that she had used ever since she was 13? Interesting. By early 2025, many pictures of Elfin's face would somehow find themselves on the internet. So she'd tweet out, in May 2025, I've been face doxed and harassed so much now, so here, this is me. Yup, now what? LMFAO, it don't even matter, man, no more. Now this image is actually very important. It would of course get deleted later. She would draw some clown makeup on her face in Microsoft Paint, right? I can tell you right now, this clown nose is doing a lot of heavy lifting because it would have very easily exposed her ethnicity.
No
Additionally,
way.
it doesn't take a genius to understand that this image is blown the fuck out. Look at that hand. It is blinding. Almost as if she completely upped the levels in Photoshop in an effort to appear white. Something would really crack in Elfin starting summer 2025, okay?
Wait, is that the actual Nazi VTuber? Not Shizumiku? Is that her name? Oh no! It's that thread! No! I'm getting Vietnam flashbacks! No, no, no!
This is when she would up the edginess to yet a new level. And so whenever someone criticized her or called her a Pakistani or said that they had proof, she would just call them a Jew. And it would work because her community hated Jews. This would work almost.
Dude, why Tisafaldi? This is so dumb. Oh my god.
Every single time they'd eat it up. They would love it, and she would get away with it. However,
Dude,
as her
that's
rivalry with
crazy.
Ririgaki would start really heating up, Ririgaki would say this. I love how she was trying to cancel me saying I was dating an immigrant, black/Indian/Arabic boy, while pretending to be white. Lol. To which Elfin would say, why are you so obsessed with me, man? Now I was getting serious. Look, Ririgaki, as much as she was hated for dating a black guy, she still held influence in the—
That is such a wide range. Damn. Like, that, what a wide range of ethnicity. Is it just because she didn't really want to say what he is?
The whole girl failure aesthetic club. Shared many followers in common with Elfin, this 100,000 bundle of castrated men, and so her saying what many have been saying already was a genuine threat. This drama started really heating up around November 2025, to which Ririgaki would say, please stop thinking of me as a girl failure, guys, it's exhausting. I did learn to take care of me. I go outside a lot now. I have a lot of passion and love for nature and cool subjects like aircraft or insects. I really like myself and take care of me. I did reduce my alcohol drinking to 0. I'm fucking proud to be alive and my depression is going away. Please understand that and stop seeing me as a 4chan weirdo or a girl who is mentally ill and drama post / talk about political toxic subject, obsessed with skin color or not jokes. It makes me really sad. I'm getting better and becoming a cool person now that my life is comfy. Yes, I like edgy humor and I don't care about humans or minorities, but I'm a responsible adult, not a failure or an—
Oh yes, I remember this. I remember this line, and I don't care about humans or minorities. What did she mean by this?
Easy.
I was gonna say,
We have
oh,
dicks.
that's a
We are
wholesome
equally
post,
terrible
you
to
know?
everyone.
Oh,
That's what she say.
She's good for you, Riri. You know, it's okay. Your past is your past. It doesn't define your future. If you decide to become a new person tomorrow, you can do it. And then it took a complete left turn with the last sentence, and it's just screwed. It's just not screwed. It's like punched in between two other like somewhat wholesome sentences. So you almost like skip over it. It's like, I'm getting better and become a cool person now that my life is comfy. Yes, I like edgy humor and I don't care about humans or minorities, but I'm a responsible adult, not a failure, anything else. I'm just Riri. Ooh woo. What the fuck, dude? This is so funny. VTuber Uncle Ruckus. I don't get that ref, not gonna lie. Yeah, I robbed a bank yesterday, but I'm reformed now. I will go rob the homeless now. Bye-bye.
anything else. I'm just Riri. Someone would reply with, that's literally the audience you wanted and even commissioned yourself as a Nazi or girl failure, a loser. Did the elfin grift not work? To which Riri would say, yeah, Nazi uniform are really pretty. It's like talking to a wall. This tweet was definitely very interesting and a bit out of touch. I mean, what have you been doing the past year? She's practically begging everyone to stop thinking of her as a girl failure when she only had herself to blame. She was the one who was intentionally acting that way. Elfin would quote tweet that tweet and say, I'm so fucking confused about this woman, I swear. Wasn't OnlyFans catgirl VTuber. Starts following me, completely changes design to look like mine. Suddenly became an alcoholic, quote unquote. Starts copying my tweets 1-to-1. This is not an exaggeration, by the way. Okay, the tweets would be very, very similar. Before discovering
That's crazy that she took her as an inspiration.
Elfin, Riri literally had no idea what gooning meant. And there she was all of a sudden every couple of days tweeting, yeah, I need to goon. I need to go goon. I goon too much. This was literally Elfin's entire personality. And there she was emulating it perfectly. Elfin would continue, I DM her about it, say I'm uncomfortable about it. She says, oh my god, sorry, you're my biggest inspiration. We make amends and move on. I support her when she gets into a big drama. When I get into drama, calls me Gunpei 2.0 instead of DMing me and asking me what's up. So-called friend, am I right? I get pissed at this and stop talking to her. Copies me further, almost all my jokes, all my edgy humor, oh my god guys I'm so gross and gooner and girl failure and edgy, and posts not shit constantly. Where did all this suddenly come from, bro? A few months pass, now she says, oh my god I'm healthy, I don't drink anymore, and I go outside, I'm not a Nazi guys. Basically we should forget the past few months happened entirely? Literally attacks me out of nowhere, saying I accused her for having a black boyfriend. I don't care about your boyfriend's race, man. I don't care about you, dude. Can you leave me alone and maybe try to be more creative? You don't get pity points because people attack you online. You literally did it to yourself. I'm edgy and I know people will dislike me for it. I've been like this since day one. You started being like this after following me. Please don't—
Wait, hold up. But later on you tweeted at me saying you weren't edgy. That you actually meant it. So which one is it? Which one is it?
be yourself and stop attacking people for no reason. Thanks. So look, Elfin was definitely—
Like, I love the be more creative, please. Be more creative, please. Being a Nazi is my persona. Get your own personality, okay? Okay, Riri? Please. Come on. Like, what? The stolen valor. The stolen valor is so fun. Like, I can't. This is so... It's absurd. It's absurd.
making some good points here. Yes, it is true. Riri definitely started acting like her after following her. That's a fact. It seemed like Ririgaki's intent from the get-go was stealing as many viewers as she could from her, and when she saw that Elfin was potentially going to lose her career, she didn't try to defend her. She tried to make her move and call her Gunpei 2.0. However, it's not like Elfin wasn't doing the exact same thing. Look at this sentence near the end. I'm edgy and I know people will dislike me for it.
Dude, that's so funny. This is like the Chinese kung fu movies where the master and his student become enemies and finally fight in the climax. That's a good one.
They're not
That's
wrong.
a good one, bro. You cooked there. Yeah, racist girl failure, stolen valor is crazy. Amazing.
been like this since day one. Again, this whole idea that, guys, I'm real, I'm authentic. In fact, Elfin would go as far as saying on her stream that Ririgaki was a very rare example of a true grifter. In her opinion, the word is overused. Not everyone's a grifter, but Riri was. This was her implying, of course, that she was a real girl failure. She was actually proudly alcoholic. Everything about her was totally authentic. And hey, to be
I guess you can say Elfin lied. Yeah, I guess. Quite a few times.
fair, it worked. After Elfin would make her post about Riri, someone would confront Riri, asking her, yo, what's up? Like, what happened with Elfin? Here's what she'd say in her Discord. She tried a lot in the past to get me canceled on Twitter and can't stop talking about how I stole her identity because I have a similar humor, / black hair, / loves alcohol, / depressed. Dude, imagine making that your entire personality and being mad that someone stole it. Dude, who are these people? Anyway, she would continue, cannot stand her. I did try to be her friend, but cannot stand girls sending nudes to 6 persons at the same time while trying to proclaim that she doesn't have a boyfriend, is white, and is not a whore all the time because she doesn't want to lose her community. She is not honest, and she is just another gimmick like she says. Now, to be fair, even Riri had made good points here, right? But it's like, both of these people are so unlikable, you don't really care about taking sides, do you?
True.
However,
let them fight. Competition for racism is kind of wild, not gonna lie.
Even with all that being said, the next day, Riri would make yet another post on her Twitter. Her alt account, of course, because her main one got permanently suspended, her appeal failed. She'd say, I would like to apologize for all the people following me because I was looking and acting like a based, edgy girl failure. I know the drastic change of me getting mentally better and stopping to act like a loser can be deceiving for a lot of you, and I understand if you stop following me, but I cannot keep going like that. Sorry for looking fake. I never lied about my depression or my daily difficulty like my alcohol consummation. I don't think she even bothered translating this, bro. Consommation, that's literally a French word, but yeah, her alcohol consumption. Secondly, I would like to apologize to @ElfinPsyop. I have her blocked because I don't want toxicity in my feed and don't appreciate her as a person, but I feel like it's still important to talk about that. I found Elfin's content when I was at my lowest after all the harassment from the...
Your content farm what viewer you have. I don't have a viewer because I do believe that I am the most normal person in the internet. But obviously, I'm also not a very normal person in the internet. I am in the internet in the first place. But still, I am the kind of person who are open-minded to many different things. But also in the fact that I love to lay down the fact and let you guys like believe the intelligence of people. Which, if you look into the internet, you have realized the intelligence of people have dropped drastically, especially on the English side. So I don't have an audience. And that might be the issues. That might be a very big issues. And also, like, I really don't give a shit about censorship. I do truly believe, like, censorship does, in some way, make people dumber. Like I say again, like, I did mention, like, the word, like, the Nazi and stuff, like, all those kind of, like, things. Like, people reluctant to say the word racist, reluctant to say the word, like, Nazisms, reluctant to say the word, like, suicide word, something like that. Like, YouTube is actively like trying to censor all those words, so people are trying to find alternative word to keep like saying the same things that kind of like the same meaning. Like, yeah, you always say the same thing with the same meaning. Like, what's the point of like not being able to say that word while saying the other word is kind of you can like say the other one. It's completely stupid. I do find it the way it's like people don't really understand, like because of that people don't avoid using the word, and then people tends to misunderstood the word, or like even like they can get like really close meaning of the word, but they really literally misunderstood the word so much, and they didn't do their homework. They misuse it so much the entire word itself changed the meaning. Do you know the word cripple? What do you listen when you see when you hear people calling other people cripple? Would you see them as saying the word, "Hey, that's a cripple," as a insult, or you see a person who literally is limping and have like a metal frame like screwing up on their leg, is because they are medically actually crippled. You know what? In Asia, actually, like the word cripple has been using it in such a way that a lot of people actually reluctant to use the word cripple anymore because it sounds insulting to persons. Because they literally use cripple on many contexts and terms. So the word cripple has become like a little bit offensive to some people, like snowflake in the world. They stop using the word cripple, and then they would see anyone crippled, they would just refer the persons disabled. And people have been widely broadened using the word disabled to the point. The point is not the cripple word changing. People will still say the word cripple, and then there are still a lot of people will see it as a medical term. But the problem is that so many people misunderstood the word. They shouldn't really say it, even though it's a normal word. They have been referring people as disabled, and then keep using the word disabled to a point. They totally have changed the word disabled. When you say, "Oh, I'm disabled," people will literally scan your body top to bottom, see is there any missing physically, like anything missing. Did you miss a toe or miss a fingers, or are you blind in one eyes, or are you kind of like is your ears have some issues? Like, they will try to see a physical flaw from your body. But disable is not just the physical things. Disable is something happening internally. Sometimes you can have like some neural issues that your body can't function properly. Maybe internally your ears is fucked, you don't really have any balance. Or like your eyes like lost ability to coordinate itself, so you keep seeing things in double visions while both your eyes is still functioning, but you can't see one image, you're seeing two images constantly. Or you have like some myopia stuff like happening to your eyes. You don't exactly, it's like blind. You kind of see something, but you also same time you don't see anything. Like a lot of people forgot that disable is literally you are unable to perform a lot of normal tasks like a normal human do. That's what we call disable. But lots of people hear the word disable, they might first thing they have the thought about it is physically. Like you lost a leg, you are crippled, you are like this and that and stuff. A lot of people, I know there's still a lot of people too in the same time, they do not mix up the word because, you know, in the Western side, they literally call anything disabled at this point. But still, a lot of people still have like in the different side of the country, they would have a different understanding when they hear the word disable. You would actually witness those things quite easily when you personally are disabled but not like physically disabled, like just either it's mentally or like something happening internally inside your body makes you kind of disabled. You say that, people immediately try to look like, is there any missing limb? It's because that is generally how most people like view the word disabled. And misconceptions would happen. Misunderstanding is going to happen. Reluctantly of using one word properly in the correct context have changed a lot of cultures and lots of way and viewpoint or actual use of the word. Back in the days, not a lot of people use the word Johnsons. Do you know why? Because Johnson, back in the days, is referred to as your ding dong. You know, your penis. Your penile, your penile functioning part, your human male part. Okay, Johnson's. Why it's called Johnson's? Because back in the days, there's like a president called President Johnson's. He oftenly flash people his pee because it's really big. Like ironically, it is really big in the context of like a lot of like documentary talk about it. So a lot of people refer their pee Johnson's after that. And people find it offensive to the person actually named Johnson's, so they change the name of Johnson's into Dick. For some reasons. Like Johnson, they find the word Johnson's like offensive now, and then they just switch a different term for calling your pee. So they now calling it Dick. Now the Dick has become a very offensive word. Now people say pee. Because people use the word dick as like a lot of like insult, so like they can't really say like dick as dick anymore, in like openly, so they switch another term. Like that's the thing. This kind of stuff keep evolving. Language is not languaging anymore at this point. Yeah, now you learn more about Johnson's now. Do not laugh when a person like call themselves, yes, my name is called Johnson. A lot of people might actually not even know this piece of history. I'm just weird, I guess. I guess there are still people like refer their dick as Johnsons too. Like really depends. Really depends. That's on the English side of the cultures. Let me drink some water. I'm running out of voice. Oh no. Snapped. Finally. That is a weird ass info that I know. Because I do read history. it's like fun fact and stuff. Like I read that one as a back then I already know some people actually refer that dick as Johnson's, but I never know why until I've watched like a fun fact video about like a presidents named Johnson's keep flashing his dick out to people. Because of that, like the word Johnson's has become symbolized of big dick. Like literally. That guy is the definition, literally. It's a president too. He is a president of United States. And he is the walking minefield. Basically, he invented office sexual harassment. He literally will walk in the White House pantsless. He most likely actually did to everyone. He literally don't mind anyone at all. He actually very open-minded. He will do everyone. So most likely all female in the White House technically did with him before. This is why this like name is so so prevalent to mark as like the big dick energy. I'm not even kidding. You can literally try to find any information on this President Johnson. There's lots of hilarious presidency like happening in some place times and then. But yeah. Like I say, like American don't. It's not like they don't have histories. Every single language they use is piece of the histories they didn't even know.
French community, and instead of being a better person or learning to love myself, I ended up stealing and copying some of her gimmick, like she called it. This is not correct and not what a content creator should do. I did tweet like her and used to do the same content on Twitter as her to be accepted and seen by people having cool humor, things that do not exist in France, but I'm not proud of that, and I would like to have learned sooner that I should just be myself instead of wanting some attention on the internet while copying somebody's gimmick. I'm sorry, Elfin, for all of that, and for not talking gently about you publicly after having your help. I hope one day you have the chance to get better and go away from all the toxicity that Twitter and other social...
Oh, there's a few President Johnsons? That one I didn't know. But yeah, there's a president called Johnson's. He have a very big dick. He will often flash his dick around in White House, literally, to show that people that he have a big dick. So the word Johnson's back in the days kind of refer as big dick. But they kind of find the word like very offensive to the person named Johnson's in the futures, so they switch the word from Johnson's to Dick, and then now they are offensive to Dick, so they changed to another name. Is like now we literally like refer something else like PP. We still some people still call Dick, but still like we language constantly change.
social media are spreading. I understand that you see me as a LARPer or a grifter, but my political beliefs were never fake. I live in a dangerous country because of immigration and multiple other things.
Okay.
I just ended up basing my content only on that and edgy jokes to pander to these types of people when I'm in fact just a normal autistic woman who just want to share her hobbies. I'm not gonna lie, but I see myself as a LARPer. I also want to talk to you about the black boyfriend controversy. I know a lot of my past fans were following me because of all this LARPing. I understand your sadness when you learn about the Vtuber that you considered as bae.
I think it's a older version of Johnson's. I think already like World War I already passed. That time. Like way past industrial era. All I know is like before 2000s, just that. I can try to find the video I watched it from. Hold on a little bit. Hold on. The reason I'm almost close to being a walking Wikipedia is because I actually like, even like consuming YouTube, I consume actual proper stuff. Like, even though it's useless knowledge, I love like watch like fact and science stuff, like Veritasium, all those kind of things. So this is why if you mention any other like streamer, VTubers, those kind of things, while I'm M1, I rarely watch them that much. I do say so. I watch a lot more Ina, but more or less it's like I just like Ina, but I don't really have a lot of time to watch every single Ina content. Or Crony, the fact. It's more like I might have a crush on that particular personality. Let's hope. I can find it. Because like, since it's talking about PP, you know YouTube. They don't like people talk about those things. I'm trying to find it. Because it's a very old video, to be honest. Worst case scenario is like buried within, like, you know, like sometimes he talk about multiple topic, so might be mixed into multiple topics, so it's really hard to find it now unless I watch the video, like every single one. Yeah, I can't find it. My search system is going to have a lot of like weird ass things. Yeah, this one, Lyndon B. Johnson's. I don't know which term he is in. Like, if you're American, you might know. If you're not, I can't show you the video because I can't find the video about him. Most of the case, it's not even shown at all anymore in YouTube, even if you try to find it. Because like when you talk about like quote unquote like U.S. president in the same times that like talking about his dick, it's kind of like a super big no-no for YouTube. Maybe back then it's like in disguise of like some things like mixed in with like different content, so it's kind of like go past for a while. But nowadays I think like the YouTube like really, yeah, more you know. But you can try to search about his like his documentary stuff, because like it was a very well known thing. He keep flashing people his big PP. He's so fucking proud of his big PP. If you go to the toilet and then you see him in the urinal, he will say, "I have a big dick, wanna see?" And he actually named his PP. Man, I can't find a single like. Yeah, it is like getting like super buried and like super buried by the YouTube algorithm. Like no matter how much I type, like various different stuff is just not showing at all. Man, this is just sad. This is just sad. Fact Fiend has been like buried by the gosh dang YouTube channel for quite a while. I should watch his stuff more. Maybe next time you guys see me like watching stuff, I will be watching the Fact Fiend stuff. It is actually strangely educational and quite enjoyable as the background noises too. Basically, the story is just that he flashes PP a lot. So he literally defined the word big dick as Johnson's. Even like he like the basically like the Lyndon B. Johnson, the basically is like call him Big Johnson. No, I'm kidding. Really, just go and search it. You're going to have a very weird like history, search history result, but it's going to be very educational. If you have any ancestors, or basically your great grandma, or like your grandma work in the White House around that time before, he most likely have her hand with like Lyndon B. Johnson before. He literally have hands on everyone in the White House. No, I'm joking about that one. Well, technically not literally. I think it's most of the case is like 90% of the staff in there is have the hand with him before. The power of big dick energy.
Having
And it's literally a document like obsessions that he have, flashing his dick.
what you thought was a black immigrant boyfriend.
Dude, having to apologize for having a black boyfriend is crazy.
And they say Donald Trump is like unhinged. Looking at that guy, and then it'd be like, holy shit, that is a whole new different level. Different age, different time, I guess.
I don't like saying that, but dating an immigrant or a black male is not something I would be able to do. I did date for 2 years in the past a brown/tan
Wait, she said that's not something she would be able to do?
French male. This always was public since I was always streaming with him. Guys, don't worry, he wasn't black, he was just brown. Like, dude.
What? But I thought once you go black, you never go back. Isn't that the saying? She draws the line there at brown/tan. She had to add 10. Just a few shades lighter. She's like, she has to make that distinction because in her head that's better. Or for her fan base. Oh, that's... Wow. Do you know, like, you could try to make fiction that's funnier than that, and you wouldn't be even able to. You would never be able to think of these things on your own.
After all this LARPing, I think this is normal and my own fault that I ended up in a situation where I get harassed by my old fan base. Sadly, you were just following me for the based girl failure thing and not even to look after my content or stream since you did not know about my ex-boyfriend. This makes me really sad that all this love was fake, but this is again my own fault for acting like that. I'm deeply thankful to all the rat bros believing in me and understanding my word. You are the reason why today I can be this better person. Thanks to all the people who still love me and not just my toxic past, I love you. So first off, I just want to point out how she was talking about this like it happened in the past. Bro, this literally happened like 2 months ago, you know? Like there was barely any time between the old account and the new account. But hey, you know what? A surprising amount of self-awareness in this post. She pretty much admitted she was a LARPer. That's because she was. She was a LARPer and she was a grifter. Pretty much the same thing. But of course, this post wouldn't even get half the engagement she used to get when she would say, BRB going to my room to goon. But hey, it seems like some people stuck around for the rats and whatever. Most people who followed her for being a girl failure already left anyway when they found out she had a black boyfriend. Elfin would yet again make another post after this one.
She's really gonna put the BBC into her own tweet, isn't she? Oh, man. Oh, yeah, it would still work as the BBC.
This time saying, I don't own the girl failure aesthetic, okay? It didn't matter to me as much when Riri was outright copying my tweets, word for word, just twisted to look more French. That made me feel weird. Any joke I made or content idea was being copied. I felt like I couldn't do anything original anymore, and I care about novelty more than anything. Yes, we know that, Elfin. You're not like the other girls, right?
Yeah.
To be fair, a lot of people here thinking we used to be friends aren't exactly wrong. I genuinely thought we made up and were good friends until I found out how she talks about me behind my back. I genuinely tried, man. Anyone that knows me knows that I'm super mean usually, and she was kind back and said I was her biggest inspiration. I've dealt with mean girls all of my high school, man. I've had many bullies and fake friends. To me, this greatly resembled the fake friend trope. So I don't like this defamation if Elfin is so toxic. I only copied her because I'm autistic and just want to make content. I'm sorry if you go through stuff, but you're an adult actively making choices every day. You had the choice to just be friendly with me. She would then congratulate Riri on being less depressed and getting rid of alcohol and end this by saying, but please, if you truly were someone who understood what it's like to be someone who had a problem with those things, stop shitting on me for being a girl failure alcoholic now that you're better. Trust me, I don't choose to feel depressed all the time. So again, you know, I'm a victim, guys. I've been bullied all my life. You know, I'm a girl failure. I'm a real girl failure, okay? Stop pretending that you are real. Trust me, I don't choose to feel depressed all the time, okay? I'm authentic. But my favorite part is when she says, I'm sorry if you go through stuff, but you're an adult actively making choices every day.
That's crazy. Did she actually start drinking to copy Elfin? I don't know. That's a crazy thing. That's a crazy reason to start drinking for.
Because that's literally what people were telling.
And also, I'll add that, like, if you have to keep repeating that you're not like the other girl, that you're gonna change, I don't, like, why state that you want to change? Just be the change. Just act the change. I feel like actions should come before words, not the other way around. Words
Too bad, this is
without
internet.
action,
You can't
for
wish too
me,
much.
are meaningless. They are worthless.
Elfin when she got exposed as having been gooning to 6 guys at the same.
And also, if you're gonna start drinking because of somebody, like, start drinking because you want to be like Zorro or something, not like Elfin, bro. Get some better role models.
Time. Look, overall, this was nothing more than 2 very disliked monkeys fighting. But if we step back and looked at the bigger picture,
Wait,
this situation
that's Reiko! That's our boy, Reiko! I didn't know you posted this meme.
would go from a clown
Well, that's the thing when it comes to the internet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Too many people prey on like this is the thing. Like I don't really like parasocial kind of like situations. Yes, like depends on your like personalities. You might end up like in the situations that people like being a little bit like too friendly to you. You know, sometimes we forgot boundary exists, and if you have a very friendly personality, people will just always treat you like a friend, and you really like go a little bit above and beyond as a friend. That kind of stuff like very easily exists, especially when people nowadays have such a lonely epidemic, because like no matter how big the gosh dang fucking internet is, that we can just chat with people from the other side of the earth, you're still chatting with people on the other side of the earth, not really like physically there. So lots of people always like have that kind of like lonely feelings there, and then when you think like a person's that is just like, you know, match like saying what you want, do what you want, and maybe like it's like the perfect image of like what a good friend or good girlfriend or like good boyfriend like in your eyes, you tend to latch onto them a little bit too much sometimes. That most cases, some people might not even realize it until like think like shit went too far. I'm kidding. It can happen a lot. And due to my personality of being like a very chill guy, I do have to ban a few people that kind of got a little bit too obsessed with me. Yes, I'm not even kidding. I am a dude, and also in realities, I'm not really that handsome, and I also stream my face too. So I do not expect, yes, I do not expect. I actually have like some people that is like super overly obsessed with me to a point that is like try to get my attention as much as possible or any method as possible. When that happens, I think like you have been terminally online a little bit too much. You like I need to like for the betterment of literally your health, I need to ban you. Like that kind of person literally exists in my chat. I'm not even famous. Like this things does not like social obsessions is not something that is come from either you're a big VTuber, small VTuber, or any VTuber. It's like a puzzle piece. Long as it's matched, it's going to match. And that terminal like obsessions is just going to happen like no matter where you are. So if you are in the online space, always expect these things to be happening. It's like always like be cautious in the internet. I know I always like draw a certain distance to my audience. For a lot of content creators, it's a big no-no things. But I am here appear not just as a friend. I am actually legitly trying my best. If people really need help, like on social educational wise, I would really sit there and give them a little bit of like, you know, life lessons and stuff. I used to want to be a teacher, but too bad Malaysian. Not really that. Here's the thing. I had a. If you don't know, if you can kind of like watch like that one clip video I posted about like the things like why I don't collab anymore. I used to have like this like one very very obsessive viewer that I have that basically he really want to chat with me, but the problem is he don't have topic to chat with me. He want to chat with me, but he only want to chat what he want. Okay, no matter what you're talking, what you're doing, he will always go back to that conversations. That one conversations you will have for maybe like if you know him for 3 months, you will chat the same thing for 3 months. He want to talk, but he don't know how to talk. He don't know how to like have a lot of like conversations. He will always have that one conversations. It's fine actually for me. It's kind of like if you want to learn how to like have a conversation sometimes, I can slowly like guide you and teach you how to like have small talk and stuff. That guy is literally in the mode of like, okay, like when they do something wrong, say something wrong, they will be like, I give him a scolding, he will be like, okay, sorry, and then immediately do it again. It's like nothing is getting through his head. Sadly, that is like the case. And if he actually do like that, interrogation questioning things constantly at me, I would just get a little bit annoyed. That's fine. But the problem is, if you do that to every people that come into the stream and start to interrogate them, basically do the same like interrogation method to other people, it would be a very bad thing, right? Imagine that I already don't have a viewer, and he basically act like a gosh dang gatekeepers, that anyone drop in, you would not have a chance to have a conversation with me. Because the first thing you say hi, he would also reply you hi, and then the next thing is asking you 5 different questions. And if you don't answer him, he would keep asking you non-stop until you answer it. If your answer is not something that he like, he will keep asking the same questions, but in different kind of view. Imagine, here's the thing. If like he is obsessed with music, I'm using curry, it's much more easier for you to understand. If you love curry, okay? If you love curry. No. If that person loves curry, you don't like curry. He asks, do you like curry? If you answer you don't like curry because you hate the spiciness, he will craft 10 more different questions about curry for you. And why, trying his best to convince you to like curry. Not even convince you to like curry. It's actually just literally keep asking the same questions. Oh, you don't like curry? How about Indian curry? No. Chinese curry? No. Japanese curry? No. Korean curry? No. Like, he will keep asking you what type of curry you like, even though you already, in the general sense, you say you don't like curry. He will keep doing it until you get uncomfortable. Most people who come into my stream as new chat, like, oh, this guy is streaming, let's drop in to watch his stream. But now 90% of your enjoyment got taken out by a guy who keep asking you curry. It's not even me asking you curry. If I am the host of the stream, would I scold him if he keep doing that to everyone that join into the stream? Yes, I would. It's my channel, it's my host. I am the host, and I should have this control down, And I scold him, he say, oh, sorry. And then another guy join in the stream, he will immediately do it again. And when I time him out, he will come in with multiple different accounts and say, why do you time out me? If I have to constantly, while I'm enjoying doing any content of the stream, normally I have conversation talking about fun fact and stuff. Now I have to stop everything just to say, hey, can you stop it? That would really disrupt the stream, right? Yes, it is going to be. He keep doing stuff that I have to stop my stream entirely, just say, hey, stop it. And then he will say sorry, and then after the next person come in, or after 2 minutes, or literally the moment he say sorry, he immediately do it again. At that point, you kind of see him as a troll, but he give a lot of excuse, which, and again, in the internet, might not be real, might be real. So I always want to choose the benefit of the doubt. It's real. He say he's just a 15 years old kid. Maybe he just don't know better, which I kind of believe, because around the time, it's last year stuff. So here's the thing. COVID lockdown happens, okay? A lot of kids around that time era, if he say he's 15, if according to the correct age, he's around 12. Yeah, it's that kind of stuff happening. So it's he's maybe around 12 or 11 when that shit happens, COVID lockdown stuff. So he will most likely chance have zero social skill because of that. Try to think you lock in in your childhood for entire 2 years, try to social distancing away from as many people as possible. It would fuck up a lot of children's social skill. This is why internet nowadays is so fucked up. People really do not have a distant boundary understanding what's right, what's wrong, or what can do, what you can't do. They literally have zero idea how social boundary works. So in the benefit of the doubt again, because he keeps saying that he's a kid, he don't know much, I'm willing to unban him or like untimeout him just to give him some chance. Most people that do this shit would get banned ages ago. I choose to give him a chance, and he keeps squandering it multiple times. Most people might think that I am quite too favored on him at that point. Maybe it's, maybe not. I don't really know at that point. It's just that it's awkward. But yeah. So no matter what I do, he will always does that shit. And I start to like slowly ignore him. And sometimes when he asks lots of stuff to a random new viewer, I would just tell that person, don't worry, he's just doing his own thing. You can ignore him if you want. But the problem is, here's the thing. When you ignore him long enough, he will create multiple accounts, join in, and chat with himself. How do I know sometimes he fumble up? Is because sometimes, like that time I told you I'd like time out him, like another account come in and ask like why he time out. Yeah, that account actually pop up too, and also chat with him. So he would chat with himself when there's nothing happen. Flood the chat with the entire of self-chatting. I mean, it's an issue when that kind of shit happens, you know? At that point, you would be worried about, like, not just... I'm not saying I'm worried about my channel. I'm not worrying about my chat. I actually legitly worry about him. Like, mental health-wise, this and that, like, he gotta stop. Like, if he does this constantly, either in other people's stream, that's that thing. Like, he keep doing that in my stream, and I keep enabling him doing that shit. It's just going to be on the worst road for him. I know I don't really have a lot of audience, but I have to do that, like, the harsh things of actually banning him. But after I ban him, he will just keep daily. I mean, almost like every stream that there will be a random account come in. Can you unban me? All I can do is to, sadly, do my... Which I really hate to do this, actually. When it comes to moderation stuff, I love people that try to bet, like, having ability to communicate with me, no matter, like, sometimes they say something wrong or say something offensive. Like, if they... Like, most people would say something offensive without really realizing a thing. So I can, like, lay down the fact, and then if you still want to be offensive, then that's your choice now. There's lots of times that people say something offensive or did something wrong, really, like, out of, like, ignorance. And then I lay down a fact that you should continue your action or not. Then if you want to keep continuing your actions, then yes, you're going to get time out. And you don't learn your lesson because of that, and then still doing the same thing, you're going to get banned. I have a 3-strike system. I want to educate you, and you're still doing it, you get time out. Because sometimes not people like can immediately like absorb anything that you just taught people, you know? Most of the cases just left ear in, right ear out. Those kind of situations. But when it become diet, I will actually time them out. I time them out, and then they came back, still do the same shit. There's no second chance. Immediate ban. That is how my 3-strike system works. But usually, like I say, I'm a pretty chill guy. So I end up, most of the time, just warn people. I rarely actually even time out people. And even they do it again, I would just warn them again. Like, maybe they haven't, like, listened to it properly, this and that other stuff, you know. Attention spam these days. But it happened again. And then I have no choice but to ban him. But after banning him, that is where the part of, like, when I say he is more or less turned into, like, a bitter stalkers. Or an actual, like, obsessive stalkers. To the case. Because sometimes I do a lot of collab stream. Back then, I was like going for a gimmick, since my skill of like streaming skill or making content skill is chatting with people, you know, talking to people, enjoy a little bit of chatter, this and that other stuff, you know, have fun conversations. So I open up a podcast, inviting a lot of guests, this and that other stuff, and have a little bit of chat and talk. He will always come in interrogate the gosh dang guest that I have. Now, that one is like something that I scold him a lot not to do that. He would keep doing that to every guest that I have. And then, later on, in futures, after I got banned him, he started to go to every guest that collabed with me before. Almost every guest. And tell them to tell me to unban him. After I ban all his alternate account. Marinate closely. You might think this is something out of line. For me, it's super out of line. Do you know why? First thing I see it, and I did scold him once of doing that, is you treating all my guests, which is all my friend by the way, as a gosh dang fucking telephone. Using them to telephone your way to my feed. That's how terrible that actually is in optic. So if you say that behavior itself is not bannable, what is not? If anyone that got banned will go track down any of your associate to tell them to tell you to unban them, for me it's an instant keep banning forever and ever. Maybe there will be times I feel like, you know what, time has passed so much. Yeah, I actually unban some people like when time passed. Because I don't even know like why I banned them for in the first place, but that particular person's, I will not name him. Sometimes I might say the name, but most of the cases just mere mentions. You guys don't really have the memory of like a gosh dang like turtles that no, elephant, not turtle, that can like memorize anything. I just immediately say it out. I say so many things. Like you guys, I definitely like 100% sure you guys can't like remember everything like to the T. But yes, it's like fine. That guy is going to be banned forever. That's the thing. Is like when dealing with this kind of things, it's really hard to deal with. Especially a person who have multiple accounts. I actually really reluctant to ban people. Like I say again. He sometimes follow me around like in Twitch, in Kick. I don't think Kick he ever followed me around. He only went to Twitch once. And then repeat to do that fucking things that I banned him for again. And then I ban him again. Basically, he didn't learn his lessons. But here's the thing. I don't mind he actually make another account came back. I don't want to play a game of whack-a-fucking-mole. I don't want any new viewer that come in. And then I have to play a guessing game when he do like some funny patterns. The same thing that he does over again. And I assume that is him. I don't want to play that fucking whack-a-mole game. It's going to like be bad for my mental. And bad for like everyone, you know? Thank God I don't have a mod. If I have a mod, he's going to tear his hair apart. Like trying to track down that fuckers. Like that's the thing. It's like you cannot really like play that role of like try to track down that person with multiple accounts. Most likely case, one of the many reasons why I didn't ban him for so long, because I already know he will actually come in with multiple accounts. So even if I ban him, he would just join in with another account. So I don't want to play this game with whack-a-mole, so I kept him for quite a long time. And he used that as his advantage and just basically run wild in there. But yeah, like time passed. He haven't like appeared like last month. Yes, last month. He was sticking with me like a glue for a few months, even after I banned him. I practically stopped all my collab, all my like you know, like any like stream that I would be streaming with friends and stuff. Even I'm going to like even I get like personally invited by friends to like stream collab with them, I would not stream on my end. I would not announce that I'm streaming and stuff. I would just play games with them. Just that. Because I don't want any other people to deal with them. It's like I find like doing moderation stuff is actually a really headache stuff. And also, like, if you have to physically actually ban someone, it's something that really, like, is going to affect someone, like, psyche. Especially when you have to ban someone while on stream. It's going to ruin a lot of people's mood. Even they are fine with it. They know how to deal with the persons. Nobody would wish that, like, on anyone. Trust me. Nobody would want that to happen on anyone. That you have to stop your stream constantly and try to scope someone or go to physically ban someone actively doing that. That's a bullcrap thing to do happening on streams. So yeah, that's the thing. I can't just like, oh, if you want to collab with me, beware of this guy in your stream. You have to ban him. It's their stream, and I will not demand them to do such things. It's my issues, and I also do not want them to deal with that issues. So I end up in a way trying to keep myself off from collabing, or like literally disappear to all my friend groups, kind of like existence, just because of that. Now I haven't collabed with like, anyone for so long. Most of my friends don't really even invite me to collab anymore too, because I'm a kind of like a very easily like faded to the background person. So yeah. So it becomes like issues if I don't kind of actively have a lot of communication with friends and stuff. But yeah, that case is a big issues, and there's actually another issues like what happened to that person's too. Shouldn't talk about it too much. It's just going to say like, I'm fine with people with multiple accounts. If I ban you, and you do a ban evasions, you use another account joining into my stream because you somehow you really want to be in my stream and then chat with me. But if I ban you because that you are doing this, if you know that, you join into the stream, pretend to be someone else, and you didn't do the things that I ban you in the first place, I would keep you. Even I notice you are that person that I banned. You know? Long as you don't repeat the offense again, you're fine. Because the problem I banned them in the first place is them being disruptive in the stream. If they come back and behave as another person's, and don't even announce that you are that person, to be honest. Okay? I'm literally teaching you guys how to do ban evasions in my stream. So if you guys like come back as another person's, don't do that shit again. You guys are going to be fine. You guys are going to be able to keep staying here however long you want until you do that shit again, and then get a warning and then get banned. I'm a very chill person. If you learn your lessons and come back to stream with another account, I will be fine you being there. This is the internet. I literally have zero way to stop you doing that. So this is why I'm allowing people to do that shit. Because even I don't allow you to do that shit, you still can do that shit. Like what? Like every single viewer that drop into my stream, I hire a fucking detective to like check on them or something? Like that is no way possible that I can do that, you know? I don't reduce my hair on those kind of things. So this is why I'm so open up for like this kind of stuff. If you really want to choose to be the ban evasion route, then behave. If you choose the ban evasion and still not behave, you're going to get banned again. That's just how things work. Like, yeah. Welcome to the internet as a content creator. This is the things you have to deal with. Especially for small content creators. If you are a big content creator, like basically an obsessive person is just a drop in the fucking bucket. No, it's a drop of water in the gosh dang oceans. But I'm a small creator, so it's very visible for an obsessive fan that happened in there.
Show to something very alarming. As you saw, Elfin was practically invincible. Riri took heavy inspiration from her, seeing how much
Oh, by the way, let's continue watching this. I know, and also I've been working on this a little bit way too long at this point. It's almost done actually. I decided to, give this guy a freebie. Like he is someone that like willing to like I do view chat sometimes, and then I met this guy. He is a pretty chill guy. I talked to him and this and that other stuff, and then he'd be like, he's like want to like have like a VTuber model in the future. So I'd be like, you know what? I can design your model a little bit, not like full on design, just at least like animify your characters. So in the futures you can have like a proper guideline to like ask people to, make your VTuber model. And I talk about him, my VGen service. I have a tryout service. You can just like, get art for cheap. You can try that. So you can have like a decent anime characters that if you want to become VTubers, if he really wanted. And then he did immediately drop into my VGen and then like buy that service. I'll be like, you know what? I'm going to give you some freebie. I'm going to give some extra length to like design a character properly. And give you a little bit of like extra stuff. If he want his like model to become more like a PNG model at the moment, I give him at the moment you can see this thing. It's like a talk and not talk kind of like post. So he can actually use it as a PNG model. For low $8 at the moment. Technically I raised it up to $10. So if you guys really want some, it's like my tryout like sections. Each account only can apply it once, okay? All the trial service I have, you can like order it once in cheap. Because I literally are giving people an offers that, I'm not a really like famous artist. To be honest, I'm not even like a very good artist. So I'm giving this people the chance to like experience my art service. How I'm going to like proceed with stuff. If you guys really are satisfied with the things I can provide, then yeah, you guys can become my long-term customer if you want. So I'm giving people choice to kind of like do like tryout stuff like that in cheap. I still need money. I still need to cover the electricity bill and stuff, But taking $8 and then spend this long of time to make an artwork, I might have to adjust a little bit. This is why I bump it up to like $10. I know, if anyone is a commission artist here, you'll be like, you are fucking stupid. Kind of is. This is why like I've slowly become less and less giving at this point, because I can't always work on loss, I can, but not always. But either way, yeah, I keep watching the video and I keep working now.
success she was finding as being a girl failure, and even though she had more followers and had way more virality, she still proceeded to copy her directly. Elfin was starting to become not just a danger to herself or to her fans, but to everyone in the VTubing community as a whole. Being a girl failure should never be something that's encouraged. It's not a good thing. It's not meant to be a good thing. And yet her success was encouraging others to follow her lead. I mean, why wouldn't they? If saying racist slurs wasn't going to get her canceled, if having a secret boyfriend wasn't going to get her canceled, if having 6 different guys you're gooning to at the same time wasn't going to get her canceled, then the million-dollar question was, what will? Well, what would end up canceling Elfin Psyop, the person who had pretty much nurtured 100,000 castrated men who identified as white supremacists, would be the day that she was finally exposed as a Pakistani.
Here we go. What a good lead up to that moment where he does a little recap. If this didn't cancel her, and then he's like, what would? And then he
Moonjin is a very good content creator, I would say.
There. Like, honestly, really great video. 200. Thank you so much for the 200. The amount of mental gymnastics being presented is enough to start the Olympics. That is true. So what is the Nazi kryptonite, guys? I guess we're about to find out.
So,
as
I had already mentioned, Elfin's tweets would start to take a turn during the summer of 2025.
Now, if people don't really understand like what this entire situation is, imagine this. You guys know what KKK is, right? Imagine a black man call himself KKK.
Her edginess wouldn't just be for the sake of being edgy anymore. She would take on a sort of political rhetoric that you would maybe find during a Nick Fuentes stream. Look at this tweet, for example. Don't understand how you can live in this modern world and see all the bad shit happening and not immediately connect the dots and see that it's Jewish influence. So now, the
Nuxtaku is behind all of it.
Jews were responsible for everything. How about this tweet made a little while later saying, I love astronomy so much and I love stargazing, but I can't because there's too many immigrants in the UK and it scares me to go outside alone.
Dude,
as far as anyone was concerned, she wasn't even British. She wasn't from the UK, right? But there she was taking a political stance for a country that she doesn't even belong to. This tweet in particular will become way funnier later. You'll get why. But
well, I thought she was in the UK.
it wasn't just political rhetoric that was taking hold of her edginess. It was her edginess itself that was taking a whole other level.
What is this tweet?
For example, with her posting this image of her model saying, R-word my model, then replying, sorry guys, I meant R-word with an asterisk. The joke here is that she wasn't correcting herself, she actually meant it. She'd also make a conscious effort to play into the jokes and controversies that were made about her. Look at this tweet, for example. Groomer this, groomer that, come here, let me groom you. This was in reference to the Google Doc that was dropped about her in which 6 men that were in their 20s said that she groomed them. At some point she'd post a selfie that would get a lot of likes, of course, with her nose and mouth blurred because it would show her ethnicity, and had the caption, Elfin Brownot. This was her playing into the joke that some people were starting to call her Pakistani. So look, by now, it might be obvious what she's trying to do. She was being heavily criticized when it came to her actions by the wider Vtuber community, and yet, her own community also had criticisms relating to the fact that she might just be Pakistani. This was her attempting to play into the joke while also raising the bar for her edginess, hoping that it'll kind of insulate her from criticism. This desperate attempt of trying to move on from the fact that she might just be an immigrant and trying
Not a big fan of Indians, just straight up like this. Okay. Goodbye monetization. Oh yeah, it's definitely gone from this stream, so thank you for your super chat.
But I don't have super chat. Someone make me affiliated. I watch this stuff often.
When she would begin by saying,
see how
not a big
stupid
fan
it
of
was.
Someone would reply with, do not do this. You don't have to right-wing grift. This is probably someone who found her character and liked the design or just liked the belly pic. This is when she'd completely and totally crash out. Grift question mark? Someone would say, you're so brave and definitely not a pick-me who tries too hard to look based. To which she would say, uh-oh, the big pick-me word, I'm so scared, please don't use it. Funny, when I voice my unfiltered opinions, I'll get random retards saying, oh my god, pick me, oh my god, grifter. You realize when I say shit like that, I lose and filter more people rather than gain, right? I'd rather have people know what I think about shit than just follow me for cute tummy pics, expecting a wholesome person. Keck. Funny enough, my opinions have remained the same since I was 14 on major social issues. I think I'm pretty consistent with my mentality on things. It's so funny to me how she thought this was a flex. That same person, snot-nosed swagger, would call her out and say, so you have the same opinions as a 14-year-old? Wow! And then he'd get blocked. She couldn't handle it. She crashed out and she just couldn't handle it anymore. The crash out.
She's like, listen, I was racist since I was 14, okay?
And weird behavior wouldn't be constricted to just Twitter, though. It would also happen in her Discord. She'd start saying things that were definitely out of place. I mean, they were fairly random, right? For someone who was maybe Slavic or American, saying things like, Northern Pakistan is entirely Aryan. No one seems to understand that. Pretty suspicious thing to say when you're not Pakistani. All of a sudden, this was very different from the rhetoric she was taking about immigrants and Pakistanis in general when it came to the UK. She used to tweet things like, if leftists think some girl on the internet is a pedophile for posting petite girls that look like her on the internet, then why do they promote immigration that bring in Muslim, pedophile, and racists? Curious. This is really funny when you consider the fact that some of the biggest Muslim immigrants to the UK are Pakistani, right? You see where I'm going with this? All of a sudden, when the pressure was mounting on Elfin, and it seemed like it was inevitable that she was going to be revealed as Pakistani, she started shifting the blame from Muslims to the Jews, saying things like, oh, the reason why all the Muslims are coming to Europe was because Jews want to destroy society. She'd also suspiciously start saying things like this. I'm not gonna lie, Muslims got one thing right, and it's that pigs are filthy animals. No nutritional value and so much fat relative to beef and chicken. Not even enough protein. Pork sucks in general. Bacon is good sometimes, but bacon in the UK is terrible. Oddly suspicious to say this. This isn't edgy or based. This sounds like someone who's guilty. And that's because she was. Look, if
Oh my god. But it's crazy how much racism has become like accepted in the past few years.
Nah, just Westerns aren't catching up to it. Asia is always racist. But it's not like that racism too. It's more like, like equally being everyone just being asshole to each other, but also at the same time we can shake hands with each other because we can take shots. And it's so lovey-dovey. It's like a PvE zone in in the in the Western side. The moment they hear racism, they just can't stand it. It's like we would stereotype the hell out of each other's, and then you know what? And then we'd be like, yeah, this stereotype is kind of like true though. You know what? Let's just shake a hand again. Yeah. Long as here's the thing, we even like here's the thing. Long as we don't actually physically or like like financially, yes, financially, or like do actual harm to a person, we can just joke around, Like then that's just how it works. Yes, sometimes jokes can be a little bit like overly like offensive, and then we can say that, and then yeah, we just tone it down. We don't have to like just immediately ban a fucking word. Like here's the thing. In the Western side, they really like the cancel culture is a little bit too powerful at some point. Like I would say, a little bit of racism sometimes can like it's not like being good. It's like having toleration on those kind of things. It would make society slightly more better. Like we can't say fuck you to everyone, but we like it's like the thing is like I say the word fuck and shit a lot, but you do understand I'm not really like meant to like insult people and say fuck you. Like those kind of things, right? It's a very different say, oh fuck you, or like that, hey fuck you. It's a very different thing. If people can distinguish this to fuck you, people definitely can distinguish like jokes and comedy and shit, Especially when it comes to, here's the thing, I am also like a little bit like on the Western side of persons because I consume lots of YouTube. So I'm also a little bit sensitive to the word and stuff, but here's the thing, the N-word, okay? I know this is a weird territory to step into, but still, the N-word, okay? If you don't want people to use it, sincerely, this is me to everyone that is offended by this word. If you don't want people to use it, stop using it in such a comedy way. The entirety of the Asia use this word. Do you know why? We all more or less exposed to the word in comedy. In Black People movie. In Boondock Saint. We have seen this shit, hear this shit in the most funniest way so many times. We actually use that word in that context. We don't use that word in racist context. Maybe some people do, but I can tell you generally most of people don't. We use that word ironically, it's funny because it's funny. I personally don't use it because like I consume enough like Western culture stuff that I know is actually a really bad word, but most people in Asia, they don't know that. Do you think they have fucking time to study the entire fucking history of all America? No. If you guys think that word is so fucking offensive, don't use it every fucking day. Again, I'm going to play the Boondock Saint video again, okay? Okay? My search history is going to be really, really weird. Every single time I need to use that as the hashtag. Like, either way, trigger warning, okay? But this is the best example of it. If you guys don't want this, if you guys really find this word very offensive, then don't ironically use it in the funny term.
What I don't understand is
Yes.
that if it's so offensive to them, then why do they say it over and over again?
So Riley
I'm
said
not the one
N-word
saying it.
before you did
YouTube
that
system.
He's-
I'm not the one who's saying it. I'm talking to the AI thing. Okay? Hear me out. Listen. Open your big ass motherfucking like virtual metaphorical ears. Okay? I'm not saying this personally. You know, YouTube system is sometimes a little bit sensitive on this thing. But yeah.
Says it every morning. He calls me. Why do they say it over and over again?
So Riley said the N-word before you did that morning.
He says it every morning. He calls me nigga. He calls the other kids nigga. He calls himself nigga all the time. Nigga this, nigga that. Nigga please. Bitch nigga. Have you lost your mind? Nigga, check that hoe. Nigga, you bullshitting. Break yourself, nigga. He says it so much I don't even notice it anymore. Last week in lunch, Riley says to a classmate, "Can a nigga borrow a French fry?" And my first thought wasn't, oh my God, he said the word, the N-word. It was, now how is a nigga gonna borrow a fry? Nigga, is you gonna give it back? I'm telling you, my inside voice didn't talk like that before he got in my class.
If you do understand black cultures a little bit, you do notice they are a subsection of black cultures. Keep using that word so many times that basically engrave into like how I say the word fucking shit. Yeah. Like, don't find it offensive when it's a daily used word in such a comedic term, okay? Like, some people might not find this funny because they know the word history, but not everyone's going to study a fucking history, you know? That's why I say, like, if you guys going to find things like offensive, then don't use it. That you have to set the example for yourself first before you want to other be your fucking example. Like, people keep get canceling the accident to say that word as Asian persons. Man.
Did you know pigs can't look at the sky? No, we're not bringing back this short. Okay, I'll show you guys the pic, like, accepted in the past few years. Did you know pigs can't look at the sky? No, we're not bringing back this short. Okay, I'll show you guys the pig short after the video if you guys want. It's a good one.
Eventually, it was very hard to deny this. 4chan was after her ass, and they were revealing the fact that she used to be on 4chan when she was younger. There are threads dating back to as far as 2021 where they were referring to her as someone who was very attractive and was peak wife material. They'd be calling her their ideal crush, their ideal wife when she was a minor, mind you. And one of those people complimenting her would say, lives in Pakistan. Additionally, what didn't help was that her name was doxed, and it was painfully Arabic. Pakistan is a Muslim country that's heavily influenced by Muslim culture, so of course they have a lot of
If you ever go crazy, don't go full elfin. Never go full elfin, bro. Wait, I feel like I have to read this. The first one I added from here. I think her name's, and then it's redacted. Fuck you. This name is peak wife material. Explain to me how wanting a cute tomboy wife is gay. She has been... I don't understand what this is. Redacted. Guys regularly long before becoming elephant on places like R9K and SOC. Some posts dating back to early as mid-2021. In just the archives, making her underage at the time. Oh, that's why she made that tweet later on, probably.
I'm still drawing.
I
gotta
can't
let you
believe
guys
she
watch
hates
this thing,
figs.
and then-
Bacon is so good. Ham is good. And what else is made from pork? Pork chops.
Arab names.
Oh, it's sexting. Oh.
At this point, it was simply undeniable no matter how much she wanted it to not be true. So around the
Oh, pulled pork. You know what? Pulled pork is an easy recipe that I could try. Oh, I love pepperoni. Pepperoni. Yeah, did I sound like Mario when I said that?
End of December 2025, she would admit to her Discord, yes, I'm Pakistani, but I promise I'm only half Pakistani. People would start hating on her, and of course she'd do what
prosciutto. I don't buy some anymore because like I love cold meats. I love cold meats, but it's really bad for the heart. It's really bad for your health apparently, so I try to like not buy so much anymore because I will literally eat them in one sitting. You sound like Luigi. Why does everybody say I sound like Luigi when I ask if I sound like Mario? Fuck you. Luigi's the lame brother. I should be like Dark Mario. Like evil Mario, like Shadow Mario, you know, like how there's a Shadow Sonic?
No. The Shadow Mario is Wario.
I should be Shadow Mario. Waluigi. You take that back. So Wario. Yeah, but Wario's like, I don't know, he's not that cool. But he has a mansion. Hold up. Hold up. I might be getting convinced here. Luigi's the better brother? Dude, you guys really hate that I disrespected Luigi.
Yes, everyone have to
Luigi's
respect
mentioned.
Luigi.
Luigi has a mention, not Wario. Okay. Wario's rich as fuck too? Of course he is. He's evil. I can't be Wario. Why can't I be Wario? But I can be Waluigi. Hold up.
Not slop enough.
There's an evil Mario version and there's an evil Luigi version called Waluigi. I thought they were the same person. This whole time I thought Wario and Waluigi was the same person, but it's like two different ways of saying it. Thank you for the 20. Nicomia, thank you. Luigi's taller and can jump higher. No, because Mario can do the 3 jump thing and then fly, like in Super Mario 64. I can't believe you treat my chat Luigi like this. Hashtag Rima is no longer my Yoshi. Luigi's tall and skinny. Rima, no, they are not. Okay, we need a Mario education stream probably. Yeah. Anyways, my favorite character has always been Yoshi, okay? So I don't care about all these guys. Yoshi's the GOAT. And I'm a Yoshi main forever and ever.
And you should hate Mario. He keep kicking Yoshi down to the fucking cliff.
Mods, time out, Rima. Do the research and make a vid. Yoshi. No Yoshi Yaoi. There's no way Yoshi Yaoi exists. Horse Girl likes the equivalent of horses in Mario. You're not worthy of Luigi. Holy shit, you guys are so mad I slandered Luigi. Yoshi Yaoi exists? I'm sure it does. There's Yaoi that exists from like the Roland poem. That's a medieval poem that was written in the 10th century. It's like not even in English I could understand. And there's Yaoi of that. Like there's literally Yaoi of this. No, there's no Yoshi Yaoi in my search history, and I'm not showing you guys my search history.
She did best, suicide bait, saying, whatever dude, stop hating me because I'm a halfie, fuck, I'm gonna kill myself now. Someone would say, I miss when I thought Elf was white. The hand reveal ruined everything. Then she would say, Jesus, okay, leave then, asshole.
That's such a great, like, I miss when I thought Elf was white. The hand reveal ruined everything. What the hell, dude?
You get what I get from the audience they try to farm. It's not. I'm not even saying like it's her fault. It's just that you work on those content. Like everyone should accept the consequences of all their actions.
Could you, Auntie? How could you say that about Luigi? Remember looking at Mpreg Yoshi art? No, I'm not actually into Mpreg. Yeah, I make jokes about Mpreg because it's funny, but I'm not actually into it. Maybe in certain scenarios. No, I'm joking. No, Spirit, I know I'm not muted, you asshole. The thing I don't get about this is that if she was trying to hide the fact that she was Pakistani, why would she agree to meet up with her fans IRL? Wait, you're onto something there. Well, I guess she trusted Bird. Or she trusted him not to hold this against her. Yeah, guys, Yoshi Mpreg is just a meme. I don't mean it. Unless...
She'd then say, guys,
Hi,
I'm only
Lunaria.
half Pakistani, okay? I'm half Slavic. I'm Ukrainian. Please, there's some white in me. But then she would realize a very important realization, saying, you guys hate me because I'm a half...
Guys, I'm 1/16 Slavic. We all have a little bit of mix in us, come on!
See, I get it.
Asian
Y'all don't even
people,
consider...
technically, I'm not even kidding, technically, every Asian have a tiny bit quarter of Mongolian. I'm not even kidding about that part. Like, entirety of Asia, okay? Entirety of Asia have Mongolian bloodline. This is why most Asian people, when they go married, they have to actually legitly go have a checkup that are they actually like biologically compatible, because we have this like issues that we might accidentally give birth to a really fucked up kid, because everyone actually have Mongolian like DNA with us, the same Mongolian fucker. Not even kidding. Motherfucking Genghis Khan have been like doing that too much to every single person in Asia. Now it's like literally everywhere. Everyone literally have his genes. How that guy have so much like energy while like conquering the fucking world? He literally have like 5,000 children. I'm not even kidding about that part. And those children have lots of children, and those children have lots of children. Now it's literally everywhere. Like, how... Like, is he have, like, greatest stamina of the world, or he just, like, super fast shooters? And it's not just a meme. At this point, like, so many people that have Genghis Khan, like, DNA in their blood, to the point that they will always risk, like, every single Asian people will always risk of, like, give birth to, like, a super fucked up incest child. Even though they are, like, never, like, remotely zero relationship, relative relationship at all. They literally have a name for that, like, for that issues. I kind of forgot about it. There's a name for it. Like, it's on the tip of my tongue. I don't know how to, like, even, like, say it. Go search the internet. It's an actual thing. It's the actual medical conditions that every Asian people risk. Down syndrome. It's like a certain syndrome. It's like there's literally a name for it. I need to go try to search the internet for it if you can't manage to find one. Ooh, Guyver. I loved this anime back in the day when I was a kid. Wait, a kid should watch this. Let me try to use another explorer to find it. Hold on a little bit. No, they literally called it the Genghis Khan effect. In Chinese, it's a completely different word. So I'm not sure about like in your language it would be in a different word or not. Oh, it is Down syndrome. Wait, what? No, it shouldn't be. This is a different name. Because here's the thing, Down syndrome is something that even like in Western side have. Like I mean, like the Mongolian side is literally a specific thing, literally a specific thing happening in Asia. Yeah, just you know it's a thing. Then is enough, I guess. Man, I've been like yapping for so much. It's already like this late. I haven't eaten my dinner yet. Well, I did manage to finish my work, which is like a proper thing. Yeah, I know. The video kind of like just halfway. We still even haven't finished the finale of the things yet. But yeah, I might have to like call it a day because I haven't eaten my dinner yet. It's like 8 in here. Either way, it's going to be a very, very late night for some of my viewer. You guys should go to sleep too. And at the end, thank you very much for watching, guys. This is the thing that I draw so far. Yeah, I maybe will continue streaming tomorrow because like I have lots of things to video edit and stuff, but I can stream that process if I wanted to be honest. I generally do like a schedule of like I stream one day, video editing another day, stream another day, video editing another day. If I got extra time, I'll try to stream a little bit. So yeah. Either way, thank you very much for watching, and as always, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned. Like for the next stream. I don't know when it will happen, but it will be happening. Bye bye.